Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Optimizing Energy. Today, we have been talking about a lot of different stuff, Epstein files, but we are going to start off the show. We got a few things that we're going to be talking about: Nicki Minaj, ICE, Epstein files. I kind of came on a little bit earlier, kind of giving my opinion about some things, how I see stuff. And when it really boils down to it, all this stuff really need to like start thinking about how all this stuff is going to be affecting us, whether it be ICE, whether it be this whole Epstein situation, all of this human trafficking, all this crazy stuff. We have to be thinking about our children and things like this. So the first order of business I wanted to bring to the table. So Nicki Minaj, she just did a show on the Katie Miller show, and she had a lot to say. She had a lot to say about Gavin Newsom, So this is her. She's like on her way up, She's getting into politics, and and now it's her time, and so now she has things to say about Gavin Newsom. Let's see what she had to say.
With Newsom, it's the fact that with everything you said, but then having the audacity to be playing on Twitter, obsessed with Trump, trying to be Trump, trying to be funny when it's not, and then wanting to roll around in the mud with female rappers or whomever and completely missing the plot. That's the thing. You are competing with President Trump, but President Trump is already the president. Get it? He's already done it twice. He's won. Good. Okay. Meanwhile, you are embarking on what a journey that will end up being a big, huge failure. But for him, but still don't seem to grasp the fact that these jokes that you're making are only funny to your assistant.
Wow.
The weirdo little guy that calls black women stupid hoes and stuff. You see?
This is crazy. So Nicki Minaj is up here. She looks fantastic, by the way. I mean, her makeup, everything, the hair. She's got the blonde wig on. She is, definitely in her politics bag. She's not looking too revealing. She's making sure that she's dressed a certain way. I'm wondering about the blonde wig. Why did she choose blonde and not like maybe black, her regular hair color? But, hey, she's trying to, have this look, and it looks nice. She looks really nice. But, I don't know. What she's saying about Gavin Newsom correct? Is he trying to be like Donald Trump? Is he trying to get closer to hip-hop artists to be like Donald Trump? Who knows? I don't know if anybody wants to be like Donald Trump in this current situation. What's going on right now with Donald Trump is not something that anybody, I don't think, would want to emulate. Let's go.
But that's the whole thing. No one cares. And he's making a fool out of himself, like when he went all the way to another country to speak ill of the country and the president. We would never want someone like that to be our president. Americans are so big on loyalty, and that just showed us all you do not have a loyal bone in your body, and no one is going to vote for you. But so it was a little bit, so it was that, but it was that I don't think people realize, and you guys, but I publicly asked for his help a couple times on Twitter about swatting calls that were happening that were clearly a part of their extended smear campaign. And he completely ignored it, right? And next thing you know, he's on there flapping his gums about female rap stuff and trying to get in women's business. So I had to show him who's boss on Twitter.
So good. You came to this country when you were little as an immigrant. What are your thoughts on the Trump administration's approach to illegal immigration and deportations?
Well, if I had...
Who is Katie Miller? Is Katie Miller like a right-wing person? Like, do they have her? I'm just trying to figure out what they're trying to do with Nicki Minaj's, like who she's doing the news with. I know there's like the whole thing, like if you're Republican, you only on like CBS and Fox, you don't be on any other channel. I'm trying to figure out who this Katie Miller is. Is she in the White House getting interviewed by somebody? Like, I'm trying to get an idea who this Katie Miller person is. I don't know who she is. So let's finish up what she's saying. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who she is. Let's go.
A business or a home or anything, and someone was there one day when I walked downstairs to cook breakfast or something, I would have them kicked out of my home because I didn't invite them. And this is my private home. So the president has to treat the United States as if it's his private home. People all around the world have to respect the policies of the country and the administration. Therefore, to my immigrants, who I love very much, I love my immigrants, I'm an immigrant. But how can you tell a president not to enforce a law that simply says you have to be legal to get in the country? Now, what people don't understand is there are spies. There are things that we don't know about, but that the administration and that security knows about. People who have to secure the country. So a person coming in illegally to the country, they could be there to do anything. You do not know. They have to be vetted. There's nothing.
Hey, you could be a spy. What are we talking about here? An American citizen can be a spy. They would be treasonous, but people are spies all over the place. It doesn't, like I showed the other day that they said that all your like PhD candidates come into America to receive education, and they come in legally. They come in legally to get education, and they will spy on America for China. PhD and master's degree candidates, right? But Nicki Minaj is an immigrant, and when you're talking about, they think, okay, a person could be spying. Honey, actual legal immigrant could be coming and spying. Just period. Like that, there are spies. Well, yeah, you're right, but anybody could be a spy. I think it's interesting that she's dealing with a person that's Trump's former, worked with Trump at some point. What was Kate Miller? Is a conservative, prominent political commentator, former Trump administration spokesperson, and her current podcast host, known for her work with senior Republicans, advising on communications and creating a platform for conservative women. Notably serving as communications director for the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, and as a consultant for Elon Musk while hosting her own show focused on lifestyle and politics for conservatives. So she's a part of Doge, that whole Doge movement. And it's interesting how like now they're aligning Nicki Minaj with all like the right like conservative people to kind of like push her out there on that conservative wing of things. They're pushing her out there with Doge, pushing her out there with the not Doge, but like with the whole conservative Republican media. Because I'm sure they're not even asking her no real questions. If you actually think about this, they're asking her a basic question, and then she's kind of running with it and knowing how to. I bet you she's been media trained to say the right stuff. But I think that if she was on like another kind of a podcast, I think that they would have some real actual questions for her. These are not real questions as far as I'm concerned. These are bullshit questions, and they would need to have security. You could be a spy. I don't know. This is like seeming kind of embarrassing. I don't know. She looks beautiful though. Great. Shouts out to her. So let's go. But here's the thing. So from the left side, so I showed you on the right side, the conservative side. These are the questions this is the reason why people will say, you're only playing leftist media. Well, honey, that was boring. Whatever she had going on, that interview she had going on with that lady, I almost fell asleep playing that shit for 5 seconds. Because it's like, bro, what are you talking? It's like, girl, man, please. Let's get into the reality of everything. She got basically, they're saying she got played by Trump after going full MAGA. Let's go.
No, Nicki Minaj recently decided to make a big old MAGA turn. And, man, it's a rough thing to see. It is tough to watch. So she did some event with Erica Kirk. That was bizarre. She started tweeting some MAGA bullshit. And, people speculate, is it tied to the fact that like she's got abusers in her family and she's trying to get them pardons? I'm not sure, because I don't know if the charges are like state charges or federal charges. If they're state charges, Trump can't even pardon them. So like, I'm not sure if that's the reason. But now we have a new theory. And the theory people gave was she's a permanent resident, but she's not yet a citizen. And so she's trying to suck up to Trump because she's afraid that she's going to get deported. And so she's like going full MAGA to try to find a way to get full citizenship. And lo and behold, what ended up happening? She went to these like a few like MAGA events, and Trump allegedly gave her one of the gold cards. Now, the gold cards, for those of you that don't know, Mr. I'm anti-immigration decided, if you have enough money, you can hop on the fast lane and fucking get citizenship like this. All you got to do is pay $1 million and you get citizenship. So apparently he's anti-immigrant unless you're talking about like wealthy Saudi princes and the biggest billionaire assholes in the world. So like he wants to shut down the border unless you're talking about the shadow government of moneyed interests and the cabal of pedophile, rapist, billionaire sadists. Those are the ones he's like, welcome, come here and rape, please. He does this event where he hands out this gold card to Nicki Minaj. And what happens next is hilarious. Ready?
Trump really played Nicki Minaj, and she didn't even see it coming. Nicki Minaj went online earlier this week bragging about receiving a Trump gold card and being one step closer to citizenship. But it turns out she was completely bamboozled, and here's what people need to understand. Donald Trump created the gold card concept as a way for wealthy individuals like Nicki Minaj to fast-track their pathway to citizenship by paying $1 million or more to the U.S. Treasury. Nicki, however, claimed she received the card for free, and now we know why. Because the card she was given is completely fake. Yes, fake. Nicki even showed off the card online and told fans she was currently finalizing her citizenship paperwork. But here's where it gets messy, because the White House just shut her down and released a statement denying that Nicki Minaj ever received an official gold card. As a matter of fact, a White House official told the press the card Nicki Minaj received was nothing more than a memento, which means it has no legal value and no impact on her citizenship process. Now, this is especially awkward, considering the female rapper has previously admitted she came to the United States illegally.
Now, by the way, I know that was a shitty TikTok AI video, but I looked it up and it turns out everything they're saying here is true. Man. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing. So they used you in order to do your shitty fucking pro-Trump propaganda. She went on Katie Miller's podcast. That's psychopath Katie Miller. She did a TikTok video with fucking Scott Bessent where she's singing her song like Bees in the Trap and like it's supposed to be like cutesy and like look at them dancing around. They trot her out at some event to say like, I'm his #1 fan. I love Donald Trump. They give the card. It's totally fake. It's totally fake. She was under the impression I just got citizenship because of this thing, and they're like, we didn't give you fucking citizenship. That was just a memento. That was just like a prop or something.
Now I talked to my friend Sabrina, who really she considers herself a Barb and stuff like this, and she said that they had gave her papers or signed her papers that day. I'm not sure how true that is. I would have to fact check that, but I know Sabrina has all the facts. I've been trying to get her online to like come and verify that aspect of things, but you know we keep missing each other. So hopefully she'll be able to come on tomorrow and clarify what's going on, because she knows the whole Nicki Minaj situation from in and out, from Jay-Z and the whole thing and the whole everything. So let's
like that. Oh my God, bro. Come on, man. What did you learn, Nikki? What did you learn? You're not on the team, bro. You're not on the team. I say the exact same thing to the like black and brown immigration agents, right? Like you think you're on the team. One of the guys who killed Alex Preddy was named Jesus Ochoa. Like you think you're on the team? The second you're out of uniform, they'll round your bitch ass up too. They're deporting Cuban Americans who are overwhelmingly right-wing. They're deporting Venezuelan Americans who are overwhelmingly right-wing. There are, some people involved in the Latinos for Trump thing who've been fucking deported. Okay? None of you are safe. You think you're safe? You think they like you? No, you're a token. They use you and they fucking discard you. I was going to say the second you become inconvenient, but you're not even inconvenient and they tossed you aside. Okay? Because you lay down in a den of vipers, a nest of vipers. That's what you did. So you're going to get motherfucking bit. And that's exactly what happened. Okay? It's so sick. It's so sick. And then, like, where do these people get off? Where do they get off? Like, you really think, oh, I'll be one of the good ones. No, they don't. It is a fucking white nationalist project. That's what they're engaged in. And they have DEI fascist stormtroopers who are implementing the agenda. But, like, it is a white nationalist project. Stephen Miller is crystal fucking clear about that. Okay? So, it's amazing to me. How big of a sucker can you be? How big of a sucker can you be? Like, this is what the right wing does. This is who they are. They're all about, we're going to protect whiteness and protect billionaires and warmonger like crazy and go full authoritarian and try to micromanage everybody's private life. No gay marriage. You can't get an abortion. You can't take that substance. You can't take this substance. Like, they're wrong about fucking everything. And you have Nicki Minaj trying to snuggle up to them, thinking she'll get something out of it. Either that, or maybe she's like John Fetterman, and she just like legitimately has brain damage. You know what I'm saying? That's possible too. But man, I would say, what did you learn? But you know how MAGA is. Like, the more obvious it is that they got played, the more obvious it is that they were screwed, the more they double down and triple down. I mean, how many examples have we had of Trump like literally scamming his own people and they come back for more? He launched a crypto scam shitcoin 2 days before his inauguration. That alone should have been everybody abandoned MAGA and was like, I'm done with this. He's robbing his own people, the people closest to him. This is a guy who, when he had his hotels built and his casinos built, he stiffed the plumbers. He stiffed the electricians. He stiffed the architect that made his buildings. Like, this is who he is. He's a con man. So there is no protection. If you're in that inner circle, there is no protection. How quick he will throw you to the wolves the second he feels like, oh, I need a fall guy, so you're going to be the fall guy. Fuck off and take it. Right? The loyalty goes one way. It only goes one way. So,
and let me also tell you that even with the Epstein, they were trying to figure out, how does he keep getting out of these things? You know, he had all these different scandals going on, and they were even saying in their emails, how they do this? How they do that? I wonder how this thing came up. I wonder how he did this. You know?
Maybe she'll learn, but I won't hold my breath, because usually if people to pick this moment too to come out as like, I'm a pro MAGA celebrity, really this moment, Nikki, this moment, we have ICE Gestapo thugs invading blue cities and assaulting innocent people, rounding up people, ignoring the Constitution. They don't have warrants for all the illegal actions that they're doing. They're building concentration camps. They've sent people to concentration camps. They're being tortured and raped in those camps. He's using the U.S. military to invade U.S. cities. He's threatening to invoke the fucking Insurrection Act. He's bombing multiple different countries. He just did an illegal regime change in Venezuela. Just the other day we learned now there's boots on the ground in Nigeria, right? Totally illegal. Nobody cares.
And hold on. Now, something else is crazy. Well, didn't she speak up against Nigeria as well? And here's another thing that's crazy. He's also fooling around, I think, doing stuff in the Caribbean. So, but she's okay.
He's still doing it. Boots on the ground in Nigeria. He's the most corrupt president we've ever seen ever by far, and it's not even fucking close. And the Epstein files are implicating him every single day with some new horror story about how he's a rapist pedophile. And you choose this moment to go, I love Trump. He's my favorite. Again, like literal brain damage is the only thing I can think, watching how she's reacting now.
No, what I think it is that, you know, she, with this whole Jay-Z situation, debacle going on, and like he about to get implemented too. So I don't know how much protection she's going to have with all this stuff hitting the fan. But she did talk about Jay-Z being a part of the Epstein files, and she did speak out against that. So let's see what she had to say there.
Man, oh man, last night was not a normal night on Twitter. This was one of them nights where you refresh the app and Nicki Minaj is typing like her phone is on 0% battery. I'm talking Nicki Minaj tweeting like, yeah, I'm gonna say this real quick before they try to call me. I've been this since 2015 and I'm done acting surprise energy. This wasn't a crash out, this was a parked car, engine off, window down ran. She was tweeting like she had a Google Doc open. This wasn't a freestyle, this was drafted. We talking about Nicki Minaj going nuclear on Jay-Z last night during the Grammy Awards. Now let's not play dumb. When Nicki starts tweeting about gatekeepers, power brokers, certain people decide narratives, everybody immediately looked at Jay-Z like, huh? And the crazy part is not one industry executive clapped back. When rich people get quiet, that's when the room gets cold. Let me tell you how this all started, man. So it's the Grammy Awards and Trevor Noah mentions Nicki Minaj on stage. Yeah, a little jokey joke, a little smile, a little chuckle.
Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here. She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nikki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nikki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it, baby.
Nikki said, oh, now y'all remember my name? She turned internet Twitter into a war zone.
Man, listen, it's crazy. This whole thing, when you think about it, everything that's going on with this whole thing is insane. I mean, the main part is that, you know, Nicki Minaj has this whole beef with Jay-Z. Oh, this is what she says. They sabotaged my documentary because I spoke up about abuse that I suffered. They've been trying to stall all my projects in hopes that I lose a bunch of money and beg them for help. Their leaders still think it's a joke. The destruction that's about to come down on them isn't funny. I told y'all to leave me alone. Now you'll understand why you should just have sat there and taken your meds. And she has a little Chucky doll. Then she types this. Jay-Z dated Foxy Brown when she was 15 and took her virginity. He was 23. Jay-Z was going out with Aaliyah when she was 15, 16, 17. He was 26, 27, 28. Jay-Z met Beyonce at 16 and started dating her when she was 18 and 19, and he was 30. Jay-Z signed Rihanna at 16. She said in the interview, let's see what else, let's see if it continues. She said in the interview that she was flown to meet Jay-Z, who wouldn't let her leave until she signed the contract and locked her in the office until 3 a.m. Now, I think he said something to the matter of like, hey, you're going to either sign this or go out the window, some kind of crazy thing. This is showing him with Aaliyah. It says, your favorite artists have been practicing rituals in a satanic cult, where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when you're master Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up. Interesting. Then she goes, are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of gaining and maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish. Maybe it's time for me to do some story time since I was trying to not say what I know if they continue to attempt bullying. Also, I won't be releasing an album until my contract is renegotiated and until I tell you about all the sabotage that Rico is finding out about Billboard. Once again, now if you watched my video I did after I did the video and I was on my way to my appointment, I talked about this. What albums are coming up right now? With all this crazy stuff right now, is anybody releasing any music? And now you have Nicki Minaj saying right now, hey, I'm not putting out no music until this, that, the other happens. I'm seeing a complete stall on anybody putting out any records right now. Nobody. All these artists, nobody's putting out any music. All you're hearing is all this news, Ice and Nicki Minaj and Trump and Epstein and this and that. You're not hearing no music coming out, period. What's up with that? What else does she have to say? Then she showed a picture of Jay-Z's alleged son. I mean, she was on a rampage. I mean, I agree with what she said. She said, maybe I should discuss the brainwashing techniques they use. She says, imagine a 30-year-old rapper was out here with a 16-year-old in this day and age, and how y'all would have his head on a platter. This guy was hugging and humping on teens in broad daylight. Next, I'll get on the owner of the shade room and more. They sabotaged my documentary because I spoke about abuse that I suffered. They've been trying to stall all my projects in hopes I'd lose a bunch of money and beg them for help. Their leaders still think it's a joke. So you see, she brought this up, showing a picture of Aaliyah. Aaliyah, Jennifer Lopez, and all those guys. And so she's showing that she was born December 4th, 1981. He was born December 4th, 1969. Wow. Dang, Jay-Z is old as hell. I didn't realize how old he was. Wow. So.
About Jay-Z and Pusha T being in the Epstein files along with Harvey Weinstein. Man, it's unfortunate because like we have always known that media could be paid and bought for, but this is unfortunate because these are actual things that have happened. This was on the Department of Justice website. This isn't something that's fake or made up by fans. This is actually on the Department of Justice website, and yet one call from Rock Nation, one call from Jay-Z, whoever there made the call, got them to take this post down.
Wow. So like you have these people have a lot of power. They're able to like get posts taken down off the internet and everything. So the woman says Jay-Z's downfall is going to be bigger than Diddy's demise, and that Jay-Z is working hard to prevent it by any means necessary. I heard that he actually left the country at one point as well. You know, it's getting real out here in these streets. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it all, you know. You know, so that's it for the whole Nicki Minaj saga. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, you know, you have, let me see, I want to go into, I think I'm going to go into the Epstein, no, I'm going to do that last. But I want to talk about ICE and how ICE got chilling evidence of homicidal recruits. Okay, this is a crazy story here as well. So let's check it out.
Trump everything he wants all the time. There are senators that fight and senators that don't fight. Same with House of Representatives. But one person that continues to fight both for Epstein and accountability for ICE is Robert Garcia. And here's the thing, you guys. ICE has to be abolished. It is rotten to its core. And the fact that we have given this administration 2 more weeks to clean up their act and they said, oh, we're going to pull back. They're not going to pull back because that's not who they are. They're diabolical. So yesterday on the House floor, this was Robert Garcia. And I respect this because there are so few fighters.
People, every single one of them has to be held accountable for the crimes, for the terror, and for the murders that are happening to our own people in this country. We're taking action today because the stakes could not be higher. We mourn both of these 2 Americans today, and we find that these shootings cannot be justified.
Here's the thing. Nobody but Fox News and the right is even trying to justify these shootings. You look at the polling and it's overwhelming. People saw this with their eyes. But why are there not more Robert Garcias? Like, I can't wrap my head around it. The 6 people he showed should all be in fucking prison because they like it. They're saying go in without a warrant. You have total immunity. ICE can do whatever the fuck they want. They have masks on because they don't want people to know who they are in their own communities because they know how shitty they're acting.
Completely agree. I think the situation that everybody needs to understand that there's a difference between progressive Democrats like Robert Garcia and corporate Democrats. And there are a lot more Robert Garcias because there's so many Congress people. I hear Ro Khanna, I hear AOC, I hear others really, really, really fighting. The problem is our leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, is a corporate Democrat. He is corporations first, American people second. And until we fix that, we are going to have a very disjointed resistance. And for those of you that don't like criticism of the Democratic Party, I want to remind you, if you're in an organization where you shun criticism, that is a symptom of being in a cult. Constructive criticism and critical thinking and open-mindedness is required, demanded at this moment, and not having it and not being clear-eyed and rigorously honest leaves us all vulnerable. And I refuse to be a vote blue, no matter who fluff podcaster that doesn't tell you all the truth. The reason that it feels like for pumps that Robert Garcia's message is happening on an island all unto its own is because the minority leader of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, is a corporate Dem. He refuses to whip the votes. He refuses to address his AIPAC money. He refuses to address other corporate donations. He is a corporate first Democrat. And so you find that you have a lot of things he says you like. A lot of things he says, you're like, oh yeah, I believe in the same things he believes in. But you have to follow the money. And behind Hakeem Jeffries are corporations. And so you must understand this, you guys. That's where the crossover is and the through line between corporate Dems and MAGA. They're united in preventing progressive Democrats.
So you pretty much, you have, like I said, same bird. On one side, you got the corporations that are manipulating that side, and then on the other side, you got corporations manipulating the other side. It's the same thing. But you have one side trying to pretend like that doesn't exist on their side. I mean, what's real and what's not? Please, if you want to join the conversation, the link is in the chat. The only reason why I came up here was I wanted to give people a chance to, give their opinion on everything. If you want to come up and speak, I definitely want to hear what you have to say. I don't speak in a wind tunnel and just be the only one that has an opinion. One thing about me is that I definitely I encourage people to speak out, but I am partial to the truth. I don't like if you have like this cult-like mentality. One thing I had a whole series on cult-like behavior. When I see a cult-like acting thing where people are all like shunning people that don't believe in their same political ideals, my antennas go up. Let's go.
Elizabeth Warren, Zoran Mamdani, AOC. Why? Because Wall Street and corporations don't like them because it means consumer safety protections. It means taxes. And they feel like they're above board on all of that.
I completely agree. And I'm so glad you're saying the message now because it has not been said for so long because it was so murky for so long. So I learned from that. And I think other Democrats are also learning from that. Something else that happened yesterday is Robert Garcia read the text messages of a woman that was shot by ICE, later prosecuted criminally by the Department of Justice, but had to dismiss the case because they were lying. He read the text messages to her of the ICE agents that shot her, and it was chilling and it is terrifying.
It's disgusting, shameful, and it gets worse. Ms. Martinez, these are images of texts sent by the agent who shot you. And they're actually disturbing to read, but I think it's important for the public to see this. The agent linked an article about your shooting and texted, "Read it. 5 shots, 7 holes. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys." Oh, well, it is what it is. Shit happens.
Okay, I just want to say, if you can hear that and see that these ICE agents are texting each other that and don't think abolishing ICE is the only way to go, I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know what it's going to take. I really don't, because they're shooting humans for sport. For sport.
Yeah. And I think, again, this goes back to the message that we have to really get out in the primaries, that corporate Dems are always going to placate to the prison industrial complex than for profits than they are standing up for people. That's why Hakeem Jeffries is not whipping the vote. And so it's just so important in order to truly defeat fascism. Number one, save democracy. But then after that, how do we install an FDR style Democratic Party? How do we do that? It is not possible with corporate Democrats. Time and time again, they've always disappointed me. I didn't know what it was, but now I do know what it is. And it's incredibly important that we understand this and that we lift up the voices like Robert Garcia and other people in Congress, the Progressive Caucus, for example. They are really trying to build a Democratic Party in the model of Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani, AOC. And some Democrats might hear that and they might think, oh, the problem is we need to run to the center. The center is corporate politics. What you deem as radical is corporations paying taxes, corporations not having more rights than human beings, a political party that values human beings over profit, a political party that hears Robert Garcia give black and white evidence and says, I am an absolute hell no vote on this. I don't give a shit if I lose my next race. I will not vote for more people to be tortured and executed by my district's taxpayer dollars.
That's exactly right. Okay, and I just want to point out that Fox News and Jesse Waters, they cover everything this administration does. Jesse Waters is a sexist, misogynist, racist, homophobic pig. He grosses me out so bad. So Robert Garcia puts the evidence up before Congress today, and Jesse Waters has to go on Fox News and denigrate them because what if some of the Fox Newsers were watching C-SPAN today? Listen to what he said. I just was horrified, but not really.
Know where Congressman Garcia was born? Peru. Where's his dad? We don't know. Mommy brought him over here when he was 5. He was illegal for a few years.
That's a lie.
And someone gave him a green card. Garcia marries a guy and somehow gets elected to represent Long Beach, California.
Okay, here's the thing. In just those few seconds, he was able to be homophobic, racist, and anti-immigrant. How many seconds was that? Maybe 10? It's unbelievable. No, it's not unbelievable. It's exactly what they do at Fox News. And I can guarantee you the people watching that were like, well, he's gay and he's brown, so obviously he sucks and nobody should be held accountable. It's infuriating.
This is why this channel is why the Republican Party still strongly stands behind Donald Trump. These people are racist to their core and intellectually lazy. So Fox News every day serves up a permission structure.
Yeah.
So what they're saying here is, yes, Robert Garcia is talking about horrible things that the government did. But Robert Garcia is not a real American. He was born in Peru. His mother was illegal. He was illegal. All of that, I think, is false. But who cares? But they do. They care. And so I know, some Fox people in my life adjacently. And what is said on Fox News is just the appetizer to what they say once they turn it off and they take it all the way to dessert. There is a desire in these people that have everything. the system has been rigged for them. 401ks are flush. Houses are paid off. Live in a white cookie cutter neighborhood. And they wake up oppressed and angry. And that's something I don't know how to fix.
And I want to also say this because, like I said, people give me a hard time because I play this, what they call this left wing, these people, whatever, right? But I'd much rather hear from them than be listening to a Fox News who is just giving you a portion of the story and won't even question anything whatsoever. You know, if I just want to hear like the opposite of the story and hear a bunch of BS that really is not going to cover anything or get to the nitty gritty, just ask the most basic questions ever. Yeah, I would listen to a Fox News, but do I really want to only listen to that and not also get the opposing? Like I just showed you Nicki Minaj, her interview. You see how they gave her these cookie cutter questions, and she came up with cookie cutter answers. And then meanwhile, you know, when you go to the other side, they're really questioning, okay, what are we really thinking about here? And so I actually, you know what, if I have to see like a more of a left-leaning show or whatever, well, it's because the information seems to be a lot more fluid than when I get it. I don't want to hear like no cookie cutter. I want to get down to the bottom of things. Let's go.
The Republican Party doesn't want to fix that. What they want to enable it even more and more. And so Fox News is a propaganda channel through and through. But more than anything, I mean, they are complicit in fascism and state-sponsored murder. And Jesse Waters, that old queen. I mean, this is a guy who sits there and talks about Stephen Miller being a sexual matador. This is a man who spends an obscene amount of time talking about masculinity and homosexuality in bathrooms. And I just think if you look behind what's going on with Jesse Waters, methinks that lady doth protest too much, is what I think.
Not to mention he sachets around like he could be on RuPaul's Drag Race. Okay, one final thing in my argument that ICE must be abolished. I didn't realize this was happening until I saw this on the Senate floor. Here we have what
he sachets around like he could be on RuPaul's Drag Race.
It's been called death cards. Pop this up, Kylie.
Cards, I hold one up here, have a history of being used by white supremacist groups to intimidate people of color.
ICE is running around and putting those on people's, like the seats of their cars or on their cars, but they're leaving these death cards that are white supremacy coded around to intimidate people. And again, I ask you, what's it going to take that we can't fix this? We've got Enrico Taro, you know, the head.
So think about this. So your loved one gets picked up by ICE. They leave their car behind somewhere. You go to pick up their car, and then you get this ace of spades card in the thing, this death card. That's going to scare the crap out of somebody, you know? So why would they do that? What kind of a weird thing? And shouldn't that be shunned upon? Like, don't leave your personal politics on the road, you know, when you're doing your job with the federal government. Like, you couldn't do that anywhere else. You couldn't work for McDonald's and pass your business card out or put an extra thing into the bag, you know, that has nothing to do with McDonald's. Why is the federal government allowing this type of stuff to happen?
Of the Oath Keepers or Proud Boys, de jure white supremacy group, that's who's in these groups. You can't fix that. You can't train it. There's nothing you can do except scratch it and start over.
There was a group of people when Obama was president that I think it was in Oregon or somewhere. And they were like, they had this whole standoff with the federal government, like, don't take our guns. And there's this crazy thing. Now, all of these people are willfully cheering for a hyper militarized federal government. These people believe in nothing except for their racism. And it's super important we understand that. The don't tread on me people, the people that did the big standoff with Obama, I think it's 2014 or 2015, they desperately.
Wasn't that the Occupy Wall Street? Yeah. Wasn't that or what are they talking about? Which standoff?
Fought about this big militarized federal.
Oh, or was that the ones that were the Proud Boys that was wearing, you know, the tiki torches and stuff? Is that
federal government? This is horrible. We can't have it. Enter Trump. Big militarized federal government. It's awesome. We're here for it. These people believe in nothing except hatred, racism, and white supremacy.
And here's the thing, you have a lot of people, especially these black men that get on this channel and get up on this platform and start talking, you see that they are parroting this type of sentiment like they are Caucasian, they themselves, and they black as hell, and they'll get up here and be like, "Yes, I voted for the," and they sound like blood, like a bunch of bloodthirsty heathens. If there was a war and they were shooting in the hood, shooting up the black people, they'd probably throw their uniform on too and try to shoot them as well, and be jumping in. So we people need to get in Nevada militia, yeah. People need to cut it out.
And Black people have been trying to tell us this for decades. They have been screaming, waving their arms, saying, hey, look at what's happening in our communities. And the problem is the people who watch Fox News say, good, I'm glad you're putting those cards there. Good, I'm glad you're over policing the Black communities. And that's just the cancer that's in this country. And there's just a big distinction in what we believe as progressives and what they believe, and the difference.
And let me break this down. Since you talking about how the Black people in America have been saying this and been saying that, but yet at the same point, you have Black people that are also on the side of the white supremacists that are pushing this whole agenda along. So it's like one moment you want to cheer for Black people that knew everything that was going on, but then you also want to look back and say, well, now what's going on with the Black community? Why would you jump on the oppressor's side and be cool?
The difference between me and them is, even as much as I hate all of these fascists, I can't stand Stephen Miller, I cannot stand Hegseth, Kristi Noem. If we ever get power again and there were trials against them, I still oppose the death penalty.
Right.
You know, like I still don't think that that's a good outcome. And I'm sure some are like, well, I would, you know, there's fundamentally a moral difference. But bizarrely, you guys, I've found this time and time again throughout my entire life, being the only atheist in the room in so many spaces growing up and in my adult life in very religious Oklahoma. I found myself talking to completely morally bankrupt people more than you could ever imagine. And they were always the most religious people I've ever met in the Bible Belt. Not you people that are Episcopalian or Methodist that don't try to cram your religion down people's throat. I'm talking about the Bible Belt Republicans in Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. They are mean. They are mean to their core. These people bask in cruelty. It's murder for sport, torturing people for sport. These are the same people and the same lineage as we head into Black History Month that posed for photos under a Black person hanging from a tree with smiles on their faces. And these people still exist among us, and they probably see these old photos and smile at them. And it's a very serious thing. And this is the fight of our life.
I completely agree. And it's very well said, because it's true.
And hold on, let me just explain something crazy to you about Melania. Do you know that Trump met Melania? So let me just read this. Wait a minute. They canceled Sherry Shepherd's show, but Melania Trump movie did not sell movie tickets. They compared her to Miss Obama too, and she's #1 on Netflix, and they're mad. Here's a question. Where did Trump meet Melania? Do you know that Epstein introduced her to Melania, and she might have been one of the young girls that was brought to the Epstein Island? Was that in her documentary? I wonder.
If you talk to an evangelical Christian about what's going on, as long as it's Black and brown people that I have spoken with, they're fine with it. And that it's just something we all have to understand collectively, that the racism is driving this MAGA party in so many ways. All right, please.
I want to say one more thing really quick that I think is super important. They also consider white people like us that are not loyal to the regime race traitors, and even white men are not safe in this regime. Look no further than Mike Pence, white, Christian, Republican, called his wife mother, for God's sakes. They wanted to hang him. They wanted to hang him, you know? So,
honey, I remember he had that fly on his head, and they had that song, "You got a fly on you, and you don't even know." We had that fly that landed on his head. Everybody thought he was a reptilian. That was hilarious back in the day. That was crazy.
Nobody is safe in this regime. So even for the rich white racists, you're not even safe. No one is safe in this regime. All right, like, subscribe, comment. We'll be back later with more news.
Yeah, so people...
All right, they're openly...
Sorry. Here's nothing. See, Trump admits he's taking over elections. It gets more and more creepier as time goes on. You know, I mean... And people will be like, "Oh, why are you watching them? Why are you watching these hags?" And da, da, da. You know, I get so tired of the hatred for women that goes on in these spaces. We need to cut that out. That's another thing that happens in the MAGA spaces, in the red pill and all that stuff. That MAGA space is very anti-female, anti-woman.
All right, guys, we got a video here from American Redact. Every Joe Rogan guest in the Epstein files. So I know you guys have probably seen the memes and seen the talk by now, but basically he had at least 10 people on his show and helped launder their reputations when they were in the Epstein files, and not in the Epstein files in like a roundabout way. Some of these people were in the...
The only part that I don't really know them personally, the women that are talking in this whole thing. I'm just saying is that they're speaking the facts though. So even if they might not, maybe they might go home and be like, fuck them niggas, you know what I'm saying? But at least on this show, they speaking facts. So I can only like give them their props for speaking the facts on the situation, you know, at hand. But let's talk about how Joe Rogan, how he got played by all the Epstein guests. He had so many different people from the Epstein Island. And it even got even weird. Like Peter Thiel was on there, and he pretty much was hitting around with some stuff. Let's go.
Epstein files with like damaging ass stuff. So really, the Joe Rogan experience became the Jeffrey Epstein experience, and we're about to watch a breakdown of that. Here we go.
Here's a deeper point, man. And I don't mean to do this every time I'm on, but you have such a crazy power that if you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are going to infiltrate your shit because people are going to like try to exploit you. That's the main thing. Is like people recognizing what you are.
By the way, now this guy, Duncan Trussell, the guy who's talking, now he's a Peter Thiel defender. Now he's a Palantir defender. They got to him too, y'all. They got to him too.
Political agendas will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? That's a fear.
Like radium? All right, so now that people have had a few days to digest the millions of emails and documents linked to Jeffrey Epstein, it's now starting to appear that Joe Rogan's had a lot of people on his show that are now confirmed to have been closely linked to the predator.
Oh, he had on Epstein's private shift? Oh my God. I didn't know it was that bad. Come on, man. Don't tell me you didn't say shit about it. Don't tell me you didn't say shit about it, Joseph. Oh, Joseph Robinette Rogan, what is wrong with you? Holy shit. Oh my God, bro. By the way, and we talked about this on Kyle and Corin the other day too. In a roundabout way, to give Rogan a little bit of credit, I remember when I went on the show one of the times, and Corin was with me, and before the show, Rogan was telling us this story about how there was one guest he had on his show, Lawrence Krauss. He's like a scientist guy. And Lawrence Krauss kept trying to get Joe to meet Epstein. And Joe was telling us, this guy was pushing about it. It was really weird. And like, I know the weary stuff around Epstein. So like,
let me tell you something. I'm grateful that they didn't have no black women on that. I think that they know that if anybody would have survived that, they would have told on that, you know, they would have had to, but they did have black people on there. They talk about it, you know, they talked about how they had some shrimps, and there was one thing where they said they had a shrimp with their head chopped off or something kind of crazy. It was wild. That they you know, they had to do it just like they got some shrimps, but they had to they you know, they do them just like real shrimps. They chop their head off or something like that. Like what? So I'm not sure if that's necromancy or what, but it gets really strange and bizarre. These Epstein file, these people, and what kind of weird stuff they were into, it's ridiculous.
Basically turned it down. And come to find out, Joe Rogan is also in the Epstein files. And the way he's in the Epstein files is via that email. So Lawrence Krauss talking to Epstein saying, "Can you introduce me to Joe?" And Lawrence Krauss going, "Yeah, I'll try to like get him to agree to that." And then Krauss tries and fails. And you have Krauss sending another email to Epstein, basically be like, "Sorry, we weren't even able to really make it work out. He's a little skittish. I thought he wouldn't be this skittish," right? And so basically validating the story that Rogan told me and Corin, that like they tried to get Epstein, wanted to fucking meet him, and he said no. So on the one hand, you got to give him credit because he knew about the noise around Epstein. He knew how nasty that shit was, and he decided, I'm going to keep my distance. But on the other hand, he deserves no credit because he literally used his platform to launder all of these people who are in the Epstein class and in the Epstein files and partook in a lot of the fucked up shit. Which means what, Joe? You have to reevaluate how naive and gullible you are and how you fall for shit way too fucking easy.
Which has definitely left a lot of people scratching their heads. I mean, it's one thing to have maybe one or two guys linked to Epstein on his show, but when you realize that Joe Rogan's platformed more than 9 different people and counting at this point who were named in the files, sometimes thousands of different times, it all certainly raises more than a few questions. And it's not like anyone's accusing Joe Rogan of secretly going to Epstein's island or anything, but the very fact that he's had so many of these weirdos on his podcast just proves how accurate Duncan Trussell was in the opening clip there. Like all of these creepy billionaires flock to Joe's podcast because they feel a sense of safety and protection with Joe. Not only because he never challenges these guys on anything or even questions their links to Epstein, but also because he's so easily manipulated.
And by the way, that's the real crime, right? Is having on billionaires and letting them spew their propaganda and you don't push back at all. Like, look, don't get me wrong. It's totally fine. If you want to have a podcast where you're just hanging out with your comedian friends and shooting the shit and laughing and having a good time, that's totally fine. But what Rogan did is that. But then he also decided to take that same model and use it for right-wing politicians and use it for billionaires. And that's where you lose everybody who's got a functioning brain. Because if you're going to play in the big leagues, you got to hold these motherfuckers accountable. There's so much dirt on them and they do so much fucked up shit. And for you to just sit there and humanize them, you're actively doing a disservice and you're harming the body politic, and everybody's worse off and dumber if they watch you humanize Peter Thiel and fucking Elon Musk and they walk away thinking these people are good people. They're not. They're actually horrible.
Will believe just about anything you say to him, especially if you have power over him. Peter Thiel, for example, who's a billionaire tech investor and co-founder of Palantir and PayPal, admitted to Joe Rogan that he met Jeffrey Epstein back in 2014, about 8 years after Epstein was initially arrested.
Y'all check this exchange out. This is crazy. Watch this.
For all of the despicable and nasty stuff that he did to children.
You know, I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think
how'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically
when you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay.
Upon learning this, though, Rogan doesn't even think twice before making excuses for Thiel, saying that he knows a lot of people who were tricked by Epstein, instantly letting Thiel...
And by the way, Thiel is lying here. Thiel was close with Epstein, and there's a whole bunch of damning emails with Thiel and Epstein.
Off the hook.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, we're like, oh, well, there you go.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's a lie. He kept emailing him.
Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met that guy.
So that right there is the very reason why so many of these elites just love going on Joe's podcast. Because Joe's best friends with whoever's across the table with him that day. And he was probably so starstruck by Thiel and his connections that he never even thought to second guess the guy on his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Now that the files are out though, it seems pretty clear that Thiel was a lot closer to Epstein than he led Joe on to believe.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that whenever these people go on his podcast, they give him a certain amount of questions he could ask, what to stay away from, and all this different stuff. Come on now. You don't be a billionaire and just could talk about anything. Come on.
I mean, there's a bunch of back and forth emails between them about having dinners together in various places. And there's even one where Thiel suggests meeting him on a quote unquote island, which could very well be the island, if you know what I mean. There's, of course, nothing immediately acknowledging the crimes or anything, but I would venture to say that doing business with a convicted sex criminal for personal enrichment generally means you're a bad guy, not to mention being in regular communication with them. But of course, Rogan doesn't bother looking even an inch further into any of that, which is why a lot of people criticize Joe as an interviewer. Like the guy can't shut up about Epstein and all the stuff surrounding him, but as soon as he has someone on the show that's literally sat down and had one-on-one conversations with the guy, Joe immediately brushes over it and then switches the topic.
And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but wasn't there like a death tied to one of the lovers of Peter Thiel? Didn't one of his lovers die in some like weird circumstances? Isn't that a thing? I didn't just make that up, did I?
I know a lot of people that met that guy. He got a lot of celebrities to come to his house for parties and things.
Well, I think I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, you know, I know there was some secret club, secret society you could be part of.
Right.
And
of course.
Again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the vague vibe of the whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people. Look at the fucking Soho House. Like, look at that stupid thing. I mean, you just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to, and everybody wants to be a member. Oh my God. Yeah. And then you get like the Malibu Soho House. It's different from the other ones. You have to have membership only there. Ooh.
And you see, Peter Thiel is really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to JRE guests that have been involved.
And look at this dude. Oh my God. Like, look at him. Oh my goodness. He looks like it looks like his face, like that's like his skull, like this man. Look, I mean, can y'all, is it just me or this guy look like unreal? Like what is going on right here? He looks like a creature. I'm sorry. There's something up with this guy. And you know, I think when you're an evil person, you do evil things and you're like, you begin to embody, your face begins to have like, he looked like his eyes look dead. I mean, I don't know what's going on with him. He looks crazy. Like, what? If I just saw him like walking, oh my God.
With Epstein. Of course, there are the big ones like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but it actually goes way deeper than that. Like, believe it or not, Joe's literally platformed Epstein's personal chef, Adam Perry Lang, who worked for Epstein for 4 years straight back.
Imagine the shit that guy has seen. Oh my God.
Imagine the shit that guy has cooked. You hear me? His own personal chef. You can't tell me they were not eating them kids, eating those people. There's a whole book out called The Delectable Negro. Okay, and then you have a thing where Epstein's talking about how he's got the shrimp in the water, and he's talking about kids and stuff like that. So I bet you he was up there cooking these kids
In the late 90s, flying with him on his private
in the late 90s. Oh my God, that's like peak debauchery.
jet to cook for him at Epstein's various different properties, including the infamous Epstein Island. And this was all public information prior to that podcast. So it was pretty strange that Joe didn't bring that up once. There was even
what a cuck. Oh my God. What a cuck. It's hard to conclude anything other than Joe Rogan is totally cool with the shadow government of moneyed interests that rule over us. He is totally cool with the cabal of pedophile, rapist, billionaire sadists.
And of course, there could have been some kind of agreement that Joe signed to not mention it with him during the podcast, but nonetheless, it's all very fishy.
What's happening, brother? How are you?
Good to be here.
Good to
What's
have you. I have enjoyed your restaurant many times. This is my favorite steak restaurant in all of Los Angeles.
I'm one to say that they make sure that before they come on his show, that he is given a certain questions he can ask, and he makes it seem like it's off the cuff and it's just a natural conversation. But I believe that he has a set of questions. I don't think that he's able to, like, when a person starts mentioning certain stuff, just like Peter Thiel just mentioned, these, their organizations, like their what's it called? He says like fraternal organizations, kind of something along that type of thing. He didn't delve into that. He didn't say, well, what do you mean by societies or secret societies or he didn't go into that. So what kind of society? Is it Masons which anybody would have that would have been a boom. As soon as he would have said that, hey, I got questions about these organizations, sir. Let's go.
Thank you.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in here, because this is a really crazy time for restaurants. And I mean, that's basically that's the gist of it. This is a crazy time.
It's bananas. It's absolutely crazy.
And then there's Dr. Peter Attia, who was apparently Epstein's private doctor and shared thousands of emails with Jeffrey,
By the way, Crystal made a devastating point to me about this Attia guy. Go watch the movie Eyes Wide Shut if you haven't, because that shit is a motherfucking documentary at this point. That is a motherfucking documentary. The idea that that's fictional is nonsense. That's out the window at this point. We know because of Epstein and all this stuff. If anything, they undersold this secret society.
And you know what? Even crazier, I wonder who actually was behind the movie. What was it called? What was it called about the camera? What was it called? Blink Twice. Who was behind that movie, and why was it so accurate about what's really going on Epstein? Why was it so accurate? Who wrote that movie?
Right. But Peter Attia plays the same role as Tom Cruise in Eyes Wide Shut. Like, he is the doctor for all of the rapist, pedophile, billionaire sadists. And like he's cool and in on it. Well, obviously in the movie, it's a little more complicated than that because Tom Cruise struggles with it. But like, this guy was a doctor for these people, knowing all the depravity and being totally okay with it. That's the role this guy played. And he's also Joe Rogan's doctor.
But I'll touch on that later more in the video. Just know that as of right now, there are about 9 or 10 people who went on Joe's show that are named in the files, which is just a mind-boggling number of people. As weird as that may be, though, there's not really one single answer to it that people can agree on.
I would think it's because there's probably still, besides Epstein, there's probably still another organization. There's probably an underlying organization that they all belong to, that even though the Epstein is gone or whatever, they still probably still have this brotherhood where they still support each other. So he might not have made it to the island, but hey, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in bed.
Some people theorize that Joe's been bought out and paid for by the upper crust of society or even the CIA, and others think that it's merely a coincidence. No matter what you choose to believe in, though, the one thing that's true here is that Joe gives the softest, most patty cake style of interviews to a select group of people, and a lot of those people were named in the Epstein list. And Donald Trump's a great example of this. Like during that Donald Trump interview, which now has over 61 million views on YouTube alone, Joe Rogan never even brought up Epstein or the suspiciousness surrounding Epstein's death, which is a topic that Joe's talked about on hundreds of other episodes before this one. He based
It was interesting because at the same time that Trump ended up on Joe Rogan, Tariq Nasheed was trying to get an interview with Donald Trump. He passed up Tariq Nasheed to actually do the interview with Joe Rogan, which sounds like to me that, he must be the voice to all those kind of people that are at that top level, to be able to have their interviews on.
basically just gave Trump the easiest interview of his life.
Remember when he was talking to Kash Patel and then afterwards he was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Push back? Yeah. If you're going to have on the fucking head of the FBI, you should be willing to push back. Or else what are you doing, an infomercial for these psychopaths? Kash Patel is a joke. Kash Patel wrote a children's book about how Trump should be a king. Kash Patel was selling scam pills that reverse the vaccine, the COVID vaccine. And none of this was fit to bring up. None of this was fit to bring up. Oh, my God.
One of the beautiful things about you is that you freeball. Like you get out and you do these huge events and you're just talking and you're making, we've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you were making fun of Elon one time. You were doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts.
Oh, look at this weenus gobbler. Oh, straight up gobbling weenus. Jesus Christ.
Like when you said to Hillary, you'd be in jail. Like that's great timing. And I think
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business. First of all, it's a very tough business. When
it's the most dangerous business.
For a job.
Yes.
So the softball interview basically greenlit all of the cronies to go on Joe's show, as Joe's spine basically disappears whenever someone in the Trump administration appears on the show.
And by the way, there's a reason why you will not see him go as hard as even like Tim Dillon has turned on Trump stronger than Joe has. Andrew Schultz has turned on Trump stronger than Joe has. Now, by the way, for neither one of them is it enough yet. Let's be clear. But they're doing better than Joe. Why? Because Joe is in regular text communication with these people. He talked on his show about texting with Trump. He texts with J.D. Vance. He texts with fucking Elon Musk and Dana White. Like, he is part of that club. He is never going to fully turn and tell you the total truth. You will never hear him say the words, Kamala Harris would have been better. Those words will never come out of his mouth.
Like a couple of short months after that Trump podcast, Joe had Kash Patel on, where he let Kash basically lie to his face and his millions of listeners about everything having to do with the Epstein files and Epstein's suspicious death.
Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation.
What is have a nice day? DJD. So much gets phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
yeah.
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy.
They were fucking in on it, you lying scumbag. Trump was the one who wanted him dead. Oh, my God.
There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
And no, Kash Patel was not named in the files, but he's directly responsible for the delay of their release.
Oh, he fucking perjured himself. He clearly perjured himself.
He literally lied under oath about their existence late last year, which is now making millions of people online.
Kash Patel, quote, there's no credible information that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors. Oh, my God. There's so much. The evidence is piled as high as Mount Everest. You have them talking about buying and selling 9-year-olds in the files.
All for his arrest.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information.
Oh.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
So Kash Patel is Trump's personal shoe shiner. And of course, he manipulated Joe into believing everything he...
I mean, couldn't there be like some kind of a judicial committee that like goes back onto this thing where he's lying and shouldn't there be like a lawsuit, like some kind of a investigation about this? How can you do that and then it comes out that he did, and there's no kind of nothing, like they're just okay, we get to lie and that's it.
He said about the Epstein files and Epstein's death. And just to be clear, Patel isn't in the files, but this just shows you why a bunch of these fishy, mega rich guys feel safe going on to Joe's podcast. One guest that did entertain Joe's theories around Jeffrey Epstein's death, though, was none other than Barry Weiss, who is a New York Times opinion writer turned independent commentator and is married to a woman who was just named in the Epstein files, Nellie Bold.
Super close. So Barry Weiss's wife was super close with Epstein. They had a really, really chummy relationship. The other thing we now know, based on the files, is that effectively Barry Weiss is trying to turn CBS into Epstein Media. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not kidding. She keeps hiring all these people who were close to Epstein, whether it be Alan Dershowitz or Peter Attia. And the whole point of CBS now is to run cover for MAGA, run cover for Israel, and bring back Epstein-style reactionary centrism. That's what it is. It's literally a psyop. This is a psyop for MAGA and for Israel. And again, hiring all these people with close Epstein connections.
Who actually went back and forth with Epstein and seemingly met up with him a bunch of times, accompanied by Barry Weiss. And so when Joe brings up Epstein's death, she seems to entertain the conspiracy theory a little, but then quickly makes it seem not even that important. She even admits to knowing a bunch of people who hung out with Epstein when he was alive, saying that everyone knew about his crimes and didn't do anything about it, which of course just flies right over Joe's shiny bald head.
Can we just agree that he was murdered? If you had all your chips.
Hey, welcome to the stage, Barack Obama. O'Drama, what do you want to say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't understand across the board how anything in America, like with the economy or anything else, is going to get better with this Epstein stuff. I don't understand the hoopla about it. I really don't get it. It's all over social media, TV, the news, everywhere. All the it seems to be the topic of all of the streamers. I mean, and then you're hearing names and stuff. It seems like it's he say, she say, because there's no real evidence that's gonna hang anybody. So I don't understand the hoopla. Do you?
Yeah, I understand it. That's why I'm even discussing it. If I didn't see that there was something significant to think about here, I wouldn't have covered it. But the fact that you have people, I mean, have you actually heard some of the information that's in these files?
Yeah, but it's who's to say they're not putting out what's in their narrative? Like they're not. Who's to say they're not putting everything else out there, or that what really happened, or whose name they're mentioning that they want to mention and whose name they're not mentioning?
So this is the Department of Justice that's putting out the files.
I don't trust them, but go ahead.
You don't trust America's Department of? Are
No.
You a Republican or a Democrat?
Well, I'm an independent at heart, but I'm in my state. It's a Democratic state, and the Democrats have more my vision than the Republicans. So I'm a registered Democrat, just to explain that. But to me, that's irrelevant to, I don't see how, either way, how my life is going to get better, or anybody, the average person, American's life is going to get better with these files coming out. I don't understand it.
This is what I see. What I see is that from what I'm actually listening to the files, what it is exposing corruption at such a high level that about even how this government is even operating. That you have a person, this guy Epstein, right? That this is what I'm hearing based on what I'm listening to, based on what's in these emails and what's being said. That you have a person that was this Epstein guy who was hired by the Rothschilds and really high up and had all this influence all over the world, right? With all these major players, right? And then he had this island where people were doing all this old crazy stuff on the island. And he had all these records of everything, including emails that he kept, right? So he kept all this stuff for some reason. And when he went down, all the stuff, everything about that he kept record of, including videotapes, pictures, etc., is now put on into this kind of a record type of a situation, right? He has all these records. And what it appears to me is that these records are coming out and it's exposing that this is really a kind of a way that they were trying to basically get rid of government, at least the global government. They were trying to take down through Brexit and then through influence and this, that, the other, completely crash governments. This is not just a thing about pedophilia and sex trafficking. This is about a person that is trying to control the government through extortion and by getting things on people in the whole. So this is not just. So the reason why this is important information is because imagine this influence that he had on other people, and then how this influence is now kind of even the people that you see even today, even down to the fact that the reason why J.D. Vance is even elected. So you have this Teal guy who based on this whole relationship with Epstein and their whole wanting to like basically destroy governments and I think he said at one point, he said, I think a 0% interest is still too high. We need to cut all this government out and go back to tribalism. And then the response was, yes, Brexit. You know,
I don't see how. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see how my life personally or anybody else's life in generally is going to get better. I think it's a waste of time. They're gonna put.
You're entitled to your opinion.
No, that's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact.
It's your opinion, because when you have a person that's the vice president, that's also could be the president at any point, and you know that he is being bought and paid for by a guy named Peter Thiel, that's even put into this as a person that like Peter Thiel, that this influence, it hasn't stopped. Like just because Epstein's not here anymore, whatever this group of people has not stopped being in control of everything. So, you know, it's basically outing all these people that have been in control in like their sick ways, and that they're really into like this Baalism religion that is into like, that has no thing for life. You know, this no care for any human life, and that they pretty much want to try to basically crush government altogether. And everybody is just fodder. It's just not even a factor. And so they're having these secret meetings, and basically the whole objective is to crush society as we know it and get rid of all government.
I'm saying it's a fact that nobody's life is going to get better because of this, because these files come out.
Yeah, you know what? Nobody's life is going to get better either because of it. Nobody's life is going to get better, and because of it, nobody's life is going to get.
That's what I'm saying. So that's my point. So why even? What's the hoopla about? If I don't benefit from this stuff, why even care about it?
Aware that this thing existed, that there's a whole meetings. You know what, Boogie Nights? First of all, I got another person that just came.
Oh, somebody else. Go ahead. Let him elaborate. Sorry.
Did you want to make a statement on this, Boogie Night?
Sorry about that, Genesis. No, I'm good. I'm listening. Just wanted to hear the fair point.
I think it's a waste of taxpayer money and time and everything. It's a waste of time even talking about it.
Taxpayer money is being spent on this. As you can see, Cash Patel, Trump just said that the whole thing, that the Epstein case is closed. Okay, so there's no more tax money. Only thing that's happening now is that the news is actually getting wind of everything that was in the actual Epstein files. He said right here that the whole Epstein case is closed.
Then maybe he got something to hide. I don't know.
No, Cash Patel and Trump said that the Epstein case is closed.
Trump and Cash Patel are telling the American people the Epstein files are done. Stop talking about it. There's nothing to see here, is what they have continued to say. Here's Trump saying, actually, Katie Collins from CNN, you know, usually I don't defend CNN, but in this case I will, because Katie Collins asks a perfectly legitimate question. Sometimes CNN does that. asking Trump about the victims of the Epstein files. And this is Trump's reaction to her. Watch this.
Maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
Now, actually, we're ashamed of you right now for obviously being part of a massive cover-up of elites who are clearly blackmailed and compromised and committing treason against the country, if you ask me. But there he is sitting in the White House telling Katie Collins, who's asking about, well, what about the victims? And he's sitting there saying, nothing to see here. It is a Democrat hoax. And then he goes on, I'm kind of creepy, that as she's asking about the Epstein files, which is about abuse of women, centers around abuse of women, and he sits there and says, and you don't smile. You're a young woman and you don't ever smile. Okay. Right. Trump says it is time to move on from the Epstein files.
Time for the country to get onto something else, really. You know, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
Well, what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
something that people care about?
So that was what he said before Katie Collins says, well, what about all of these victims? And he's sitting there saying, let's just move on. There's nothing to see here. Nothing about me. Oh, because it's all about you, isn't it? I mean, look, I don't think anybody.
See, here's the thing. Putin was involved with Epstein too. Epstein was in bed with Putin. And see, all this stuff one thing leads to another. If you would have saw my show before this, it broke down the connection between Putin and Epstein, and how that was the manipulative force behind Trump's whole when Putin was working with Trump at some point. Like, all this stuff is connected and it affects American politics. And the whole objective was they were pretty much trying to blackmail Donald Trump. They put him in office, and they threw the vice president in there that you have Peter Thiel. All this stuff is all connected into Epstein. And then there's like this whole it's when we talk about back in the day, they had this whole thing about the shadow government that controls it all. And everybody's been talking about it. And it finally comes out that yes, indeed, there is a shadow government, that people are meeting on islands. They're having discussions. They're having secret emails amongst each other. Now we're saying, oh, well, I don't see how we're even talking about this. I'm like, what? When they finally released the information that says, yes, there is a shadow government, there is people that's controlling other people. This is the guy that did it, and here's the files of everybody that was involved. Now we want to say, I don't see why it even matters. What?
And like I said, I don't see how America's going to get better.
Listen, they also were trafficking children. They were offing children, eating them. Also, all kind of stuff. Children were coming from. Putin was sending over children from Russia onto the island to be hurt and whatever else. And then come to find out, even Trump's wife Melania he met her on Epstein introduced Melania to Trump on the island. Where did she come from? Russia. So all this stuff is connected, even down to his wife, the first lady of the United States. Then you have Peter Thiel, who put J.D. Vance into the vice president. All this stuff that you actually see, you're wondering, how is all this stuff happening? Where does J.D. Vance come from? Who is Melania? Why does she barely want to touch Donald Trump? What's really going on with all these? You used to see like stories back when he first was president, that she'd be like grimacing at him and stuff like that. Like, come to find out, well, she met him on Epstein Island. Lord knows what happened in their hookup or whatever made them come together. So the reason why all this is relevant is because these are the politicians that are in power right now. These are the billionaires. Peter Thiel runs Palantir. Palantir is one of the biggest defense contractors in the United States. They are in control of like military government contracts and also AI that actually goes to the war and kills people and all type of stuff. So in Palantir, Peter Thiel, the owner of Palantir, is also the person that put JD Vance into the vice presidency.
And you want to hear something funny too?
Yeah.
I remember whenever if you ever say anything about Nicki Minaj, her fans would attack you. Now her fans are attacking you for defending her political decision. It's really weird.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what is that I talked about Nicki Minaj, and it's interesting how she got bought and sold too, got bought and paid for too. Earlier today, I talked about Nicki Minaj on today's panel, and you see that. So here's the thing: they have this right leaning kind of news where they put her through this whole press run with ex people that used to work for Trump. The person that she did the last interview with used to work for Doge. And see, all this stuff is connected, and it's interesting that she's going to take Trump's side of things, and then Trump was in the Epstein file. That they had all these pages on the thing with Trump in them, and then I think today they got redacted off the Department of Justice website, 400 pages that had his name in them, and then I think there was like almost like I think that they say Putin is in 1,000 files, Trump was in like 4,000 some kind of amount of files that he was in. And they just got rid of 400 of them, whatever they redacted, took them out. You can't find them no more. When they first released it, it was there. People were talking about it. It was all over. But they expected them to still be there. They didn't expect it to like just go missing.
If you don't mind me asking, did you vote for Trump? Because I didn't.
No, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Kamala either.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Like I said, I don't see how the average American is going to benefit from this. I don't understand it.
I'm sorry. Huh?
I don't see how America is going to benefit from that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I don't think it's about benefiting. I think it's about information. It's about being in the know. You might not think it's beneficial to know about something that it was hidden and that and all these people doing all this creepy, weird stuff behind the scenes, fooling around with kids and often killing the little children and stuff like that for fun and having a hunting thing with little black kids and hunting them down and putting them in bags. And you might not think that that's important to know that your local politician might be doing that, but I think it's pretty, especially like when you have all these politicians that are still in office, and then you find out that they were on the Epstein Island killing children and killing and having sex with little girls and doing all this weird stuff. Meanwhile, they want to be the people of moral decision when it comes to our laws.
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, but their penalties is not the same as everybody else's.
Well, that's not the point. Would you vote? Are you going to still vote for a person if you knew that they were on an island, being a PDP? Or are you going to change your vote when you realize that they are on that list? Or are you going to continue to vote for that person?
Well, I don't. Like I said, they have their own narrative, so I'm not sure what's real and what isn't. Because I don't trust it.
The FBI file. These are. So what I'm saying is that the FBI said that these things didn't even exist. I just showed you where Cash Patel said there's no Epstein files. So how in the hell does the Department of Justice put out this huge file, all these files? So
because I can answer that because they got whoever put it out got their own narratives, and they're gonna put it like I'm hearing rappers is on it.
The Department of Justice. I'm not sure. Do you know what the Department of Justice is?
Anything with government department, I don't trust. FBI, CIA, DOJ, I don't trust none of that because they're liars.
Justice puts out a document that pretty much is explaining how all these people were implicated in this whole Epstein thing. And
no, I understand that, but I'm saying I don't trust them. They have their own narrative.
To like not even release it. If they were trying to save these people and trying to be like subversive, because first of all they redacted a lot of stuff. They took out all the good parts. They made sure you couldn't read people's names and all this different type of stuff. So, but they have to, there's a there's a whole thing about the freedom of information that you have to allow people to know what's going on.
Yeah, but again, like I said, they're gonna tell you what they want you to know what's going on, not necessarily what's really going on.
Investigation. There's a thing called the Freedom of Information Act. We cannot pretend like we're so.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to pose the question, this has been out. The Epstein's files has been out before Trump got back in office, right? We know that the last administration had it for the entire 4 years. Answer why, if any, that the Republican Party people that they're under scrutiny for about in the Epstein's file right now, why didn't they put that out then? It would have ruined it, and Trump would have never won. So, what was the reason you think they're putting it out, and everything is getting blamed on this administration as far as redactions goes?
You're asking why is everything being blamed on the current administration as far as redaction goes? I'm not sure whether or not the current administration is the one who redacted it.
I'm just saying it's been out, so that could have been a weapon to use against the administration that everybody seems to hate at this point, because the president would have been in it. His staff, cronies, whatever you want to call them, all of them would have been in it. The people that he's around, all the rich people you're speaking about, they all would have been in it. So why didn't the Democratic run administration put it out to ruin whatever's going on now?
Because they all in cahoots with each other.
No, they have to go through an investigation. There has to be a full investigation. And
Yeah, but they're investigating themselves, though.
It wasn't just Maxwell. Wasn't just Maxwell. Well, there's also a certain amount of time that whenever you have an investigate, like an FBI case, they have to be. They don't release anything immediately. But just like if you go to court, your court case file does not show up immediately on the website.
They had 4 years. The federal attorney at that time could have started the process of that and ruined the whole next election if they wanted to.
So there is a court order to release the file that says only a list needs to be redacted. So unredacted. So basically,
how did Trump do it? You said his time was up and he was able to do it. The Biden administration wasn't able to release the Epstein files at no point in the last four and a half years. Before 3.5 years. Well, 4 years. I'll say 5 because it's been a year since Trump been in office. You saying they couldn't release it at no time in those last 5 years? 4 years that
I could answer that.
Apparently, Kash Patel was still reading the files this year.
Right. I mean, they did that on purpose, but the attorney general could have just put that in ahead of everything she wanted to.
Why couldn't Biden release the Epstein files? Let's actually find out why weren't the Epstein files released during the Biden? Okay,
that's good. Good one.
All right, so let's see.
You seem a little pro-Trumpish.
Who, me?
I'm not. No, I just like facts.
No, not you, Genesis.
Oh.
No, I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not pro-Democrat, pro-Republican. I think they're all full of shit. And it's all bullshit. So, but I do. Here's this: the Congress, President Trump passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, compelling the Department of Justice to release documents related to Epstein by December 19th.
Right.
Since several rounds of files have been published by the Department of Justice. Doge releases thousands more Epstein files overnight. Trump is mentioned and pictured in the files, and some photos featuring Trump were restored to the Doge website after Democrats accused prosecution of trying to shield the president. In a December 23rd statement, Doge said some of the new files contained untrue and sensationalist claims about Trump submitted to the FBI before the 2020 election. The department did not clarify which claims and corresponding files contain such material. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer asked the Senate to sue the Justice Department over the unmet deadline and has accused Trump administration of trying to hide the truth. So it seems like there was, okay, so all right. Epstein case was an open investigation under Biden. So that they couldn't release the files under Biden.
I understand that part. So what I'm asking though.
You asked a question. You said, why did they release the Epstein files under Biden? That was the first question. I don't know.
Let me reframe it.
No. Let's first answer the first question you had.
You didn't say it word for word though.
What?
You didn't say my question word for word, so you make
Okay,
it seem like I'm
say your
saying something I
question
didn't.
word for word, exactly what you said before. Don't change it up
I
because I
kind
want
of
to
said
answer
it that way to not be biased or seem like I was leaning toward one
Okay,
side
no,
and
no,
to get
because
an honest
that's
answer.
not what you said. Why wasn't the Epstein files released under Biden? Was that not the question?
That was the basis of the question.
Okay, so let's answer that question. The Epstein case was an open criminal investigation during the Biden administration. Miami Herald investigative reporter Julie K. Brown explained on social media, Brown's extensive reporting since 2017 has shown light on the crimes of Epstein and his longtime accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Her book about Epstein titled Perversion of Justice. Okay, so so then there had to be there was like a lawsuit going on. There's a lot of stuff going on with these files. They didn't want to release them. All this stuff going on. So
They didn't want to do it with Trump either. But guess what he did? He signed in some legislature and
Trump
he
was
made his attorney general. He made the lead attorney open the case up and go get it investigated quickly and put it out after everybody started going crazy about it. He could have did it. That's all I'm saying. They could have did it. They just prolonged it. They was covering up their own people as well.
You know, I don't trust none of them. Department of Justice, Police Department, FBI, CIA. I don't trust none of them.
It's just such a hate for a man that none of us know, and we just go by what people say or hear instead of just going to read it or listen for ourselves with closed eyes, if you will, and just go by the facts.
Well, what hate for what, man? Who you talking about?
The orange guy. That's what I hear. Most of our people out here just running into something that we shouldn't even be a part of.
But it's stuff he's doing. You ain't gonna just dislike him for no reason. He's doing stuff.
What is he doing? You mean the ICE stuff?
The ICE stuff. He's trying to like for example,
stuff?
he's taking away some of the black some of the things like black historian stuff. He's taking it down. He's putting his name on a JFK building. He's doing a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't agree with.
Why wouldn't you agree with it? If the JFK bill, I'll just give you that for example. You know that the place was run down and old and dilapidated, right? Barely getting any business.
No, that has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with what I said.
He invested
his
more
name
money
on
into
it.
it from the government. Yeah, because he's the one that took the money out to make the money back for the country. He's the one that took pride in it. Why wouldn't he put his name on it? Nobody else did it. They had many other presidents that could have done it. They let it go. They let it go down. They let it be a piece of crap. It's American history, so he went back and he revitalized it.
Let me ask you a question. Did you vote for him?
That's all.
Did you vote for him?
No.
Huh?
No.
Oh, you didn't vote for him?
No, I didn't. I have conservative values and like a moral compass. So all I do is just make it fair.
Right.
No, I understand that.
Trump,
any person. So I have a conservative views though.
Why like that?
Yeah, but conservatives, I hate to say it, and I don't want to because I don't know you personally, but conservatives, they have a lot of like anti-black or anti-progress mindset.
Not saying you personally. We just have them. I just have the mindset that people are people, right? My father did 22 years in the military, so I moved around and I saw people and I saw different things that the average person that probably stays in one place their whole life and have a victim mentality never seen or never tried to do.
No. But I agree with you with that. But if I bring up with conservatives, if I bring up facts of something in general, because I agree with conservatives with certain things. I'm not saying I'm anti-conservative, but if I bring up facts against them that they can't react to, that's the first thing they say is victim mentality. If I'm showing you proof. If I'm showing you proof of something,
if it's something about race, then it probably is something that. Do you feel oppressed in 2026? Let me ask you that. Are you oppressed?
No, I don't feel oppressed, but I'm gonna answer that question. I don't feel oppressed in a sense, but I feel that there's certain things that white people get away with and can do that I can't do. Like I can't be convicted of 34 crimes or have 5 baby mothers and be president. My skin color, I'm a black man. I can't do that. But somebody that looks like them has.
Written anywhere. We already have a person in the office. It just happens to be a different color.
That's my point. I wouldn't even
sounds like you're saying you're a victim because you're black.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I know what I can't. I tell people I can't do. One thing life has taught me is I can't do what other people could do that got money and sometimes got a different skin color from me. I can't do what they could do and get away with it. If you really think that you can, then I think you're delusional.
Oh, so
if
it's
you
your opinion about it then, right?
No, that's a
Because it's
fact.
not
I
a
can
fact.
show you. No, I can show you. Let me give you an example.
How can you prove I couldn't be a black man?
I didn't say you. I said I'm
34.
No. I just said I didn't make it about. That's why I said I didn't make it about me and you. I said in general, because I don't want to pick on you because I disagree with you about something. But I'm just saying in general. In general, it's certain things you can't do.
How can you prove that though? Show me something that you can't do as a black man that a white person does with the same thing that
I can't have 34 felonies and be president.
Why couldn't you? If he did it,
he doesn't look like me.
Because see, that's what I just said. You just said no. It's because you said being black. And I'm speaking figuratively, like just in general.
being black,
I'm not saying you. And I'm telling you, I don't feel that way. Why do you feel that way? If you're not oppressed, if you have every opportunity that anybody else has,
How old are you?
Why are we worried about that?
Are you a millennial, Generation X?
I'm 49, baby girl. I'm sorry.
So you're Generation X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we all in the same age bracket, I guess. So I guess that's not the point. But my point is,
I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from.
My point is
because I'm a black dude saying that I'm not oppressed or I'm a victim to anything. I'm strong.
No. I when I describe myself, I'm a victor, TOR, not victim, TIM.
Right.
But
so you feel accountability for the things that you've done or haven't accomplished is because of us, not because someone else or anything else is holding us down in 2026 in America, right?
Say it again.
So you feel that you can do pretty much anything you wanted to do. You take accountability for being able to do it or not being able to do something because it's on you. You have the ability to do things you want to do. You have to take accountability for the things that you have not done. Not you personally, us as a people, right? I don't think there's not some big white man holding me down from doing anything. I can be a brain surgeon if I wanted to. I had to study harder and maybe do it a harder way, but it's possible. We have examples of that. I don't think those people didn't feel like you. If they would have felt like you feel that you can't do it, they wouldn't have done it.
No. I'm gonna counter that. Are you finished? I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, sometimes I don't say impossible. I break it down and I say I'm possible. But at the same time, I got to be realistic. I can't shoot this 3-pointer like Steph Curry, so I can say I want to make it to the NBA. But unfortunately, I can't shoot like him, or I can't dunk like Michael Jordan. So you have to be realistic, or I can't go on American Idol because I can't.
Why?
Because I can't say no. I'm saying you got to be realistic of what your capabilities are.
You know what Steph Curry did? He shot the ball since he was 3 years old. If you
no,
you're missing my point. Like Steph.
No, you're missing my point. My point is, you're missing my point. Is I've been in a lot of situations where, but then when you go against the best, then you realize you're not on that level. That's what I mean. Like you're not letting that stop you, but you're being realistic. Listen, I'm singing in the shower. When I turn that water off, I sound horrible. So I know I'm not going to make it. That's what I'm talking about. You have to have your capability. I can get into a street fight and knock out toughest guy in my neighborhood, but I can't get in the ring and knock Tyson out.
Let me interrupt. I'm sorry, but you started it off with the basis of race. Everything you're saying is factual. You're right. You have to have a standard, but it's not because of your skin color, my brother.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, that I agree with. Yes,
but that's what you said.
That's why I said I don't disagree with. Like I don't like some people. I don't know if you noticed this. Some people, no matter what you say, they counter it. If you say something that's good because I don't consider myself a conservative, I consider myself an independent. But when a conservative says something that I don't like, a conservative said to me one time, and even Candace Owens said it too. If Black Lives Matter to Black people, why are some of us, doing destructive things in our neighborhood, like shooting at each other and selling drugs and all that? I agree with that. I don't counter everything you say, but I think sometimes when I get into debates with the conservatives, I think that they're delusional about a lot of the stuff that comes out of their mouth. Like, for example, I forget that guy's name. What's his name? Terrence Williams, whatever his name is. He was actually at the White House in the MAGA. Some of the MAGAs don't even want us around. That's why Charlie Kirk didn't have nobody black at his funeral. There was nobody. Candace Owens. No, Candace Owens and them wasn't invited to that.
Officer, whatever his name was, he was there. The
Who?
one the guy that's on YouTube and do the videos and I
Well,
can't
I
remember
didn't
his
see
name.
him. If he was
Officer
well, let me
Charlie, he was
rephrase
there.
it. There was nobody there that was really visible. If you was there, they had you like in the background, like a background singer. You wasn't really visible where everybody saw you. That's what I meant. I didn't mean you wasn't there in the back door, sitting in the back in the corner, the same way they did that black lady and Gone with the Wind when she won the Oscar and she couldn't go to the main show.
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Hattie Williams.
No, what's your name?
Oh, sure. About Barack Obama.
Barack Obama? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to make sure, in case we building dialogue, but
no, I'm just saying some people are delusional.
Like that stuff. I never said black people were in the back. I never said any of that.
I said it. You didn't say. I said it.
Right. So, but if I seen something not totally different. But let me ask you this question.
No, it's not different. No, I'm just showing you what MAGAs really think. They don't want you.
I understand. Can I counter?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me say this. Are you Caucasian? I don't know. You're black, Caucasian, Hispanic,
African. I'm an FBA.
All right. The only reason I mentioned that is because, do you have a lot of white friends?
I would say associates.
A lot of associates. So if you die today or tomorrow, not God forbid, at your funeral, you think you would have more black or colored people than there would be white people?
What difference do it make? What are we talking about?
Let him go.
Charlie Kirk, and he didn't see any black.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. It would be enough. It would be diverse where you could see everybody. With their stuff, you don't hardly see any of us. And if it is, it's like a token of us.
Token. Okay. I won't keep going back and forth. Genesis.
That's why they call me O'Drama. I'm built for. I can go when it's a subject.
I don't mind doing it, but I don't want to take over her show like that.
No. What I'm saying to you is when I talk a subject, I already did my homework on. If it's something I didn't,
I'm the same. But it's like beating a dead horse because you don't realize you keep bringing it back to race. So I understand.
No, I didn't bring it back to race. I just
said Charlie Kirk in the church. There was no black people, and if they were, they was in the back.
No.
Tap dancing in the corner somewhere.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that it wasn't a lot of us visible, and if you can cam it up, show me where you saw a lot of us, and I'll shut up. You can't do. I watched the thing when it came on.
It was a white conservative man that didn't grow up around black people every day.
That's not. No, you're going off subject. Now you're going off subject.
I wouldn't assume that a bunch of black people will be at his funeral, brother.
No. You're going up. No. You're going off. I said to you when I said to you when I just made a point to. I said when he did his thing, you didn't see a lot of us. That's what I said.
Why would they be there? If that's not his... Why would you?
So here's the thing. Hold on, you guys.
I'm gonna say one.
Discussion. See, the question was initially, why is the Epstein file significant to us as far as black people, the nation? Why aren't we moving? How does this fix anything? And so I was actually in the middle of answering that question when this whole thing got turned into race and conservative versus, and see, that's the very thing that always happens, is that when we're trying to actually get to the bottom of something, this thing is beyond Democrats, beyond race, beyond Republican, it's beyond all this shit. This is beyond our even pay grade, to be quite honest, because this is like a billionaire, like these people are the super duper rich.
It's not old though. It's old. They've always been that way. What's different?
No, that's not the question. That's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is that this whole time, people have been knowing that there was a secret group of people that were planning governments out and making decisions and this, that, the other. And we finally got the information of like, oh, okay, so they were on this island. This is what they were doing. These are the people that are involved. And instead of us really, we're saying, oh, no, we don't want to. Let's not focus on that. Let's not think about that because that's not going to fix anything. But the
anybody did something to a child, they should go to jail. But like he's mentioned earlier, I don't think it's significant to black people at this point or Americans at all.
Significant to black people, but I would say this is that it is significant to black people because you know what? People are voting for. We're a part of
You voted for him too. If you voted for Democrats at one point or Republicans, you
I
voted for
don't,
him too. They're all there.
listen, okay, you don't have to interrupt. Okay.
I apologize. I don't take it that way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like kind of doing the back and forth thing. What I'm trying to explain
You want
is,
me to just listen to you? I understand.
no, I just want to land my plane, and then you can speak and you can land your plane. See, I have a little small statement I want to say, and then I'm going to land my plane, and then you're going to get to say something. But you don't have to answer me point for point, because that gets, and then I never get to the point I'm trying to make it, and I end up repeating myself. So, and it becomes a circular conversation, right?
Gotcha.
So what I'm saying is that these files, because I wasn't going to cover them at first, until I got to hear what was in them. And you get to hear how sick and depraved this whole thing is. That on this guy Epstein is working to eradicate governments and control things and to hold things and to control people by, and who knows who's behind. Well, no, he said the Rothschilds. He's hired by the Rothschilds. He was infused a bunch of money by the Rothschilds, and then what he did was basically get all the dirt on all your major politicians, and then he was able to then have all this influence all around the world, including your Putins, all this other stuff. Everybody was over there, whatever they were doing, and they're all somehow implicit in some way. They're all in the emails. They're all a part of it. Everybody that he had, anyone that had any kind of power or influence at some way, there's some connection in some way to this Epstein guy, including Jay-Z, right? And now, what is Jay-Z? A billionaire. When you watch the NFL Super Bowl and you see Kendrick Lamar there, who's there? Jay-Z. What was Jay-Z a part of? Those inner circle meetings on the island. So all the people that you see in these higher level powers that are controlling what we see, and what they said in the files was that, well, no, Jay-Z is not controlling people the way we want them to. This is the thing. If you read the files, because here you're saying, well, we shouldn't just be listening to what people are saying that's reading them. Well, you know what? You should read them. Yes, you definitely should. However, there's over I don't know, how many pages of this file. This is like years and years of information. But then some people have gone through it, combed through it, got the information, and they're pointing out to certain aspects of things that cuts out a lot of time. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Can I say something?
So I'm just saying is that, okay, so people like Savvy did some of the information. She got her information from other people, but at the end of the day, she's reading the actual file that's on the website.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite people. I was on her last night. She's one of my favorite people on the internet.
She's reading the actual file. I spelled this wrong. I need to see your face. I'm not going to let you come up here because I get people be doing wild stuff. So let me see your face.
Who, me?
No, there's someone in the back chat trying to come up.
I put a I posted a little clip in there about from the accusations of the orange guy versus what they're saying now, how they deemed it true. Did you see that went on now? Did y'all see that today?
Hold on. I spelled this wrong. Did you want to say something? I need to make sure you're not doing some wild stuff.
Yeah, I was setting up towards the end of your statement there. I was trying to jump in on the stuff when you were talking a minute ago about Charlie Kirk, but I didn't want to derail.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can go ahead and talk about that.
So Charlie Kirk is definition propaganda. So there's it's fact, just straight lies, and then you got propaganda. And so Charlie Kirk wasn't per se lying, but he was using the definition of propaganda is misconstruing facts to push an agenda. And so Charlie Kirk would take facts and statistics about specifically Black communities and communities of certain demographics, and then take those what were actual statistics and then say, because of that, certain demographics are more dangerous. Because of that reason, we have to do specific things that were akin to ideologies of white nationalism. And that's what propaganda is, taking that information and saying, because of this, the conclusion I'm drawing now is pushing this agenda of which I would call it hatred and aggression. And so I don't think he was very helpful rhetoric.
We were talking about race with Charlie Kirk attending his
No, but you know what I used to.
What he's saying, he's like, because even though you're saying that, oh yeah, well, wouldn't your funeral have most white people or Black people, depending on who you are, if you're Black? But What he's saying is that Charlie Kirk was a white nationalist, so of course he's going to have more white nationalists at his funeral, and you're going to have
that's disingenuous.
Hold on, I'm not done talking.
Yeah, but that was disingenuous.
Hold on, stop.
You laughed.
What?
You laughed, like made a joke, laughed.
I laughed about what? I'm
what
sorry.
You just said about Charlie Kirk.
No, what I said is that if a person, he's saying that Charlie Kirk had a bunch of white people at his funeral, it didn't allow that many black people in, but the token ones that were like
there you go again.
And had his same white national.
Creating a narrative.
I would agree with what they're saying. Yeah,
of course.
To a certain extent,
you believe their narrative?
Well, whose narrative? Whose narrative? Do you think that I'm getting that from?
When she said white nationalists and token black people were there, those words are those aren't fair words to just say out loud when you have no proof or facts of that.
Well,
all you had to do is look at it. Watch
that would
the funeral.
Like
he said you was Gen X, right, man? You never believe half of what you see, right? But okay, go ahead.
Well, that's perfectly fine.
See, that's what I'm saying about you conservatives. Whatever don't fit your narrative, that's what y'all do.
Just make a point. No, you're making a narrative. You're not fitting mine. It doesn't bother me either way, but you're not making a point.
I watched some of the live stuff when it came on. What are you talking about? Watch it.
And I gave you your answer. You don't want the answer or not.
I said I've heard the answer, but I'm saying I watched the thing live
all his life.
So you're the only one that has.
The dude has a bunch of white friends. So what? That wasn't the point.
What?
Well, it's white nationalist friends. It's not just he doesn't just have white friends. He has white friends that are white nationalists pushing like a propaganda style narrative, misconstruing facts.
What narrative that he pushed? So Jesus Christ love other people. So what?
Okay, well, so Leviticus 19. Well, here, so Leviticus 19:33. It says when you foreigner resides in your land.
Quoting with people that talk on the internet.
If we're going to talk about the Bible, I'm going to quote it.
No, we wasn't talking about the Bible. I just said.
Hey, listen. One mic. You listen. Every time somebody says something, you don't have to try to start a whole back and forth circular. Each person.
Yeah, let him talk. Let him talk.
Bro.
He wasn't on topic. You told me earlier to stay on topic. He wasn't on topic. I was just bringing him back.
He brought
talking about something totally different.
No, he's not. He's talking about the fact. Listen, you said that. Oh,
I'll be quiet. I'm quiet. Go ahead. I'm quiet. You don't have to scold me.
You don't have to tell me to be quiet. You don't have to tell me you're going to be quiet. Just be quiet, bro. Go ahead. Explain white nationalism.
White nationalism. Okay, so the way that Charlie Kirk pushes this narrative is that he would discuss the idea of segregation. He would talk about putting white people in sort of in their own space. And the reason that becomes an issue when we talk about women's only spaces or black only spaces, where then white nationalists will accuse that of being segregation and racism. It's like the history behind a whites only group and the things that they do is a lot different than, you could look at Black Wall Street, that finally this group of individuals of a specific demographic have their own sort of area where they're doing things by themselves, and white people went in and burnt it to the ground. And I believe there were hangings in that situation as well. But so this idea that individuals would come together in a group of only white people is very concerning for everybody, even other white people, because the idea that this sort of segregation would be beneficial in any way is an incorrect assessment of the situation. So Charlie Kirk would take this sort of, even if we go back to the Bible, this sort of aspect of like love and peace, he did not push that. He pushed ideologies of hatred and segregation. And the immigration thing is what I wanted to focus on with Leviticus 19:33. It says if a foreigner resides in your land, you are to treat them as your own. And so that's what I'm talking about with Charlie Kirk being propaganda. That would be another example of propaganda, taking a narrative of this idea of peace and love from the Bible and pushing it on individuals to fit your narrative, but then ignoring the quote.
It also says abide by the laws of the land.
Okay, so all right. So did you lay
What's the laws of the land? Do you have to be legal?
Wait.
Right.
What we're gonna do? We're gonna speak in order, okay? Because I can't have everybody talking over each other. So did you land your plane? I spelled this wrong. Is your plane landed?
I feel like that was. I am interested in what they're saying. I would like to respond to it when they're finished.
So the next person is Morocco Drama, then Boogie Night. Go ahead, Morocco Drama. You can unmute
know his
yourself.
name. I've seen him online, but he speaks very articulate and very intelligently, where he's not becoming combative and disagreeable. So I don't have too much to say on that. I kind of agree with what he just said. So if the next person wants to speak, I could step back for a minute.
All right, go ahead, Boogie Night. Now you can talk.
It's not worth it to talk about it with. Well, it is. My point of view of this all is from what I saw, because I followed him for years. My son kind of watched some of his videos because we believe in Jesus Christ. I don't know if you guys do at all.
Yes.
On that side. So, and I can't think of a time where, as a black man, I felt like when he made points about the black community or things that he said that might have hurt some people's feelings. And then you, as a white man, I don't understand how it hurt your feelings. We don't need your pity. I'm a black man in the world, and I'm fine. I'm not a victim of anything. So, being race, color, creed, none of that stuff matters to me. Everybody has an equal chance to do whatever you want to do. It's just about trying to do it. Whether you accomplish it or not is going to be up to you. You have to hold yourself accountable for things that you may fall short from doing. And it's not because of my color, right? That's how I believe. I'm not saying anybody else should believe that way. I'm not saying that I need anybody's pity from another culture or race either. So I feel like I'm out here in the same fight that everybody else is, right? So by him saying things like Chicago, the black kid. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
No, I said, why can't we all be American? Why his race got to be in it?
That was my point. Every time I talk, you would bring it up earlier. We got on this.
No, I'm saying now, why can't we just be Americans talking to each other? Why he got to be white and we got to be black?
I'm getting to the point with Charlie Kirk because the last guy just mentioned. He said things about the communities and why they put them in these certain communities and things happened, and then we had the Black Wall Street. He went on a little spin. So I'm trying to catch up to everything that he said. I don't know if you fell asleep on what he was saying. Did you hear? Did you hear what he said?
No, but you mentioning race between us, not society.
It's with a point.
He's coming at you as a fellow American. You making it black and white.
Yeah, you turned it about race. You said that.
I haven't finished though. Y'all never let me finish.
You said no. He was speaking in general, and you made it personal.
I didn't. You let me land my plane though. You didn't let me land
my
plane.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Part of it.
All right, land your plane, and then I got something.
I kind of got off topic because you're trying to tell me what I was going to say, but that's not where I was going with it. I'm way away from race, right? That's what you guys were making it about at first. You're right. Then it turned back to this. So where I was going with it is responding to, I don't know your name. I'm sorry, but
you call me Spell for short.
Spell?
Yeah.
Okay, Spell. Like cast a spell?
Well, so my name is I spelt this wrong, and it's spelled incorrectly, and so you just call me Spelt.
Okay, I couldn't see it. All right, got you. So I just felt I felt some type of way when you tried to explain them as putting argumentative and putting us down. All the things I've watched, it's never argumentative. It was a debate. Others got mad because what he said, he had something to say back, kind of like we're doing right now, right? And he never cut him off or made him feel any type of way besides just telling him how he felt. And
no, he definitely cut people off. He 100% would cut people off. That's what I'm talking about with the propaganda. He would cut them off and then list statistics and then say, based off those statistics, that's his reasoning for being concerned about a specific demographic, which was specifically black people. He said if a black pilot was in charge of the plane, he would be concerned about that.
During DEI times, come with the whole context, because we were hiring people based off DEI. I don't know if you guys believe in that.
Yeah, there's
and
not.
You think
no.
we need a handout.
It doesn't mean that they were.
We're not getting it on merit. Then we should
no.
About it.
They still got it on merit. The DEI.
I'm a black man. If I see a black pilot on a plane, I look and say that's strange because that wasn't something that they did in the past. So that doesn't hurt my feelings. Why does it hurt your feelings as a white man that he said that about a black pilot?
It was an insult. It was an insult. To me, it was.
Why?
I'm speaking for myself.
How many black pilots do you think we have right now?
I've seen it before, but it's not. I don't question it. I look at it like he did what he had to do to get there. I don't just like getting on the bus. If it's a white driver or a black driver, I don't worry about that.
Have Spell tell you the whole. Pull the video up and watch the whole context. That doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not I guess I'm not on a liberal-minded person where those types of things hurt my feelings. If it's the truth, it's the truth.
No,
The one thing
it
about
wasn't
me,
hurt. It was
I
an
can
insult.
talk about my people
Not the truth.
because that's my people.
That's just his opinion, and that was him being, that's him saying some wild stuff. Here's the thing.
It wasn't. It was true.
No, you think
he said it was true.
You just because so you're saying that you see a black pilot, you wouldn't assume that he went to school to become a pilot. They just threw him in a situation where he's responsible for a $10 million plane and all those lives.
4 years ago, I would have thought he didn't have the same qualifications as somebody.
Well, you
else.
probably didn't see the Tuskegee movie.
They were hiring a lot of a young black pilot. They were hiring a lot of those not off of merit, just because you did the bare minimum. You wasn't the best.
So
best of the best.
That's not
you
true.
want the best of the best to fly you, and it's not about their color.
Listen, you're just because
y'all cutting me off because I don't agree with you guys.
Because you're spitting propaganda.
Can I just finish? It's not propaganda. That's your opinion.
Well, I like what you're saying.
Y'all just cut Genesis. This is your show, and you won't even let me make a point because I don't agree with you.
Yeah, let him make a point. Let him make a point.
That's not fun.
I feel like you did make a point. We're trying to respond to it.
I know before I finish. Just because you think it's BS.
Okay, land your plane then. You're saying
you just talked for 5 minutes straight about Epstein and nobody had anything to say about it, Genesis. And it's your show.
Yeah, it's my show. So
then we jumped to another topic when the guy Spell came in and you said, "Go ahead, go for it." You let him talk for 5 minutes straight.
Right, but
because you agree with him. Just because you don't agree with me.
Yeah, I was about to say they were in agreement with what I was saying, and we have disagreements with what you're saying. So we're not trying to interrupt you.
I haven't said it all, and then y'all yelling at
comment.
me.
Yeah, I stayed quiet when you was talking, so you can't include me in that.
Right. No respect, brother. You're right.
Because I mean, I don't see what. Okay, so
if you're gonna pass me off and not think what I have to say is important because I watch Charlie Kirk video. Half of you people don't even haven't watched the videos or anything. You're just going by what somebody else says. And then you form your own opinion.
I watched them.
I valued what you said. I deemed it as important, and I listened to it. And like I said, I wanted to respond to it. So again, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. It was just
let him land his plane. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's tough to land it now, man. I'd rather just hear y'all talk, man, and just have my own opinions in my own mind. I'll stay here with it, and then if I have something to say, I'll wait my turn.
Yeah, but
I'll go.
You're spitting, but the only thing I'm gonna say to you is you're spitting your opinion, and I'm spitting facts. That's the difference.
I still haven't heard the fact.
The fact I said the fact of the matter when they do the hiring, they take qualified people and give them an opportunity to do what they do. That's all the DEI basically is. They're not just taking you because you're black or you're a woman or you're gay. That's not true.
Of course,
you got to be qualified for it.
Yeah, you have to qualify.
That's a fact.
But if you score, would you rather a doctor work on your heart surgery that made A's or made C's? Which one would you rather? They're both doctors, but who do you want to fly a plane?
I don't think that was happening with DEI. That's why we were trying to stop you there, because that's when you talk about facts. I don't mean to press too hard on this, but I would like a little bit of evidence to suggest that was the situation happening with DEI, because my understanding was that was not what was happening. Simply what DEI did was say that if two people are qualified, one is white and one is a different demographic, the person who is still qualified of the other demographic would most likely end up getting that job because of
that's the basis of it. I'm an operations manager for a corporation. My wife is HR, man. DEI was ran just like I explained it to you, man. What you're saying is you're guessing. I'm telling you how it is.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I'd like the evidence for that. I'd like to.
When you get to those core jobs, it's about testing. A pilot takes tests, right? You have to score a test to become a pilot. You have to have so many flight hours. You have to do so many things. But everybody, once you get to a certain level, you're good. But then it goes to smaller, intricate parts of it you can make better choices for your candidate when you're hiring somebody in those types of jobs. Doctors are the same way, man. Your report card, your grades follow you. Your residency follows you. So the best of the best, they know who the best of the best are. But when DEI was out, man, if there was, just like you said, if there was a white person left and a black person left, they have a quota of how many black people or colored, I ain't gonna say black, colors of the rainbow, any other race besides a white man. That's not fair.
Because of
the
racial
white guy,
discrimination.
if I got better scores than you, I should beat you. You shouldn't take my job because we feel sorry for you because you're black. If you beat me fair and square.
I get what you're getting at with so that's not when you were talking about that earlier. That's not what's happening here. I'm not attempting to enter other community spaces and say, oh, me from the outside, like I'm allowed to be upset about this on the behalf of black people. That's not what's happening. I'm frustrated about what Charlie Kirk said with my own understanding of what's going on. That's why I talked about it being by definition propaganda. And I could go look that up. Purdue University is the website that I use to discuss what is the difference between this idea of truth, fact versus lies versus propaganda. Charlie Kirk wasn't just lying. It was a step above that. He was using the truth to misconstrue a narrative, and that narrative happened to be discriminating against African American individuals.
How? Give me an example.
He said black women are not qualified for a lot of things just because they was black. He said that.
Like what? When he didn't say it that way, how you just said it, there's more to it.
Well, I was watching something he said, though.
Give me what he said.
I
was watching something.
I'll probably that's what I'm talking about with the propaganda. The full context makes it even worse because when you listen to what it is that he said, he takes statistics that are, again, probably true, but then misconstrues the narrative and says, because of this statistic, that's my reasoning for saying black women are less qualified. And
Exactly.
Give me an example, guys. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I didn't follow him because, like I said, I didn't follow him like that. But I watched him. But no, I didn't follow him because I wasn't a fan of his. But I watched some of the rhetoric he spit. He spit a lot of bigoted rhetoric. I have the stuff, but I don't have it. If I'd have known this was going to be the subject, I would have had it in here for you.
All Genesis got to do is pull it up. Look for it, Genesis.
I'm gonna just say this because listen, a man, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So it doesn't matter whether we bring up a video of Charlie Kirk actually saying something bigoted or not. You are having stuck in your mind that no matter what he says, you're going to find.
I just want to see why you feel bad about it.
No.
We're not mad. Disappointed.
Why are you disappointed at something that may be true?
Hold on, stop. Okay, because I'm not done talking now. What I'm trying to say is that I could pull up a video of Charlie Kirk saying something extremely big, wrong, statistically, all that stuff. Pull all that up. And the bottom line is that no matter what I pull up, because you have got it in your mind that you love Charlie Kirk and you tie this to black people feeling sorry for themselves and conservatism. I'm not done talking. That it doesn't matter what anybody says. Just like when this guy came up, he did not say that he was feeling sorry for black people. What he said is that nationalism, that even white people don't like the fact of nationalism for various reasons. And you turned that into that you're feeling sorry for black people. So you're stuck on trying to show that white people feel sorry for black, we feel sorry for ourselves, and that you don't want to be pitied. And then it became a thing against, well, don't pity us. I don't need your pity. He never said he pitied us. He said that they don't
wasn't
like.
Speaking to him directly. I was talking about in general, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say him directly.
Because
everybody's
talking
in general terms.
Right at me.
So people don't even understand that you didn't give it context to say, well, I don't need white people's pity. You said
I should have said it that way. You're right. I should have said it that way. You're
right. And another thing I want to also say, this is a logical fallacy, right? You cannot say that just because you have a wife that work in HR, and maybe that's how she did her HR. She hired people with C+ average and over people with A, but that does not mean across the board. What is that called? That is called
do you have any evidence of any other way?
Confirmation bias.
Do you have anything that you can refer to?
Confirmation. I thought it was called.
No, you're just using
words.
I'm telling you what we do.
Hold on, stop.
My wife works for the government. She's HR for the government for a higher standing than a regular job.
So it's called a hasty generalization.
That's semantics, ma'am. That's semantics.
That is called a logical fallacy.
Human Resource Administration.
No, well, that's what it's called. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. So, no, it's not. That's not.
That came on, sir. The man in the high castle. After he gets done saying what he's going to say, man in high castle, sir, you'll be able to come up.
So I was agreeing with what you were saying. I wanted to respond to that point as well, where it's like, look, I understand that you have your life experience, and that could have been happening in the instance that you're describing, but that instance of that happening doesn't define reality, and we have to look at across the board, as DJ, I believe, was saying here, and so we got to look across the board of what's actually happening between, in all of the businesses, and perhaps there are some instances of what you described happening and taking place, but my understanding is that is not what's happening across the board. And that was the end of my point there.
What evidence do you have that it's not happening?
Logical fallacy is called a hasty generalization. You
What
can't
evidence
make
do
a
you
whole
have that's not
generalization
happening?
about everything based on one situation that you know because your girlfriend works in some capacity as HR for the government. Now, the government is not, there's no such thing as just the government. You know, there's different sections of the government. What part of the government? Like what office, what city, what state, federal government, state government, local government. There's a lot of like things to like take into account here. You can't just say that just a broad,
Well, that's the thing. That's the
broad
thing you
stroke.
liberal sided people do. You pick out words, you pick out small pieces to try to make a point and run from the major part of what I'm saying or
Well,
what
no,
the
that's what
person
you just
in
did. You picked a
opposition.
small point of your
No,
life
I
experiences and
did.
said
I
that that's
didn't.
how
I just
reality
tried.
is based on.
I just tried to connect the dots, man. If that made you have to pinpoint exactly how to say something when you have the gist and you know what I'm saying, come on. That's just you trying to make an
No,
argument.
I don't have to just know what you're saying
You
because
do. You do. DEI. I'm telling you what DEI is, and none of you can tell me otherwise. What experience do you have with hiring somebody and using DEI, the format that came out? In the government format came out for everybody on whatever level it was, you had to hire it this way. It's written, it was written rules
no. Let me explain something
that's
to
there.
you.
You can probably look the rules up that were there
Let me
before it got changed
let me
back.
break it down to you how DEI actually works. What happens
You don't
that
have
if
to.
you
I
hire
did it for a
certain
living.
people, no, let me just break it down to you real quick, okay? From a person that's actually hired people. I used to be a project manager. I used to be the one that hired people and actually used to work and had my own corporation company and hired people. So what happens is you working through the Texas workforce, whatever workforce of that state. What happens is that there's certain incentives, tax incentives for that business to hire certain people. So if you hire, say, a person that's on welfare or a person that was just unemployed, the state government will give you a kickback of money to your company or a tax credit for hiring those specific people, and that is where you get your DEI through tax credit by hiring veterans, by hiring handicapped, disabled people, different things like this. And so what will happen is when you fill out your application, what they'll do is they'll ask you certain questions. Are you disabled? Are you a veteran? Are you a woman? The reason why they ask you those questions is because they'll get a kickback at the end if they hire you as a thing. But that does not mean that you're not qualified. It just means that you'll get a kickback. So yes, a company could be really wanting to just get them kickbacks and they might hire about some people. You know, they might hire a certain amount of people that are disabled, where they normally wouldn't. They don't have to hire other people of disability and this, that, the other. So in this case, you know, because
You're speaking about the Disability Act. That's not DEI.
no,
But go ahead.
it's not, honey. That's not the disability. I'm trying to explain to you.
You don't have to explain to me, man. That's what I do.
That's
I've been doing this for 20 years.
No, the disability.
But it's okay. I'm not 20 years old. Remember, I'm 49.
So that is not. So what are
So
you
I have
even
life experience. You're just
So
telling me
what?
something that
No, that's
your
not the
opinion is.
disability. A disability act means you can't discriminate a person with disability. What I'm talking about is the government money that goes towards hiring certain people of different colors, different genders.
You do get kickbacks for that. We're not saying that. That wasn't the subject.
That is what DI is. It's a kickback. It's a government kickback of money that the government gets, that people get for hiring certain people. That's why they ask you those questions, because if you hire X amount of veterans, people on welfare, that's why they ask you.
This stems from the Charlie Kirk. His example was plane.
SNAP
A black
benefits.
man on a
They ask you
plane.
all these questions on your application. Why? After they've seen your resume, once they hire you, they'll ask you, have you received this? Have you received that? Even before that, they ask you certain questions on Indeed. Are you a veteran? Are you a woman? Are you a this? Why? Are you a protected veteran? Because there's money involved in the government.
Genesis, let us know when you reframe the. Can you reframe the question and we start over again? Can we reframe the question and you started over again? I apologize. I'm gonna give you some decorum.
Okay, you just interrupted me to say, can I reframe the question?
Because
So
you're going on something else
you're
that
saying
nobody's
you're
talking about it no more.
DEI, that we talked about that Charlie Kirk, when we discussed DEI, you said that I have a girlfriend that's in human resources. That it means
Started off with him saying a black pilot. You were talking about black pilot.
Right, but you said that
And I
okay.
just
So
tried to
what
defend
Charlie
it, and y'all
Kirk
jumped
said
on
was
me.
that a person can be a C-level person, barely could fly the plane, whatever, got just barely through the class, and then he'll just be flying because DEI hired him because they got to hire X amount. That was called affirmative action, where you have to hire a certain amount of people. DEI is not the same thing.
They were hiring people based on other characteristics besides merit.
Okay, so you said you were trying.
Fiction. Fact or fiction?
A little bit of both.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
could be two
Going
things.
around, I gotta be direct with you guys.
Two at
I'll
the
be
same
direct and stop
You
trying
know,
to be
hold
like
on real
normal.
quick. The man
I'll
in
be
the
quiet and let you finish. I'm sorry.
man in the high castle. What did you have to say? He's been patiently waiting.
Good evening, DJ Genesis, and most of all, good evening, proud Americans and the thousands listening. We interrupt this program. The man in the high castle has heard everybody, and clearly, there's some arguments here. You know why there's arguments right now? It's because people are talking poverty. You're not talking about dollars and cents. You're talking about Epstein lists. You're talking about fake DEI. That's not a government kickback at all. It's totally illegal, and it's being shut down. So why cry about it now in 2026?
I wasn't crying about it.
Let's get this money. You see these companies who are on the Epstein list. It's time to short these companies who have been in the Epstein files, make that money. Short Tesla, short all these businesses with people who have been on them files. If you know what short means, you know what I'm talking about. But if you don't, it's because you've been talking poverty-stricken stuff for the longest.
I agree with you.
I just wanted to show this right quick, just so you know. Did companies get tax breaks for DEI? Yes, companies can receive tax incentives that align with diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, primarily through federal hiring programs rather than direct DEI tax. So basically, the federal government gives work opportunity tax credit. That's through the either it's a Texas workforce, whatever your state workforce. That is a work opportunity tax credit, and I know this because me as a business, I was getting this tax credit, and I was paying my employee. I had hired a bunch of disabled people that was from this disabled thing, and I was paying them over the summer to work for my company, and then that tax credit allowed me to be able to hire them and all that other stuff.
Can I say something?
Cool. Hey,
Can I say something now?
Hey, no. Cool. But what about the starving kids across Europe? Have you ever thought about that? No one cares. It's a
See, here's the thing. What I'm
DEI is illegal.
It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to
is.
do is explain that people are saying stuff and they're just dismissing things and saying that things aren't true. And I'm coming back.
The kickback
It's
was
not
an incentive
true.
for.
It was illegal. That was never.
Not illegal. Companies did get a tax credit.
It was.
Companies got a tax credit, just like I said. I don't speak without knowing what I'm talking about. Without being able to bring up the information saying what it is. Yes, there's a tax credit. So you just said there wasn't. I just showed that there was. That's all I gotta say.
I said it was never a government kickback. I said government kickback. You saying tax credit? See what I mean? I said government. Yeah. So you playing these games?
So no, you're playing
that poverty game.
It was a government tax credit.
It was a tax credit to push the narrative. So black people say they feel included, they can get a job
Tax
now
credit and
because we were
government
getting held
kickback.
down.
Names.
We were getting held down, so the government gave a little extra money.
They get the. It don't matter. It's not like no big. You can work at McDonald's and they get a DEI tax credit.
You're right.
Walmart gets a DEI.
You're right, but we weren't talking about low level jobs.
We talking about
It wasn't just about black
kickbacks.
communities.
Yeah.
It was all non-white people. It was immigrants. It was women as well. It was white women. They benefited actually disproportionately above other groups of
course.
demographics.
That is
White
true
women
too,
benefited
because
the
it's way
most
more
from
of those.
DEI because
You're right.
people were still nervous to hire somebody that was
I
not
still have
white.
a business. Yeah,
You're right. You're absolutely right about that too. But that's why I said we got off topic, because we were talking about one thing. I made a point about it, and then we went off to something else. I
You're
wasn't
talking
trying
that
to
broke
explain all
stuff.
of that
You're
to you guys
talking
at
broke.
once.
No, it's not about broke stuff. We were talking about the pilot situation and Charlie Kirk and what he said, saying that he wouldn't want to ride a plane because the pilot probably was hired by DEI and he probably wasn't qualified. But that, and he said, and then he went.
Y'all didn't want to watch the video to hear the real.
I ain't watching no garbage pail kid looking motherfucker.
I get that. Not want to pull it up, but
Nah, you
don't
tripping,
paraphrase
homie.
it.
I ain't on that. I just voted for
Paraphrasing it makes it
Trump.
seem like it was
What's the
like it wasn't
context then? What is
significant.
what is the further context then that you think that we're missing?
He was saying something that I agree with. Also, it's the truth. I gave you the reason why. I've said it once already about
Okay,
it's
so
not
if
the norm. So at that time, we knew they were hiring people that wasn't being hired on merit. That's it. There's not a proportionate amount of black pilots. There's more than we think, but it's not more than Caucasian males, right? Or females. So it's safe to assume, because that's what y'all do, assume that it's DEI. That's what they kind of said earlier. It's safe to assume. We don't know that.
DEI on airlines is when you see someone who's well over 200 pounds and being a stewardess or a steward. You understand that?
Doing that.
Do you understand the realness of this?
What DEI is? DEI does
Nah, but you know, that's as serious as it gets when I look at DEI
No, that's
on an airplane.
You don't have that.
Y'all tripping on DEI on airplanes.
No,
That's broke talk.
You're joking now. You're trolling. Are you trolling now? You want to just make it
It's the truth. It's broke talk.
Oh,
okay?
that's
So
why I
he
said
so
maybe
the
pull
man
something back. Go back to
wants
Epstein or
troll at
something.
this point. So
I don't know. You want to frame it somewhere else, Genesis?
the
Where the
mental
money at?
of this live is now diminishing as we speak. So let me go and read this thing. The Epstein files. He's saying that Trump
Epstein. The journal reports that a spa worker from Mar-a-Lago often made house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home 2 miles away. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. The HR manager faxed Trump a letter suggesting that the club ban Epstein, and Trump agreed, which does mirror the president's own public comments about why he cut ties with Epstein. The White House is responding to the Wall Street Journal, writing, no matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep.
He cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein long before Epstein became a convicted sex offender. A lot of Democrats didn't, and it is corroborated by the Wall Street Journal tonight.
Okay, so where are we going with that?
Epstein.
What is the point of that?
It's CNN. They hate Trump. They had to eat their words because they kept saying that he was in
Does
there.
that mean that
showing
he
that he did this
I
and did
could,
that.
if I could add on,
They're saying no.
Does that mean that he
Abby
was?
Phillips is the worst. She always just makes up stuff.
if I could add on, the left got all the baddies. Abby looking fine all the time.
She is fine.
That's all I gotta say. The left got all the baddies. The right got to work on that. You got to work on it hard.
What do you think about that, DJ Genesis? What do you think about that? It don't matter at all.
Okay, so that does not mean that he didn't have any ties in his.
Maybe you're mute. I'm sorry. Anybody does that?
And why
they keep saying that the orange guy for sure was on the island.
But there was actually documents of him in the files and information. So why did it get redacted if he didn't have anything bad he did? Why would they take 400 files out of the statement?
Somebody say something?
Yeah, there's good reason to hate Trump. Like, I want the Democrats that are listed in the files to be taken down as well. Like, if we're having this issue here where, you know, Trump was convicted for essentially for discrimination. It was racial discrimination. He was convicted for that, for not giving housing to black individuals, and as well he was convicted in court for he was found civilly liable for sex. Yeah, and he was a registered Democrat. He's anti-gun as well. He's not even like really a true Republican. There's good reason to be upset with he hasn't directly said that he's anti-gun, but you know, you look and listen to what it is that he's saying.
Did you know he's the only person that sent the plane to pick up Nelson Mandela? Did you know Trump did that?
I mean, you know, that one thing doesn't really outweigh all of the other evil things that he's done.
It's more. He gave Jesse Jackson money for his campaign, like $1 million. There's more.
You don't see that as like a token sort of aspect.
I don't see it that way. You see it that way. Why do you see it that way?
To be fair, he went to bat for Michael. I just want to say this for Mike Tyson and Michael Jackson. He did do that. That's Trump.
Michael Jackson and and for Mike Tyson. You're absolutely
Yeah, he
right.
did do that. To be fair, like I said, I gotta
can name
call it
some
when I
more.
see it. He's right. He's right about that.
I can name some more.
President Trump
why are
is
we
the
calling him a
greatest
racist?
president
If
ever.
this is all
Because
That's just
thing
he,
that he's
point
done.
blank.
people that worked at his casino said that when he would show up and come to the casino, they would take all of the black members that were part of the staff and keep them in the back because he was racist. He didn't like black people. The
People
Epstein
say.
files also say this. Epstein
No,
is
he
quoted
did do
several
that.
times
Yeah.
emailing saying, "Do not
TDS
bring black
is
girls to
strong
the
with this
parties
one.
because Trump does not like black people."
Because the workers at the disgruntled workers at the casino said that. Okay.
No, Epstein said it in his
Well,
own.
again,
No, Epstein. No,
you could
Epstein
say
said
everything
that.
that I'm saying is fake news, but yeah, the way that I take you at your
Epstein
word, the way
tried to
that I
take
take
him
you at
down,
your
too.
word, the way I take
Yeah,
you at your
Epstein
word
said
here
that.
and trust you when you say these things, yes, I
It
do
wasn't my
trust other
word.
people.
Everything I just said was facts. He did.
So
He did
it's
send a plane to pick
I
up
believe that I'm
Nelson
saying facts too.
Mandela.
You're just
He
calling
did
it
help
fake
out Mike
news.
Tyson. Those are things you can look up.
That's perfectly fine, and again I say that seems to be something that he did probably because he was getting accused of such heavy
Probably.
accusations of racism.
Not back then. No, he
You
wasn't.
guys,
Yeah, the 70s. The court
Black
case was
people
in the
loved Trump in
70s.
the
He was.
80s and the
It was
90s,
like the
brother.
70s or 80s when he was held.
80s and 90s.
When
They
he
loved
was
him. He
held
was in
accountable
Wu-Tang
for.
video.
He was.
Hey, hold
He was.
on, guys. Listen, I got a person that just joined. Dub, did you have to have something to say?
Cut me off.
I'll sit in the
She
background.
hates me.
I'll sit in the background for now. You guys are rolling. So, but thanks for bringing me on the panel. I'll sit in the background for now. You guys are rolling, so keep the conversation up. You know.
Okay.
I'm listening.
I want everybody to be able to speak.
She
You know
wants
what I'm
to mute
saying?
the other side.
Boogie Night
Let
get
the
mad
other guy
because
go.
we've been dominating the whole thing and get mad when he get cut off
All
for
right.
5 seconds.
I mean, hey, the thing that I will say about Trump is he has
You're dominating
provided
the
the.
entire conversation, sir. You've been the main subject and main talking point. So don't get mad every once in a while when I stop you and say, "Hey, new
I
person."
can't hear you, brother. Maybe she muted you. I'm not sure.
No, she didn't mute me, so I'm just trying to let her speak.
We got 4 raging liberals and a token up in here.
Yeah.
You know?
Anyways, he did.
I'm not a
liberal. That's
Y'all
hilarious.
need to do some high fiving right now.
I ain't a liberal. Speak for yourself.
Means, yeah.
Right.
That's
Man,
from Barack Obama. Speak for yourself. I'm not a liberal.
He loves Trump. Trump is his
And if you calling me a token, I'm nowhere near a token, brother.
Honey, you got
He was
2
talking about
Trump
the white
lovers.
guy.
Charlie all up in your
I thought you were
throat,
talking
bro.
about me. Yeah. Talking white
You
guy.
got 2
I speak
black,
for all the people currently. Yes.
Charlie Kirk lovers and 2 and
that's cool, man. I think we all just human. We're all Americans. That's what I look at it as.
No.
I mean, hey,
I don't know
I
if you
personally, I
American.
like Charlie Kirk. I think he made a lot of sense. The dude made a lot of sense. And speaking towards Donald Trump, you know, he gave a lot of credit to like the black colleges. You know what I mean? He gave them a lot of respect, more than any other prior president did. So I don't know why that would be such a high contention. Matter of fact, before he was even president, it seemed like everyone had a decent amount of respect for him. Once he became president, though, everything got political and he got totally cut off by a lot of folks. So that's the way I see it.
But I see the way that y'all are talking about Trump donating and being part of these sorts of things is the same way that you're upset about, well, not you that just came on, but the ways we're being described about DEI, where it's like this is sort of an aspect that's just accrediting a specific demographic because they said that they had to. And so, yeah, I do see what Trump was doing in that same sort of way, where it's just like this he was accused of these heavy accusations of racism. And so to try to attempt to counter that, he just started donating money because that's the only thing that he understands in his reality that would get him out of any sort of situation is to give money away to these sorts of things to try to pretend that he
tax
actually
write-off. Let's be real. It's a tax write-off.
That's
Like he cared about black people. It's a
why
tax
do you feel
write-off.
that way? You think
because of the racism that surrounds him and the things that he
there
said.
wasn't
You get a
racism in the
car.
80s and 90s
You
when
get
he
a
was
car.
when he
You
was
get a
doing this
car.
stuff. We didn't think of him as a racist.
He was actually held in court. He was held in a court and found liable for racial discrimination in a
You're
court
talking
of
about
law.
the Trump Tower. You're talking about the Trump Towers when he didn't pay.
Yes,
that's one instance that was what year was that? Do you remember what year that was?
I don't know.
It was,
what year was what?
I'm a large supporter
when
of
the
the
Trump Tower
UFC.
when they sued him for not paying the people that to finish his building, and the black people say it was discrimination against them or the Hispanics that was working in his building.
Well, yeah, he has a long history of not paying
That's
people.
it's
He has a
so
huge
it goes
long.
back to
That's
the
why
80s.
Yeah, I do look at him. Yeah,
Where in the
everybody
80s
in New York has
does
hated
you
Trump
hear
forever
anybody
because he's just
say
completely
something
he's bought
racist
up
about
all.
Trump in the 80s? Give me any substantiation.
Well,
I can
his,
show you
well,
book.
well,
I can
He was
I can
in
send you
court. He
go
was
videos
further
in
than
of
that.
court
him
for
with
racial
with
discrimination.
His father, him and his father got
He was
sued. They didn't want no. They didn't want no. What they were anti-poor and anti-minority. They didn't want. He had to be sued to let people move into when his father Fred was alive. That was in the 70s. You heard me?
Let's
Was
talk
his
about
father a
right
racist
now.
or was
Trump
Trump a
is
racist?
doing
No.
the
Somebody
greatest
said how far
job
back.
on
I
planet Earth right
give you
now.
receipts. That was like in the 70s.
I
Him
mean,
and his father Fred got sued. They didn't want no blacks and no poor.
Federal
has
housing
anyone else
What was
discrimination
the final
lawsuit.
ruling?
has anyone else out
The
there
final
seen
ruling was they got sued. They had to pay a fine. And they had to let
racially
the people in. That's what the ruling was.
discriminated
Do your
people?
research.
Yeah.
No,
has
you do
any
your
has,
research
has,
on that. That's from the 70s under his dad.
You
In
guys,
the 80s,
No, that was
he
he
was
took
Mark.
over the thing and did the
He was a
same thing.
Democrat, brother.
It don't matter what party he was.
Yeah,
Nobody
I
said nothing
feel like
about party.
yeah,
See,
Democrats
y'all
are
always
probably
do
racist.
that.
He was with Reverend Al Sharpton. He was with Jesse Jackson. He was with
Okay,
all
I
those
want you
people.
to
They
do
all
this.
liked him back
I'm
then.
gonna say
Now
one
they're
more thing.
calling him a racist.
I'm gonna say one more thing about racism about him, and I'm not gonna say nothing else on that. Ask his niece, his sister, his brother's daughter, and his nephew was the Uncle Donald used the N-word. They said that, and she got on CNN and said she wrote in her book. Do your research. His niece, I think her name was Marianne Trump or Mary Trump. She said Uncle Donald used the N-word and tell him to sue me if I'm lying, and he never sued her.
so I mean, what you're doing right there, though, is you have a very low standard for somebody being an actual racist. I'm white, and I have black cousins, and they use that term.
No,
So
that's a
they
bad
racist?
example.
You know what I mean? Like,
That was another example
I
on
was gonna
top
say
of the
there's white people on here
receipts
right
we've
now
already
that
Moving
probably
given.
said it.
forward.
Don't make me a
say
bad
the
person.
N-word.
That's just what people said.
Wait,
It's not,
listen,
it
like
don't
white
bother me.
people are
You
allowed
can't
to
say it to
say
my
the
face
N-word
though.
now.
But if you
They're
said that
allowed
in
to
your
do it.
house,
See, I already
because
knew
we do
that.
it about white people. We say racist stuff all the time. Are you racist?
Speak for
We're racist
yourself.
against
It's not in
Asians.
my
We're
vocabulary.
racist against other
it
cultures all the
ain't
time.
it ain't in my vocabulary either.
Not
But
in
the
my
point
vocabulary.
is like, if that is your standard for holding somebody to whether they're racist or not, I think you have just a
See how bleak this
unrealistic
conversation
standard.
is?
We gave other examples
You don't
though,
like
Are
right? That
you
was
dumb?
like
Did you see
one
what
of
he
the
did?
last
Did you see what he
examples.
done with the museums and taking the black names
Yeah,
down? Colin Powell.
yeah.
Are you on drugs? I mean,
Hold up.
what more do
Have
you
you
need?
hold up?
The,
Have you seen those videos that show that black woman who was able to stay on like the 30th floor in the Trump Tower for free for like 7 years and got flowers every week? Like, come on,
Oh
bro.
yeah.
Well, we're not
I
saying
seen.
it's good and bad.
I
That don't
didn't
mean
see
you
that.
got
No.
racist, though.
Her whole
Did
family
you see
did.
the two
Yeah,
midgets
and that still
in
doesn't.
one city? Did you see the two midgets in
You
one
trying to be
city?
funny? What do you want to talk about, King of the Castle?
Yeah. I saw
What do you
two midgets
what do you
in
want
the
to talk
same
about, King of the
city
Castle?
on
Since
different ends
you
of the
don't agree,
city,
you
and one
trolling.
dead. Can
What
you
you
believe
trolling?
that?
Why you trolling? Talk about something then.
Well, so
Well, I don't know what he's talking about.
Do you need
You're
to
just
take a
trolling
break
us a
then
little bit.
tonight,
He's saying the
Castle? You drunk?
conversation's not
Or you
moving
want to
right.
take a break?
Genesis, if you want to move on, go ahead.
All right, let's move on
Please
from that.
do.
Go ahead.
Please do. Yes.
Move on because clearly, like I said, this is a conversation.
She might have stepped away for a second.
No, I'm
Or she
talking.
just tired of us.
Can you not hear me? Can y'all not hear me?
your
I know
mic
I
actually
can.
is slightly
hear
lower
you.
than everybody else's.
Hold on. Sometimes I
What'd you
think
say? I'm
people in the
sorry.
back turning my mic down. Certain people.
We
You know
hear
what
you.
I'm
Go ahead.
saying? People be doing wild stuff like little.
Oh, I
like
didn't have a topic.
assholes.
I let the guy in the high castle. You got something you
Yeah,
want to talk about?
I think he know how to do. I
So
think because
Genesis
every
get
time he
back?
get up, my shit starts fucking up. I think he be fucking with my sound and
I
all
guess
kinds of
not.
stuff.
Accountability.
Accountability.
Nah, for the blaming. That's all I'm saying. If
Oh
you
yeah,
believe that,
because he always is fucking with me all the
I
time.
could do these things you're saying.
Oh, I know you can.
I could turn down your
I
your
think
volume.
you be full just fooling around. Just fooling.
How do you think I'm able to do that?
I don't know.
Logically.
Who knows?
Right.
Address something. Who knows?
Right.
I know that you be a troll, and I know you be putting.
No, I know it's actually possible to do that if you are the channel
Interesting.
owner. It's factual. You could do it. I've heard people do that to me too. But whatever. It's possible.
All right, can y'all hear me better now? Is it better now? Better now?
You got you're on point. Everyone can hear you. Believe me.
Okay, so they're trying to pretend like they can't hear me. Is that what's going on?
All
right,
Self-conscious. I don't know what people talking about, man.
Hey, the man in the high castle. Listen, if you don't like what's being talked about on the thing, you could leave. You're gonna be up here and complaining about what we're talking about. That's stupid.
No one's complaining. I'm just hearing you blaming me. You're blaming me.
Complaining.
You're saying you're talking low and you're blaming me. Like I'm trying to figure out.
Because you get on my nerves. That's why.
The fuck you didn't cut.
Okay.
Huh?
Your mammy's a cook. Your mother.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't be disrespectful, please.
I think she's back. I'm sorry, maybe you didn't hear what I said.
No, somebody called out a name. That's not cool. I don't agree with that.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Maybe I was talking at the same time.
No, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with your sound. You probably might need to leave and come back.
No, people call you out your name when they disagree with you. I try not to do that.
Right, but I'll get right back with them. I don't know why they think that
I wasn't the one that said anything about her name.
No, it wasn't you. Maybe you should
get in here and talk a little bit. But we can bring the discussion back to something.
Tell Boogie 19 needs to leave and come back.
A decent
He
conversation
can't hear
if
me.
y'all want.
Tell Boogie 19 need to leave and come back because he can't hear what I'm saying. I'm talking, and he's talking over me.
I don't know about that. Maybe he's just cutting you off. I don't know. That happens online too.
No, sometimes
Boogie Night, the spirit of Trump is in your sound. Go out and come back in.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
No, you can't hear you can't hear me.
That's a good one.
No, you can't hear me. You need to leave.
Genesis is saying your audio might be messed up. You might need to
your audio
bounce out
just
and come back
in and out, coming in and out. You got that Trump Wi-Fi. You got to go out and come back in.
All right, he left. But let's talk about what Savvy what she was able to.
Oh yeah, that's my girl.
Okay, so let's go.
Met Jeffrey Epstein exactly one time. Did you? Yes, because I wanted to see who this man was. And I regretted it from the second I stepped in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards. So, my heart breaks for these young women because that's how I felt. And here I'm an older woman. My God, I feel terrible for those young women. It's awful.
You felt that the moment you walked in. I didn't realize that. Yeah. And you shared that with Bill and he still continued to spend time with him?
Any of the questions remaining about what Bill's relationship there was, those are for Bill to answer.
Okay.
So if Melinda Gates said that when she first met Jeffrey Epstein, she thought that he was evil personified, that is a strong statement. And if she got that feeling, if she felt that way, why didn't anybody else get that feeling? We talk about evil personified, and I want to take you to something that was said a long time ago. And that was from someone who was in Hollywood, who warned people what was going on long ago. And that is Corey Feldman. Now, Corey Feldman, is interesting. He made this connection with Hollywood, but he never made that connection all the way back to Israel, which is really interesting to me. From what I understand, he's pro-Israel. So he started to make the connection, but he didn't make it fully. But he tried to tell people, listen.
Before we go further, what do you guys think about how all this is coming out and it seems to be connected to Israel? What do you think about this?
Well, I'm biased because Gail and Sabi are two of my favorite people, so I'll let the audience talk and I'll listen. That's what Barack speaking.
I find it pretty interesting. So their connections, Moot is an individual that was listed in the Epstein files, and for anybody that doesn't know who that is, it's the creator of 4chan, and there's some interesting connections there where the sort of poll service was taking place on 4chan where this individual was talking with Jeffrey Epstein. He was in communication with Epstein about this polarization that would be able to taken place within the internet, and how like polarized people would become and aggressive and angry they would become. And they were talking about how to implement that sort of ideology and tactics into persuading people politically to attempt to gain power. And it is very interesting to see, like, I mean, what Israel is doing, America has been doing to Native Americans and other demographics, and it's an ongoing genocide still currently to this day for Native Americans in America. And so this so these sorts of tactics, even outside of the Epstein files, the reason I bring that other statement up is because these sorts of things are like a clear playbook that has been happening around the entirety of the world, where the people in power are actively suppressing others and attempting to maintain power in malicious ways. And one of those ways is pitting people at the bottom of poor demographics in and against each other. So where there are poor white people and poor black people, where this conversation can turn into, you know, with this DEI sort of talk and stuff, where people will say, oh, you're the racist one for, you know, me as a white person attempting to defend a specific demographic, and say, oh, well, like, why are you white? Why do you even care? There are poor white people too. And it's like, well, yeah, but disproportionately, these sorts of things are affecting specific demographics. And sorry, let me circle it back around to the connections to Israel is very interesting as well, because Israel also is supplying a lot of tech and industry to they get a lot of money from America, and they're developing a lot of drones and AI and computer systems to track
Who's screaming
individuals.
like that?
I have no idea.
If that was you, if you do it again, I swear.
Oh,
whoever
was that might have been me. I wasn't muted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you can't control yourself, come on, this is not the ADHD panel. If you don't know how to control yourself because you can't talk, you're going to get your time. He's making his point.
Did somebody want to jump in? I was kind of wrapped up there.
He
I'll
wanted
add on.
to make his point. That's
I'll
why
add on to what you're
he
saying.
wanted to interrupt what you were saying, so that because he wanted to make a point, and that's stupid.
It might have been related to
That's
something
not
I was
me.
saying. So if
Yeah,
it
that's not-
was,
I mean-
if there was something in the midst of what I was saying that you wanted to comment on, please
Yeah,
feel
some
free.
people can't, but some people can't. They don't have the attention span to keep what they're gonna say, so they have to try to do something to interrupt so that they can say what
And I understand that.
I mean,
That's me.
Who's saying?
That's me, Barack
Who's
Obama.
interrupting?
Some of y'all don't know how to
Who's interrupting?
Go ahead, Brookie Knight. Go ahead. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say, bro.
Some of y'all don't know how to land. Some of you guys don't know how to land a plane. That's all.
So
I got a
go
long
ahead.
attention span. That was me. I'm sorry. I just didn't have my mic muted. So my bad.
Okay,
All right.
now you
Would I
have
be able to add on?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dub. So if it's Dub,
All right.
then you-
Who was the last person who was talking?
That was me.
before?
That was me. You know.
all right.
Oh, what's your name, Steve? Your name is Steve?
His name, I spelled this wrong. That's what.
I
spelled
this wrong. Okay, so what you were saying, I know DJ Genesis asked a specific question though, and I'll get to it. First and foremost, I'd like to say that this is the country that I love, the United States, and in the homie of the United States, the little homie would be Israel. All right, as an ally. However, I'm going to answer DJ Genesis' question. Hansel and Gretel, the Brothers Grimm stories. If you know about any of these tales, like the girl without hands or the devil with the 3 golden hairs, especially Hansel and Gretel, stories about harming children, disregarding children, eating children. The Brothers Grimms have at least 100 something stories of children getting hurt. And who are the Brothers Grimm?
Writers.
What religion? What lineage would they be from? Exactly. They would be from the tribe of Ashkenazi. They would be Jewish. You know, so at the end of the day, a lot of these stories that they were bringing up were haunting and still have symbolism to this very day. So if you think about the story about Hansel and Gretel, where the stepmom convinced the father to abandon the kids into the woods, and then the kids started traveling, and then there was a witch with a house of gingerbread, and these kids were lured into her kitchen, and she was trying to boil them and cook them. You know, there's so many stories coming from these Kabbalists. They were Kabbalists. Both the Grimm brothers, and so they had tales of occult knowledge into their
folk tales there. And I believe, even when we hear about the rumors of the times where people would not let their kids go outdoors, these Brothers Grimm, the authors, they come from that time where children turn up missing, or they would hear stories or rumors of kids having their blood being sucked out of their body. So I think all this superstition and added to propaganda as well has made this Israel thing become more of a hot topic day by day.
All right. So, does anybody else have anything to say about that? Why do they think that this whole thing to be seen to be tied to Israel? No, if anybody does, go ahead.
Say it again.
Does anybody else have anything to say about why this whole thing to be seen to have all this ties to Israel? And
I mean, I kind of do. I think that there is a certain amount of conspiracy theory that's getting thrown into all this shit, to be honest. And because I was watching Asmongold's channel the other day, and it was probably like a 2-hour podcast or whatever they put together. I could only listen to about the first 2 minutes because it already made me want to puke. It sounded like a fictional tale. And I'm like, dude, there's no way this shit could be real. They just made this shit up to fucking just tell a story. Hey, maybe not. But from what I understand, it is said that basically the whole world's going to go against Israel. And some people who are in the know that know what I'm talking about will know what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to share my, entire beliefs with everybody. But, some of this is bullshit, and because I don't believe it. And I'm like, I turned it off after 2 minutes, and I'm like, again, this is too disgusting. Like, this sounds like Saw 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no fucking way.
Saw 3. Yeah. It does
You know what I'm
sound.
saying?
It sounds like something
Like,
like
come on, man. That's fucking. It sounds brutal. Like I'm not about to try to believe, or you know what? Let's just say that I can believe it's true, which is very odd for them to show the public those kind of emails that I just heard about like 2-3 days ago, whatever. But it's so odd that they would show people that and then claim them as being real. Now, if they are claiming that those are real, do you see where we are? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy.
If you're denying that they're real, then do we not trust anything that comes out of the DOJ ever? Or like, why do you not believe these, but then trust probably other things that come out from the DOJ? Like, if Trump's DOJ, like the stuff that he's trying to convict these, like,
so did you see the Asmongold show a couple days ago? Within the first 2 minutes,
I'm familiar with his ideologies. I did not watch the most recent one.
No, his ideologies had nothing to do with it. He was just reading an email, and it sounded like something out of like Saw 3, or Stephen King wrote it. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Well, you know what? Speaking of what we're going to do, we're going to play some of it so you guys can get an idea of. We're going to play the whole thing.
Can I finish what I was going to say about Israel real quick? I didn't. The reason I brought up the things that I did. Thank you so much. The reason I brought up the things that I did was so the question you asked about this connection to Israel. I look at Israel as that same sort of thing when I mentioned at the beginning with Jeffrey Epstein and Moot connecting and using this polarization. Israel does that as well. It creates this idea of hatred and anger and aggression and forces these individuals at the bottom to be fighting each other, even though they don't even know who the other person is. They hear that they're from Israel. They hear that they're from Palestine. They hear that they're Jewish. They hear that they're Christian. They hear that they're Muslim, and they immediately attack the other person because that's what they've been told to do. And that's why, and what I believe to be happening with this connection that Jeffrey Epstein had with Israel. He was in connection with Netanyahu to get a better understanding of the tactics that Netanyahu uses to keep people fighting against each other. End of statement.
Okay, so let's go into a little bit of what was actually said, because now we're going to see, okay, how fantastical does it sound that some of these things may or may not be true. Now we're going to go into, I mean, I'm not sure we're going to go into the Corey Feldman, everything. Everybody's kind of aware of the whole Corey Feldman narrative, but this is his niece. And she said that she grew up, living in the Epstein household, and she breaks down what they actually believed in. So this is the part that I wanted to say, that people think it's about Judaism, but they didn't even have the same. They're not Jews. Let's go.
Jeffrey Epstein is probably one of the more popular people that you know about it, but it didn't start from him. But Epstein's niece, she says something here about how a lot of this was not just diabolical, but also satanic. Listen to this.
The cult of Baal, B-A-L. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly, but behind closed doors, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists. They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal, B-A-L. They told me this with consistency while I was being abused. Now, what you can look up about the cult of Baal, information that is publicly available, is that it is thousands of years old. It is a Phoenician satanic fertility cult. And publicly, it's supposed to have been eradicated. But to my knowledge and my experience, it is not.
Yeah. But see, when people talk about these things, you're called a nut job, you're called crazy, and all these types of things.
So again, I just wanted to make that plain, is that, that people are thinking that this actually is something to do with Israel and Judaism, but it has to do with this Baal, the Phoenician god of Baal, And then if you go deeper into it, you'll find out that, that even Epstein, he called his account, his bank account, the Baal account, B-A-A-L. And so what people are doing is that they're tying this whole thing to Israel on these chats and stuff, which he probably does have ties in some way to Israel, but what his beliefs is not Judaism. So I just wanted to make that plain and make it clear. And here's another thing: if I'm playing the video, please put your thing on mute, because I think somebody's eating dinner or something. I'm not gonna hear all that, the plates and stuff playing in the background. But let's go.
So we're not just talking about people who were trafficking underage people. We're talking about an entire, you know what I mean? This is an entire network of things. So that's a satanic cult. And yes, satanic cults have rituals that they perform. And I look back sometimes and I think if people would have listened to Corey Feldman, if they were listening to some of the people who did come forward at that point in time, a lot of the abuse could have been prevented.
And here's another thing, is that people try to always call things a satanic cult. Now, here's the thing: Baal, I don't think that if you actually do the research into that, I don't think that Satan is ever mentioned on that. I think it's just a religion based on a area, and there was some child sacrifice and all this other stuff that's a part of their religion. That's crazy and stuff, but I don't know if they were saying Satan or Lucifer when they were doing these rituals. I think that they were probably had a specific Phoenician deity that they were doing this stuff for. Whether it's Satan or not, I don't know. So we have to be very careful about what we're saying and try to make people into the anti. A lot of times, as a Christian, people will give people labels and say, okay, well, you're a Satanist. But what will happen is that you'll be missing the whole point, because if you actually do the research, because if you just say, oh, it's Satan, well, it full stop there, Satan, that's it. But if you actually say Baal and you look into the culture, now you'll have more information and more details. So I think that I just wanted to make that plain and make it clear that they did not practice Judaism. They practiced this other Phoenician religion that had something to do with Baal and whatever the heck that deity is. It's a ram or whatever it is, and whatever that's involved with that. Did anybody say something about that?
They're all demons. He's a demon. Epstein's a demon.
Just read Brothers Grimm's The Girl Without Arms, without Hands, and you'll know exactly
Call him whatever name you
what
want.
we're talking about.
All right, so let's continue.
But the way that I kind of see it, a lot of those people were complicit. They were a part of the problem. You can't tell me some of those producers and directors and studio owners didn't know these things were going on. There was also a CIA whistleblower who also came forward. His name was Robert Steele. He is long gone with us now. He also talked about these trafficking issues long time ago. Listen to this.
This is bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture. Because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. Most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, all of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract and ultimately end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations, so that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children
and exploiting children. Why do you think there's all these abuse cases that came from Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts? I think now it's just Scouts. Why do you think you hear about the abuse cases that come from those organizations? Someone at some point should look into foster families, the whole foster care system. There's a lot of abuse issues that come from that. And it's interesting when he mentioned the whole ritual part and he talked about drinking like the blood and stuff like that. You know who said publicly that they do the drinking of the blood? Actress Megan Fox. Actress Megan Fox is on video, on interviews talking about this, where her and I guess this is when she's with Machine Gun Kelly or whatever, they do this ritual where they do drink each other's blood or whatever. It's just weird. And she was always kind of cuckoo anyway. But I mean, this information is not hidden. It's just that when people talk about it, then you're called crazy, nutso, and all that type of stuff. This guy died. He was looking into a lot of this stuff. He focused on trafficking of children and abuses and all those types of things. To show you how bad these files have been, since I said this is now part 4 for the Epstein files, they're already removing information. I guess it's a good thing we made those videos. Right now, as you'll see, over 460 Epstein files on Trump are removed. Yes, that one too. On January 30th, and this guy's been on it, on January 30th, there were 5,361 files when you search for Trump. Today, February 2nd, 4,896 files remain. The infamous file on Trump that is in the video below has been removed. I want to show you guys. Remember this file here, the one that was in the first Epstein file video I covered this past week. It was all highlighted yellow. That was all, a lot of that was about Donald Trump. Okay, watch this. Wait for it. Now he takes that file number, you put it in there. Data set, page not found. It's gone. So that big document, that big drop there of Donald Trump is now gone from the DOJ's files. So again, covering and protecting Donald Trump. We have another piece of information that dropped in the Epstein files. This one is wild since we were talking about the sacrificing of people and all that types of stuff. Check this one out. Shout out to James Lee for this one. The sender of this email giving Jeffrey Epstein permission to kill him. It appears to be Susan Hamblin, a financial advisor and founder of the adoption agency Kids to Families. So you can see it here because sometimes these redactions are not perfect, you guys. And if you look close enough, you can still see the name. And it's sent to Jeffrey Epstein. This was 2014. No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. And that is in response to the whoops here from Jeffrey Epstein. And that's in response to this message here. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Olga. He lied to you and he lied to me. So we have someone who is the founder of an adoption agency, Kids to Families, who's on an email giving Jeffrey Epstein permission to off someone.
So when we talk about the initial question when I first started this live is, why is this important? Okay, why is this important? What is it doing for our society to like know this information? And my answer to that question was, well, if there's like a group of people that are making these decisions, they're in cahoots with all these organizations, and people are sending foster kids their way to kill, and all this weird stuff is happening. Don't you think it's important to kind of know like that, dang, that this is going on? Because at first it was all a conspiracy. It was all a dream. We used to think didn't exist, and people were looking like they had schizophrenia, you know. But now we find out that all this stuff that people were saying was a real thing that was happening with a real person, that people were really doing all this stuff, really trafficking kids, and that all this stuff is really happening. The veil has now lifted. Just like at one point, P. Diddy was like just a story. But now we found out, you know what, guess what? We found out that some of the parts of the story, either they possibly did happen or they didn't happen, but we did find out what actually did happen. So I think that the important part is that things are being revealed now that we didn't know.
So with what you're going over, like I would just say this. This is going to be, the part that I will put in my 2 cents on is you need to be very, very careful with the knowledge or maybe lack of, because people might be being very deceptive at this point and releasing stuff that is not true. So you need to be very, very careful with how you're making your judgments on these types of issues. So it's almost like, in a way, it does seem like it's like Saw 3 or some Stephen King movie or something, right? Because it
Who's
does.
speaking right now? Who's speaking right now?
It does. The
What's
one
your
with the
name again?
steak, bro. I got the ribeye, bro. That's me.
Okay,
Yeah?
Mr. Ribeye, you're saying
Yeah.
something and repeating something that's very important, and that's why I was bringing up the Brothers Grimm. But what you're saying is very important, because these influencers, especially like Sabby Sab, she's been anti-Israel from day one, and there's many more of her, and they want to see more vitriol, and they want to get people started in clashing as well.
Yes.
I'm not saying I'm team save them at all, but what I do see and what I do know, that's why I've always been turned off by certain people like her. She is good at what she does, but there's only so far she can go.
Why? Sorry to interrupt, but why do you see these influencers that are discrediting Israel? And to I guess you were the one speaking there with the American flag, but to you with the stake there, like we're equating. I was saying things similar about Charlie Kirk, accusing him of propaganda and a hate speech, but now you're saying that we have to be careful with these accusations and these sorts of things that this other person's saying about being anti-Israel. It's like, why are you so ready to almost defend some pretty heinous crimes here, right?
No, because here's the problem is, like, somebody like Charlie Kirk can come forward and talk to anyone, and legitimately, through logic, he can defeat them, and that
disagree.
is the case.
Unbelievably
Okay,
strongly. I disagree entirely with that.
That's
He had
totally
zero
fine.
logic, Jules.
No, hold on, buddy. We can disagree, and let's just leave it at that. But because let's get back to the matter at hand. I'm telling you, because I do have beliefs that are very similar to Charlie, this is dangerous territory. If you are not careful, you can fall for anything, especially with AI these days, and anything you can see, pull it up immediately. You want to report on it and make yourself get your 15 minutes of fame in life or whatever, and it turns out it's going to be false. But in the meantime, you made a bunch of people hate one specific group. And if you understand what I'm saying, then you understand.
Yep, Charlie Kirk was doing exactly that. Yep.
No, Charlie Kirk wasn't doing anything near that, brother. Not even close.
He was, in my opinion.
You have your opinion. You're entitled to it.
And I say the same to. That's why I brought up what I did. Like, we're sort of on the same page here. We're sort of in agreement with how it is that we're talking about stuff, but we're both looking kind of at the other side and saying you're the one doing that. And so I agree with you. We do have to be careful here. It's just that, with what's taking place currently with this information, I get there's issues with AI. These files have been released through the DOJ. They
Okay,
went
did
through
you?
the court system.
Okay, I want to ask you then. I want to ask
Sure.
you
Yep.
again. Did you see that one? There's only one email I even heard about, and it was straight up worse than Saul. Like, you understand? You get it? Like,
yeah, this is pretty bad stuff.
So is it real? You're saying that's real?
Well, I mean, so with the amount of what I'm saying is real is that it seems to be clear that Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking individuals for sure, women without a doubt, and
Yeah, I'm
most
not
likely
talking about
children.
just stuff like that though. I'm talking about way worse than that, brother. Like,
Yeah, the parts
way
where
worse.
they're accused of eating people, or like what parts are you talking about?
There you go. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, so yeah, those are the parts that I say that might not be those. There was a tip called in to the FBI hotline where somebody said I was on this yacht and I saw Trump like eat the intestines of a baby, and it's like, okay, that maybe that
So
didn't
Trump,
happen. Honestly, Trump seems evil enough to do
I don't
something like
think
that,
anything
but
said anything
that's
about
probably.
Trump specifically. No, I don't believe that was the case. But
The tip hotline that came, it was in reference to a story of another individual who, see, this is where when you talk about being careful and these things being fake, like I do kind of look at that tip or that information where I'm like, man, the DOJ under Trump's administration has had so long to doctor these documents, and so if we're gonna bring it up and talk about how that's possible and some of these things would be fake and not trusting the DOJ, then I could say that yeah, there's a
those
chance the
documents
DOJ
would,
was
but
putting
see
stuff in there
the
to
documents
make it seem like, wait,
would
let me finish
never.
this point.
Go ahead.
The
Yeah,
DOJ,
please.
thank you. So the DOJ could possibly have put documents in there to suggest that things that Trump was doing were get discredited. This is part of the tactic that Trump has
Man,
done,
okay,
sort of
okay.
flooding the field situation. Please let me finish this point. And so there's an actual story of an
How long
individual
does it take to
accusing
finish?
Trump of human trafficking her with Jeffrey Epstein and being essayed as a minor, and the baby that she got pregnant, had a baby, and she accused both Epstein and Trump of murdering that baby and throwing it overboard in the ocean after having essayed her. And so
So
that
this,
tip that was
I've
called
never
in.
heard. So
Okay, go ahead.
okay,
Sure, I'm
okay.
done.
I
Point
get it,
over.
bro.
Go
I
ahead.
get
Yep,
it.
all you.
Like, come on, like like you're saying you're gonna land, but it's like, how much gas do you have in the tank, bro? Like,
I mean, you could say that all day, but
here's
like
the thing.
again, if you listen to what it is that I'm saying, maybe you'd understand. And I could get.
No,
I'm getting a little
I am
frustrated here because
listening.
it's like I let you speak as well, and okay, whatever.
The thing is, I've never heard of this, but then I did hear about that one email, which again, I can only listen to about 30 seconds, or where I'm just like, this is just almost unbelievable, like inconceivable for me to think that human beings could do shit like this. So at a certain point, though, especially when you want to start pointing your your eyesights, your sights of your gun, right? When you want to start pointing it at certain people, I'm saying you have to be really, really careful, because this is the times that we live in. There, you have to be very careful with what you're doing. And sure, there might be a bunch of people within a certain group that are not so good, but however, if you're somebody who knows things like I know, then to accuse the entire group of being a certain thing is not a good idea. So you got to be careful with what's going on right now. I'm just telling you that. I'm just giving you a
People
little
aren't
warning. Like,
accusing all Republicans of participating in this. What they're accusing them of is actively supporting
I'm not
it and
talking
not
about
condemning it.
Republicans, though. That's the problem that you're not getting.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't define what you were talking about, so I did make some assumptions based off.
And
the
I'm
things
not.
who
Yeah,
are
and
you
I'm not
talking about
going
then?
to. I'm not going to tell you either. But
Can I
you
just
just
can
need
I
to
just
understand.
say
add on real quick,
Sounds
gentlemen?
Can I say something really
Didn't
quick?
care anyways.
So the first thing I did say was that
I knew you didn't care anyways, brother. Trust me.
hold on, calm down. Wait a minute. The first thing I tried to clarify was that this was not the Jews. That he has a whole different religion, and that is that Baal situation. I don't know exactly what that Baal thing is. So that has nothing to do with Judaism or Israel, Israelites.
Mm-mm.
This is an ancient Phoenician cult that believed in those things. So I don't know exactly.
It's in the Torah.
I'm glad you brought that back up.
The word
Genesis.
Baal is in the Torah, but those people
All
that
these
was
things
not.
kind of do fit. All these things kind of do fit together, and you are bringing it full circle. That's exactly what I was just talking
But
about.
I'm glad you
nailed it pretty
you
much.
put the disclaimer on
Does
it.
not
Yeah,
say
you put the
worship
disclaimer.
Baal in the Torah. I believe that there was that the Torah, even though it's in the Torah, the word Baal is in the Torah. That is not the Jews' religion. That's not what their religion is.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
So I wanted to make that plain so
Yeah.
that anybody. So I'm saying is that people are every time I'm seeing people talking about this, they are trying to connect it to Israel. But clearly, when you actually look deeper into it, and even Sab says it, is that he had things about Baal. Even he named his bank account Baal. So and everything. So he had this is what but the thing is, because people are Christian, anything that's not what you call is a devil worshippers. Now I'm not saying that this Baalism is probably not the most evilest thing I've ever heard of. I'm just saying is that it's not Israel, what's it called? Judaism. It's not the same thing. Now, I'm not saying that Judaism probably doesn't have certain aspects. Maybe the Baal is the other side.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not. What you're saying is true.
Right.
It's definitely not.
wanted to make it
But that's why
plain.
I'm saying you have to be careful, because to lump everyone into the same bucket is it's a bad place to put yourself.
Yeah, I don't
in
think
terms of
anybody's doing that. I think that we're just listening to the information and
Yeah, well, I'm just
Yeah, I
saying.
agree.
I'm just saying that you have to be careful, because these are the times that we're living in, and like I said before, like everyone's going to want to turn on certain people groups. Like, if you understand what I'm saying.
yeah, the people
So,
are turning on, but see, here's the thing: everybody got to be
It
careful
doesn't-
when it comes. I'm gonna just say this: everybody got to be careful when it comes to one people group. But hell, people are saying "Ice Ice Baby" when it comes to the Mexicans and the Latinos.
No, but I mean, I'm with the Ice Ice Baby group. I mean, I'm sorry.
Why
about
we
that.
gonna be? Why we gotta be careful with one group and not be careful with another?
That's what I've been saying.
So okay, let's go. Let me go back into
talk
it.
about that a little bit.
The individuals who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death, August 10, 2019, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death had been identified in the Epstein files. Roberto Grijalva, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as an anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time, an unauthorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believes took Epstein away the night before the news broke of his death. Thank you, Louisiana. Grijalva, thank you. I knew somebody would help me there. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of the SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for their records, aiming to uncover Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. His name is not redacted on his bank records included in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Roberto Grijalva, whose statements were released as part of the prison investigation into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have validation. The 4chan post from August 10th, 2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from an MCC prison officer that Epstein may have been switched out before the news broke of his alleged untimely offing.
I mean, all this sounds like some dunch. I mean, but if all this stuff got pulled off, I am amazed. However, it ain't that far fetched. This guy got Rothschild like money. It's not that far fetched that possibly this could have happened. Whether or not it's true, whether he faked his death, got taken out of there, probably paid some people off, and is living in a foreign country somewhere, probably switched his face like face off. Who knows? Anything is possible. He probably got a face transplant. Who knows, bro?
But see, so I mean, everyone wants to talk like conspiracy theory, especially these days, it seems. But then You know, where was everybody when COVID came out? You know, where was
Here's the thing,
how about
is it
We're
the
upset.
conspiracy theory? But you know what? But you know what? All those people that were saying with COVID said it was a conspiracy. Later on, they turned out to be true. So just like this,
yeah?
everybody
Well, I
saying,
know that.
hold on,
I know
just like
that.
this,
So
everybody saying it's a conspiracy. Oh,
no, but
that's what they were saying, that this whole Epstein thing was a conspiracy. Now all the files come out, all the emails come out, all the information, the bank accounts, the pictures, and now it's released to the public, and now everybody's like, what the heck is going on? This is crazy. So it's no longer a conspiracy when you have the actual emails they were
but wait
sending
a
to each
second.
other.
See, but that's where we're getting into a discussion here about, like, well, I mean, me myself, I didn't get the jibber jabber, so I don't know if anyone else on the panel did, but I didn't, and I actually had people telling me that if I don't get it, then I should be dead. So, I mean, come on now. Like, that's a little bit more
Were you
than
in a red state or a blue state at the time?
One person saying
Blue.
that isn't the
Oh, so we had it the worst. Yeah. So I'm like you in the sense we locked down the household and we just social distance, but we did not take the jab, and we made sure that our children were remote learning through the whole entire thing.
Same here,
But
brother.
we were on
Same
lockdown
thing I
way
did.
too much in these blue states. The red states, they
I'm
had
in
a
Texas. It's the
popping.
same thing we did. Never took that jab.
Y'all
But
got
see,
to go
the
outside though.
point is like
We
there
did.
was this huge conspiracy theory, like, if you don't get it, then, you know, I should yell at you and tell you deserve to, you know, be offed or some crap like that. Now we have these other things coming out now, and it's almost like flipping a conspiracy theory over and seeing what else is left. And I'm just saying, be very careful with this stuff. Like, don't, everything you see doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Maybe that's why it's like the government didn't want to release these files. They're like, yeah, there's a bunch in here, and some of it's absolutely stupid. Because some of them are just
Hysteria.
throw off emails. They're just throw off emails. They're trying to get you to believe, you know, certain things. So be careful. That's all. You know,
like what? What are they trying to get, and who is they, and what would they be trying to get people to believe?
Okay, so Asmund Gold had an email. If somebody else wants to respond, let that person do it.
No, I just want to elaborate off the. Can I elaborate off the jab for 1 second?
You late, bro.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't ask the question. So I mean, whoever, if you feel like answering, go ahead. I don't. Yeah, please.
No. I said it. I don't have the
The
answer
other
to that.
person that said.
No, he's talking about the jab. Could I just elaborate off it?
About the, yeah.
If you got the jab, you got blood clots.
I was gonna say, because I respect everybody's decision that on here that didn't do it, and the only reason I did it, I was getting beaten in the head by my elder relatives, and one of them lived to be 95, and the other one is still here. She's 93, and they said, because I was resistant, I'm not gonna lie to you, because I don't trust the government, and they said, well, I'm triple your age, and I got it, and I didn't have no problems, and the one that's 93 or she's 94 now, she had COVID twice, and she's still here with no long-term side effects. So that's why I got it. I just wanted to elaborate off that. But I respect everybody who didn't do it for whatever reason, because I was probably, if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't have got the jab. That's all I want to say. Barack Obama.
No one even in this household got the COVID. None of us. We just.
No, you were
It's not even an anomaly. We locked it down. That's just what it is. We believed in what we believed was working.
My sons.
No, I agree with you.
I never got it.
But I know plenty of people though who got it and still never took the jab and is still living.
My wife and my sons, both of them, all of them caught it once, maybe twice. My sister had it twice, and
see, I don't look at it as something like somebody would be, according to my beliefs, would be like damned for that. Like, okay, so you have a certain faith. If you took it in faith, then you took it in faith.
But then we all got vaccinated growing up, so that's what I didn't understand about the people that didn't get the vaccine. Now, if you never had a vaccine,
it was the hysteria of not being vaccinated. What the media was pushing, almost like how it could turn out with these files. You
No, no, no,
remember the
no,
look that
no, no,
people
no,
would get?
no,
You know,
no.
remember the
People
look that
died.
people would
Like
give
people were
you
dying
if you
in
didn't have
mass
a
numbers.
mask on, or if
Yeah,
you
because
they
people were
found out you
dying.
didn't get the jab.
But
They
No,
it
no,
give
wasn't
you
no.
all. It wasn't
I
all
agree
COVID.
with.
While you're saying people were dying, it wasn't all COVID. They were naming everything that happened. People were dying of the regular flu, and they were saying it was COVID. It was so
No,
many
no, no, no
conspiracies
debate.
going
I'm
on.
That's
just
what
saying.
Snake is talked about with this "be careful" thing. Those are one of the moments where it's like, okay, like if we're not trusting the doctors ever, like
Right.
where's the line
Yeah, but
here?
this
Like
other
I
person's
do.
correct, and then what they're saying is that somebody would
What?
die in a motorcycle. Somebody would hold on. Somebody would die in a motorcycle accident, and then they would claim it was a COVID victim.
Yeah, can I get
So
a
you
source
have to address that.
for that? Well, I will address it. Could I address the source? What's the source for it? I'll address the source. Yeah.
That's 5 years ago, brother. You heard all of those stories that was going around. You watched the stupid
I did, and I
regular news
addressed them
like
at the
everybody
time.
else.
And
No,
So you
the
know
way
that
that
they were
Snake is talking about
replacing
being careful.
COVID stats with all kind of stats. You're just playing small-minded games right now instead of
Nope.
just
I'm
having a
saying
conversation.
I
Show me
do
the source.
like I take all of you at your word. I do look at certain instances of what I deem as peer-reviewed studies, papers, actual professionals quoting and citing statistic information. I do look at it and not take them at their word, but go, how credible is this source? How credible
Yeah,
is
bro.
this
Okay,
information?
I want to know what your opinion is on Dr. John Campbell. I was watching him like every day during the first year of COVID. So, what's your opinion of Dr. John Campbell?
Listen. Hey, what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the subject because this is not about COVID.
Yeah, go on. Next subject.
Yes.
Y'all ain't gonna
Can we
get
go
my
back to my
damn-
question
No, because this is
about
gonna get into what is it called, medical disinformation. I'm not trying to get into that.
They don't get
Okay,
flagged.
we're gonna change the subject
Yeah,
back
you don't
to
want
the
to get
subject at
flagged.
hand. Yeah,
We have a
I think we
flashbacks.
probably are already getting flagged. Whatever. Let's go.
Jeffrey Epstein is dead? I mean, we really don't know. Honestly, we really don't. But that's interesting, isn't it? Jeffrey Epstein, another thing that was revealed here, him and Ghislaine were dirty, nasty, sick people. Epstein and Maxwell buried 2 foreign kids who were strangled to death during rough sex. Actually, let me keep it like this because it's larger this way. This is from Edie, Oregon. Let's go down here. Subject, Jeffrey Epstein. Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. So remember, Jeffrey Epstein had multiple properties. One of those was also that Zorro Ranch. So this is taking us back to the Zorro Ranch. It goes on to say here, the material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G, Ghislaine, both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. And then apparently they shared video footage because they said, here are the video footage of Jeffrey Epstein. And they had links at some point, which obviously, we don't have here. But one of them even said that there was the video of him with a minor. This was 2019. We're talking about nasty, down low people. And all these people hang together. These are the friends in low, corrupt places. We talk about the media and Jeffrey Epstein's ties to the media. Appears he was closer to Rupert Murdoch than people may have thought. Shout out to Loki. This email seems to imply that Epstein stayed at Rupert Murdoch's house 4 years after being legally required to register as an offender. It says here, to Jeffrey Epstein, this is in 2012. I'm a little confused. What are you up to, or he, Ian, is up to? Are you staying with Rupert too? Can you tell me a little about Ian as well as his home base, Camel? Ian is staying with Rupert Murdoch and his wife. That's what I'm up to. Rupert Murdoch, who owns Fox News. We can't expect corporate media to tell the truth and to report all of this, what they're supposed to, when you got people who own a freaking network, a media network, who was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, and he's staying at his house. So these are things that you need to pay attention to. Again, email there. Let me go to the next one. When we talk about the money, Jeffrey Epstein had a bank account called The Ball and asked someone at JP Morgan to wire him over $11,000. Remember, we just talked about this? The Ball is a demonic figure and an enemy to Jesus as written in the Holy Bible. I mean, I don't know how much more information people need, but if you click on it here, JP Morgan financial sponsors, July 29, 2009, and you'll see it right here. Ball, name, that was Wachovia Bank at that time. Please wire
But what are you trying to say?
Ball.
Are you trying to say that
I mean,
Jeffrey
there. It's one of those
Epstein
things like
is
it's
Ball?
it's out in the open, but obviously we wouldn't have
No.
known,
Yeah,
we
he
wouldn't have been able to
worshipped
see this type
Baal.
of
He had-
information, right? Like what's
What I'm
someone's bank
saying
account
is
was named.
that he
Okay,
worshipped.
like like let's talk
Stop.
about it for a second.
So hold on. That people are trying to say that this whole thing is about some Israel thing. What I'm saying is that they're saying that his religion has something to do with this worship of this Phoenician satanic against the God, against the Bible. And
Yeah, I mean, hey, I could say that it's easily agreeable that or understandable that maybe Jeffrey Epstein is a Baal worshiper. That's gonna be fine for me to go. Okay, probably.
Right. So what that means is that like that a lot of this stuff has something to do with some type of secret group that is under the guise of Judaism, but in reality they're worshipers of this thing called Baal, and that have like these secret meetings on this island that has something kind of do, and it's almost like a little brotherhood, little secret organization, secret whatever society or whatever you want to call
sure,
it.
yeah.
That's
Okay,
having
okay.
these meetings on this thing, but people are trying to tie it to Israel and tie it to like all these different things, him being Mossad agents and all this other stuff. He might have been in the Mossad, but we can't tie it to Judaism and stuff like that. That's another
Well,
thing.
see, I mean, and like I find it funny because it's like
I'm
you
gonna
think
add on to
any. I don't think that any like worshiper of some entity that's, let's say, Baal, none of them, they're all going to be willing to throw each other under the bus. And what I mean by that is you can watch Bill Gates himself when he got addressed with a question about Jeffrey Epstein, and he got addressed with a question and he never answered the question. He just said, well, he's dead. So, you know, and I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. I mean,
Yeah, it is. He's probably part of it. And I say the same about Trump, which you just said about Bill Clinton. Trump does the exact same thing. They're probably all part of it.
But
And they need to be
what's
held
your
accountable
proof
for this.
though? What's your proof
Which
though? Come
your
forward
my
with some
proof
proof.
would be the same information that you just said about quoting Bill Clinton. Every confession,
No, I
essentially,
didn't
or every
quote Bill
accusation.
Clinton. I quoted Bill Gates.
Okay, that's fine. So Bill Gates then saying and reacting to the way, again, that's not really proof of anything. That's more of like anecdotal evidence.
Yeah,
based
it
off
is.
of,
Look at the guy's face when he did the interview, bro. I mean, are you kidding me? Come on.
That's what I'm saying about Trump too, right? I'm trying to say the things you're saying right now
Really?
is how.
Show which
Yes.
interview? Which interview? Which interview that Trump has done that you got some kind of weird inclination that he was a
Essentially
power
all of it.
worshiper?
Everything
Go
he's
ahead.
ever said. The man is just the fact that anybody would
Everything
think he's a
he's
good
ever
speaker.
said.
Yeah, he is
Oh my
one of the
gosh.
worst speakers I've ever heard
Hey,
in my
great
entire life.
evidence, bro. Great
Well,
evidence. I mean, come
again,
on.
it's the same anecdotal evidence that you just used to try to prove your point about Bill Gates.
It's
So I don't
not.
understand why
It's
you're
not
making fun of me now
anecdotal
for
at
that.
all.
It's literally
I've
the thing
never
you're
heard.
doing.
I've never heard anyone when presented with a particular question about somebody, and they don't answer the question, but rather they move like a politician and say, "Well, he's dead." So, like, almost like he doesn't have to answer the question because he's an elitist. So
Yeah, that's what
you
Trump
know.
does in every interview that he's ever. He
Bullshit.
never answers
Prove
questions. He
it.
doesn't know how the economy works. He doesn't know
You have
anything
no
about
way to
logistics.
prove
He's a
it, bro.
terrible businessman. Okay,
He's
I don't
a
really need to
terrible
right now. I wanted to
businessman.
address
Okay.
Genesis's original
Where
point
is
that they
your
said was the start
proof,
of the.
dude? There's no
I don't.
proof. You're just
I feel like this is
spouting.
just circling too much.
Hey,
I wanted to
okay,
address.
all right, stop. Okay, Dub, Kyle, you've been drinking because you just going in.
You bet. I've been drinking a lot of water.
Okay, but drinking that water. Okay, they're drinking that water. All right, all right.
I need a
Yeah,
shot for
love
this
that
conversation.
water. You know.
That water. Okay, drinking the water. All right, the liquid,
Yeah.
the,
So,
whatever that liquid current. But okay, so
Genesis,
go
can I
ahead.
address
Could I,
your?
Ron?
All right,
Oh,
so
go ahead.
finish saying what you're gonna say, and let Man in High Castle go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Okay. Thank you. So you said a minute ago, or a little bit ago now. I wanted to bring it up earlier, but whatever, it doesn't matter. You said you originally started the stream with this question: Why is this important? As we're talking about this sort of connection that Epstein
That's
has
actually
to
what
Israel.
what he asked. That's what what's his name the one at the top, the red Barack Obama asked, why is this important? How come this affects us? Isn't there better things we should be talking about?
Well,
That's what
and
his
so
question.
I really wanted to and say no to that. No, this is incredibly important, especially when we're talking about people like Bill Gates and Bezos and Bill Clinton as well. If there's Democrats involved in this, what seems to be taking place here, and people keep asking, why didn't the Democrats release this? Why didn't they? It was an ongoing investigation at the time with Biden, but that's besides the point. What I do believe is happening as well is that there's a lot of Democrats implicated in this situation, and the reason that this has been such an issue for everybody is because the people up at the top know that once this information gets out, it's going to turn out that basically everybody at the top is some sort of human trafficker to a very serious extent, because we're talking about children here in some instances. Also, then with the backing of essentially what is the United States government helping other world governments do these sorts of things, like Netanyahu. And so I deem this as crucially important, where it's just like the French rioted over things 100 million times less of an issue than this. And so it's just like one of their politicians says that you can't drink wine and drive a car, and they're farmers are driving their tractors to their Congress buildings and spraying poop on them to be like, this is outrageous. And so this is a huge issue, and I think that's what happened here with these files, and what Epstein is being accused of, splitting people down at the bottom, the left and right, so that we're fighting each other instead of looking at the people at the top saying, we need to hold you accountable, get you out of power, and come together as a society and fix these sorts of things.
Right.
End of statement.
I agree. And another thing that I would like to say is that when you have people like this that are having meetings and stuff like that, and kind of planning what's going to happen in the world over his house, they go over his house and make all kind of plans and send emails. And this guy probably has access to stuff that has to do with national security and all this stuff. I mean, this stuff is a dangerous situation when you have this level of a compromise going on, where this guy had so much influence that he could actually still they could be blackmail government. And then just because he is no longer here does not mean his influence is gone. You know what I'm saying? When you have people that at one point was, doing all this wild stuff and this, that, the other, and the people that was involved with it was able to put different people into office and all this stuff, the ball already probably is rolling on whatever the hell he had planned. And we're just experiencing the aftermath of what he had planned for years when he first started putting this whole thing together. So we don't even know what was going on and why he was doing what he was doing. Why was he up there trying to get all the dirt on everybody? But we know he did. So I think that's the part that's kind of scary, is that you have a person that's just getting everything, all the bad stuff on everybody, and nobody knows why.
What is America
it would
experiencing
protect
from
him.
it? What is America experiencing from what happened, or the things you just mentioned, Genesis,
Okay,
with the ball and all that?
just even the fact that JD Vance is our vice president was that's all a part of like this whole, what they're saying was that he was placed there by the Theo guy. And it's all to like exact some kind of a, what they're trying to do. Okay, if I read to you some of the things that he was saying between him and Peter Thiel, it had something to do with enacting like a new tribal, like getting rid of government, getting rid of the whole global government, and making it into whatever the heck they in their mind they said, bringing back tribalism.
So what's that got to do with JD Vance?
Okay, so if Peter Thiel, if this is what their ideals are, of getting rid of this and getting rid of global government. And JD Vance is put into there with Thiel, and Thiel is really close with Epstein, and they have these ideals, and JD Vance was backed 100% by Thiel. You can't tell me that he's not going to be influenced by Peter Thiel.
Yeah, JD's the front man. He's the face influencing the American people the same way Trump. I mean, he's an actor, like most presidents, even the Democratic ones. They were some of the other ones were actors as well, and so they're up there in the face of as what is this face to the American public to again.
Did the other guy on the panel actually have something that he wanted to say? Because he seemed like he was in a conversation. All right, cool.
Thank you, sir. I think that's pork chop, correct? So,
ribeye.
In the Bible, it does mention that the Israelites took Baal as their god. This is in Judges chapter 8, verses 33 through 35. But that's neither here nor there. Have y'all ever heard of the Hellfire Club? The Hellfire Club was sort of founded by Benjamin Franklin in the 18th century. However, it was a secret society. Did you know in X-Men's First Class movie, 2013, there was a Epstein-like character named Sebastian Shaw, and he had this Hellfire Club, and he would extort politicians, war dignitaries, all for power, and he would blackmail them. And none of them really knew that he was a mutant, but he had powers, and he could keep himself looking forever young almost. He could stage his death. But this Hellfire Club was a real thing. And it's a secret society that extended from the United Kingdom to North America. To where
but bro, you're rolling off on like Simpsons, kind of like Simpsons.
No. What we're getting at is this: is that these secret societies are real.
Been around.
And they're out here today, but they're more visible.
I would ask you further.
Is the Hellfire still around? That is the question.
I would push you to examine a little bit further about your faith and what you believe, but I won't do that here.
No, it's not my faith. Is the Hellfire Club still around? Yes or no?
No. I'm yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm not going to try to point my gun at you, right? And I'm not going to sit here on this panel and try to examine
my
what
faith
you
is
believe.
taking the number one and the number two in the morning. You understand?
Listen, bro. Listen,
you understand
bro.
that?
Listen, bro. If I had your phone number,
your faith is being drunk.
Me and you could probably have a really good talk. But
no, your faith is being drunk right now.
Well, okay. Well, now, then
you don't
we
like
can
that.
Get into it.
You don't
Continue.
like that.
Continue.
Take the sobriety test.
Take the sobriety test. Go ahead. What's your sobriety test, bro?
Say the alphabet backwards.
Oh shit! Z, Y, X, all the whole fucking alphabet. What's your problem?
Right. Let's go to the next question, teacher Genesis.
Yeah, go ahead, teach Genesis. How about do you like Genesis 3:15?
Yeah, let's go.
But it's like in so many words, Jeffrey Epstein was telling people who he
Hold
was
up.
without actually saying
No,
this is
we
who
were
I
right in
am.
the middle of the conversation.
And we all know the story about him and JP
we were
Morgan.
right in the middle of the conversation.
How JP Morgan had to turn around and they had to pay that money to the Virgin Islands because that's where a lot of these crimes happen. Not all of them, but that's where a lot of them happened.
I didn't think so. You know.
Was that about the 400 years?
What's Genesis 3:15 say?
Listen, we're not going to have a whole Bible study here. We're going into the Epstein
That's
file.
why this is
we're
the
talking
wrong.
About the listen, we're talking about the Epstein files, and we're talking about what happened with the Epstein files and how it has to do with his belief system, and his belief system was a ball. And
I was
somehow
telling him it's
you're
the
starting
wrong
to get
forum.
into. No,
Could
don't
I
listen.
actually-
Listen. Let's get back into what I'm trying to show about the Epstein files, and then this is what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
it's
You
the
don't
wrong
wanna-
forum.
Could I
It's
address
just the
what you
wrong
said,
forum.
Genesis?
Baal means the Lord in Hebrew, also.
Oh,
Could
does
I-
it?
Genesis, I was curious if you could expand a little more on what you were talking about, like this connection with JD Vance and Peter Thiel.
Well, I can show you better than I can tell you because what happens is that I'm actually doing two things at once.
Okay.
It's the wrong forum, though.
So they
to
talk
the other
about
guy.
it in this
It's
video?
just the wrong forum. It's the wrong
Phil,
forum,
got
brother.
a question
This
for you,
isn't the right
Phil.
forum
Are
for
you
that.
married?
Who, me?
Spell no,
Who are you
spell.
asking?
Spell.
No.
Okay.
Give me a second. Let me finish playing. I'm gonna find the one about Peter Thiel because I'm
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Now,
This is a
some of
good
the
video. I
files
like
that come through, as I said before in the other videos, some of the files that
Find
come
that one
through,
on
some of them were
Charleston White,
tips, some of
too.
them are, like emails, etc. But we're just going through what's in the
Where he
files.
discusses Epstein.
Speaking of which, Jeffrey Epstein, another thing, seemed to not like black people too much. This is another thing that repeatedly came up, especially her, Peggy Siegel. Supremacist Peggy Siegel, one of Hollywood's most powerful publicists, and Epstein had a lot to say about black people, complained there were too many blacks at the Isle of France. Island has no history of plantations or you can't make this up. This is bad. It's very tiny, so I'm just going to read it to you from afar. There are too many blacks on the Isle of France. Oh my God. I can see him here. Hold on.
But Jay-Z, Chris Tucker, who else?
There are
They had a
no
bunch of black people there, right?
locals. I'm sorry, guys. That one's really tiny. But that's basically what they were saying there. The island has no history of plantations and no ghettos. So she was basically saying, like, why are these black people here? There's a number of emails that are in the Epstein files where Jeffrey Epstein makes it very clear about he didn't want no black people around. No black people.
Who cares?
This one here.
Right.
well, no, because okay. Here's the thing, Dub.
I do.
No, that what ends up hold on, excuse me, stop it. What ends up happening is that then they didn't want no black people around, but then here comes Jay-Z, and there's a thing about just be quiet. Sometimes you speak too soon with your opinion.
All
Let
Jay-Z
the
did
thing
was
play
We
out.
know about Jay-Z.
Stop. Let the thing play out. You're gonna hear what she said and what happened. What? Hey, now you're kicked off the fucking show.
I didn't do anything. I didn't even say anything.
No, that was the man in the high castle. He's making that.
I didn't say shit. Yeah.
No,
fuck,
that was man in high castle wanting to make pig sounds at me, and so now he's kicked in the studio.
I didn't say shit.
No, man in high castle he gets beside himself and he forgets that who's in charge here.
Oh, there he goes.
So if you want to make a
sorry
pig
for, I
noise,
feel sorry for that guy.
yeah, if
Like,
you want to make a snorting noise or call me a pig or make me say I'm fat or whatever.
well, I mean, he was just fuck. I don't know what he was doing. He's making
Yes,
a joke.
that's okay.
probably.
You don't have to talk.
Whatever.
No, you don't have to talk. Just let me finish what I'm doing and let me.
Yeah, he was making a joke.
Okay, let me. Yeah, no, it's no joke. I don't go for that. That's not funny to me. Take that fucking joke and take it somewhere else.
I know. I don't like being muted either, though.
Yeah, I don't like
you
you talking over me and stop and be quiet so I can play the video. That's what I don't like. Okay.
I never mute.
It's
I never
interesting
talked
because
over
they also
you.
talk
Well,
about
mute
Jay-Z.
yourself then. Shush.
If I was Jay-Z, I would be embarrassed by this exchange right here. This is from Jess Stolley to Jeffrey Epstein. Jess Stolley is a banker. He's also was connected with JP Morgan. So we mentioned him before in the other video. You want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. That is from Jess Stolley at the time of Blue Mountain Capital. In other words, they were basically, seemed like to me he was trying to say that Jay-Z wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing with the black community. But also, the fuck is hip blacks? Where are the hip blacks? You see how they talk about us? But no, but then you have people like wanting to do business with them. And this is what I'm saying. And another one is Brett Ratner. This one we really got to dive into because Brett Ratner was just on Piers Morgan's show talking about his movie Melania. And so, of course, Piers Morgan did ask him about the picture of him in the Epstein files. But Brett Ratner isn't telling the whole story, which Whitney Webb had explained months ago about his connection. This guy right here, that's Brett Ratner. This guy has criminal ties. Now, I don't know if Piers Morgan knew that, but he definitely didn't bring it up. But listen to what he said about this picture of him and Brett Ratner.
The very serious and big stories in the news, the Epstein files. As you know, the picture came out of you with Jeffrey Epstein with two apparently young women in it. What is your response to that picture? And what is your response to the wider scandal of the Epstein files?
Oh, well, that picture in particular happened around 20 years ago. I don't know, 20 to 21 years ago, because that is a photograph of my fiance who invited me to this event. And that's where the picture was taken. I had never been in contact with Jeffrey Epstein before that photo, and I was never in contact with him after. So that's a picture of me and my fiance at some event.
Wow. So who was the fiance, if you don't mind me asking?
She doesn't want me sharing her name in the case, but that's my fiance, 100%.
Lying?
Was my fiance.
Is his fiance all of a sudden? Come on, my fiance. All she want to say is my fiance. But like, period. Come on now, that dude did not know that fiance. Lying, bro. Anyway,
but all these people are liars, though. They're all liars.
That's what I'm saying. All these people are liars, and people be like, "What is it? I don't believe it." Come on now, you guys can't be that.
Powerful men have been manipulating women for centuries, man.
So let's go into the JD Vance
branch and the legislative branch that is majority Republican and the Supreme Court are all pedophile protectors. Every single one of them protects child rapists. One in particular that I want to focus on right now is Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi declares that she is a warrior for justice. She wears her Christian cross all the time. And this that I'm about to show you was in the Epstein files, and she protects the sender of this email. Pop this up. To Jeffrey Epstein from Redacted. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. So why is Pam Bondi and Trump's DOJ redacting this child rapist's name from the files? Why is everybody providing cover when a lot of the victims' names, survivors' names, were not redacted?
So now do you understand why this is important? First of all, it's showing us how corrupt our Department of Justice is, because they are more protecting the pedophiles that were involved with these things saying something.
I have a question.
Meanwhile, the children that are in these things, full name is there. So that's.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Okay. Okay, what's the question?
Were these files not known in the Biden administration?
They were known, but there was still an investigation going on.
It was a prolonged investigation, y'all. Come on.
Okay. Prolonged. Bottom line, the investigation was still going on. They couldn't release the file.
Okay. Let's just say that
she did.
Let's just say that
started. Go ahead. Sorry.
Let's say that the files of this particular email was known during the Biden administration. Yes. Would it have still been redacted? Who is that in the redacted?
We would all like to know. And so this person did say at the beginning of the video when they started it, they were like, everybody up at the top is clearly protecting these pedophiles. And so, yeah, I mean, it was an ongoing investigation, but I'm still very upset with Democrats not doing enough as well to what is the situation, because what Genesis keeps getting at here, this is crucially important. If everybody apparently up at the top, I'm sure not everybody, that's a bit of a, there seems to be good individuals involved in Congress, involved in our political areas, attempting to do good things and try to hold these people accountable. But it would seem that it's overwhelmingly a group of evil people actively every step of the way trying to Letitia James would be a good example. Trump's trying to accuse her of some sort of
Letitia James, bro, that's who you're going to?
You guys
Come
stop
on.
interrupting me,
man. You gotta chill.
Whatever.
Stop. Stop having outbursts, bro. You are just loud
No,
too. Loud outbursts.
no,
Come on.
Letitia James. Come
All
on.
right, let's finish. Let's finish the live. I mean,
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah,
the
yeah.
video. The video. Let's go.
But that to me just shows you how flagrant it is. And child predators are very flagrant about it. They're very flagrant about the social things that they do regarding sex. And this is so brazen. This is after it's already been revealed that this man is a predator, and they all go down. You have to ask yourself, why? Why did he do it? Why wasn't he scared? Why wasn't he scared of getting rearrested? Why did he seem to accelerate, not deaccelerate? Why didn't he say, hey, no emails, no record of any of this stuff? He's responding to all of this stuff because he has blackmail footage on people in our government and very wealthy people, and he worked for very bad people, Vladimir Putin and the government of Israel.
You know, here's the thing, and it is so important to remember that this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, he was hanging out with Trump, communicating with Trump, alleged to have been at the White House for 2017 Thanksgiving. And then Trump says, I don't know him. I don't know anything about it. Just all that bullshit. But the reality is these people, not only did they think Jeffrey Epstein was powerful and cool, and, you know, you hear some people say that, well, I was only around him because I wanted to be close to power. Well, that tells me everything I need to know about you. But in that email, your littlest girl was naughty. And you know they were knee slapping. You know when he wrote it, he had a smile from ear to ear. Where's the prosecution of this person? Where's the investigation into this person? The deposition at the very least. You don't have it. You didn't have it under Biden. You don't have it under Trump. And that tells me these elites and these oligarchs, and Jeffrey Epstein was number one, because I think you are spot fucking on. The reason he didn't stop is because he thought he was completely never going to be punished. Because just look, when he was arrested in 2000, I think it was 7, the plea was in 2008. His home, he knew before it was raided because they went in and took all the video equipment and all the videos and files that he had in that home. It was taken before the FBI got there. He got a day pass jail sentence. He got a day pass to go anywhere he wanted, and then he slept in the jail at night. It's bullshit. Right. And there's no other reason he would not have tried to stop. He thought he would get away with it forever because so many people in powerful positions were mired in the whole deal.
Yeah, and when Alex Costa gave him that sweetheart deal, because the case was strong, all of the evidence was really, really strong. And it was really puzzling as to why he got this kind of deal. And it's because he has blackmail footage on very, very powerful people. And this was such a culture of rape. This is such a rape culture that you saw Howard Lutnick's wife, after it's been revealed, after when Pump said 2008, when he plead guilty to child rape, when he pled guilty to child rape or charges similar to that, Howard Lutnick's wife emails him, we're on a yacht. We want to stop by your island. We are a party of 2 families. We have a few boys and a few girls.
Is a fucking snore.
Why the details of the kids? Seriously. Why that they are young? Why the gender? Because
I've heard the lady before. I've heard her. I agree. On a different channel. It's a snore, dude. I've heard the lady before.
Me as well, Rabbi.
I agree.
It's a complete snore. I've heard it. I already watched her on like Barry Cunningham's channel. Come on. I mean,
I had not seen it before. I was interested. To be honest,
pivot on.
You got. I mean, you guys.
Tim,
I think it's kind of selfish to think that you're the only one.
I'm glad that I'm the person that people call for the JD Vance is an asshole, and I want to scream about him beat because I do.
That's great. I mean, you sound like you have a certain lisp in your voice, bro. I can't do anything about that for you.
What?
I said
Phil the same question.
You have a kind of lisp in your voice, and I can't do anything about that for you. right?
A lisp
So-
in my voice? I'm a woman. What are you talking about?
No, that dude.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Jeez. Fuck, how many drinks have you had?
I haven't had any drinks. I'm
Good. Well, maybe you should have one.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No,
need
maybe
one.
you need to chill out, bro.
Ribeye. I need a shot. Something stronger
Oh,
than just
what's
the beer.
gonna happen to me? I'm gonna get booted off your channel.
All right,
Oh
check
well.
it out. People online are
you're
blasting
not
Vice
making any
President J.D.
sense,
Vance
and
for
you
being
have no
suspiciously
content. Look at
quiet
it.
after the Department of Justice
Now, what I'll
released
do is
over
I'll mute
3
you. I like
million
it, yeah.
Epstein
Leave you on your
files
own.
in the form of communications, emails sent and received from Epstein, certain photos on his laptop, all released out into the public. Now, a lot of this drug people who were close to J.D. Vance into the mix. People like Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary of the Trump administration. People like Elon Musk, who was exposed for lying about refusing an invitation to the island, but then we found out he was actually begging to go to the island and Epstein swatted it down. People like Peter Thiel, who was one of J.D. Vance's superheroes who helped him get where he is today. Of course, people like Donald Trump, like this email right here that says, wow, no one found this horrific Donald Trump mention in the Epstein files because it was a handwritten letter that wasn't properly indexed by the DOJ. How convenient. Well, we are about to read this letter right here because J.D. Vance is being, again, suspiciously quiet. The administration is quietly trying to remove things that were posted online, and we will not let them. Let's just go back to the beginning very, very quickly. J.D. Vance posted in 2021, in September of 2021, which is, I guess, about 4.5 years ago. He posted an article about Epstein and then replied, quote, remember when we learned that our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child sex trafficking ring? And then that guy died mysteriously in a jail. And now we just don't talk about it. This was 2 years after Epstein reportedly killed himself in 2019 under Trump's first presidency. And J.D. Vance was willing to ask questions back then. But now people are going viral for pointing out, I'm crying, dude. J.D. Vance and N-Wokeness haven't tweeted in days. Someone's
So this is what I'm talking about when we talk about JD Vance, is all the people that surrounded him and that he's like influenced by are all in these files. And so that's what's really going on. And so, you know, what does this really say? You know what they say, you find the 5 people around you, then that's your, you know, your circle of influence. You know what I'm saying? There you are, you know, you hang around certain people with, you know, birds of a feather, all that stuff. Well, Anthony, what's up? Okay.
I did have some comments about this. Again, I really appreciate the open. Like, I call into a lot of shows. You don't get this sort of like open dialogue. It was going on right there for a minute, but yeah, like so. Look, anyways, point is, I wanted to address. I took a few notes on that other video we were playing. I thought it was pretty good. What those?
Yeah, I still have it up. It's just that, you know, when people are drunk and they're just bursting out with stuff, I don't mind having drunk people on my show. It's just that if you got to control yourself, which, you know, I can get drunk too, but, you know, I learned, because I used to burst, I have outbursts as well, but sometimes people get drunk, they start blurting things out and they start wilding out. You know, you just got to calm down, you know?
Yeah, some of the things I say can be a little like intense with the implications of like accusations of like either Republicans or some individuals. So I think I was kind of frustrated and ribeye there, which is
No,
fair.
I'm
But
talking
these are
about
the things that I
what's his
think.
name? Who was the guy that was up here earlier with the, was his name Ribeye?
Yeah, with the steak. Yeah,
he
I think he
just
said his
be
name was
blurting
Ribeye.
stuff out like, "Nah, nah, nah."
Yeah, and then saying that I need evidence, and I was like, well, look, that's what we're trying to do here, right? Compare evidence. Like you've brought on this sort of stuff that we're talking about, and I'm trying to address it, and then I'm making points, and so I was like, yeah, share your stuff if you have things that you want to discuss. Let's look it over and talk about what's real and what's fake, because that was your original question of what you're trying to talk about here. Why is this important? We have the resources and technology to have spaces like this where individuals like you can bring things up on a screen and talk with people from all around the world about what's going on and figure it out and be like, okay, here's the conclusion we need to make. And even if we don't all agree, we can agree on some sort of next step to a solution at the very least.
You know, and that is what I would prefer to do. I don't want to argue with nobody. I don't want to have a shouting match. I just want to get to the bottom of like what is going on. And he asked the Barack Obama asked a good question. Why is this important? Why are we focused on this? There's bigger things we need to focus on. And so it's great to have a person. Well, you know why? This is why I think it's important. This is why I think it. This is why I don't think it's important, etc. You know. But if we don't never open up the conversation, we just think that everybody needs to be all Republicans, and thinking the same way and whatever. And it's like, well, everybody's not going to think the same way. So how do we understand each other? Because now I find it very important, because I feel like the one thing I did say, and I'm not sure if anybody's going to, back me up on this, is I believe what's going to happen is you're going to notice that there's going to be a lot less. I think sex trafficking is going to go down for a second, because there's too much. It's almost like the block is hot. So all this trafficking that was going on in Texas with all these people, I think that people are going to probably be paying more attention to those type of cases and stuff like that. So, but that's why I believe it's important, because before, people just wasn't really, it just was happening and nobody was paying attention to it. So I believe that that might be one of the things that happens, that comes out of this situation on a positive note, is that maybe people start paying attention more to these type of things.
I do hope so as well. There's this, that's why I get so frustrated with what is like Trump and some of the attitude that is surrounded. In the video you just played, the phrase rape culture was used, and that's something that I often talk about. I do content as well, and so I like to talk about like sex education and things of that, like consent is the most important part. And so this sort of idea of what is taking place with people like Andrew Tate, and again, here we see JD Vance speaking out against this sort of issue, where it's like, why are we not talking more about Epstein? Why is this issue of women's rights and some very heinous crimes against humanity, essentially, with the situation with children? Why are people not in an uproar about this and attempting to hold people accountable? And it's because some people up very high at the top are with it could get a little conspiratorial, but they're actively paying either actual lawyers to handle sorts of situations to get them off, or they're paying and having individuals possibly murdered. There's several instances in the Epstein files suggesting that Trump and Epstein were talking to individuals, informing them that if they didn't keep their mouths shut, they were going to get murdered. And so people are scared and nervous. And then you see individuals that get wrapped up and swept up in the propaganda that JD Vance is pushing now, where he's saying, don't ask questions, don't look behind the curtain. And they're attacking women.
So do you think that JD Vance didn't know? Like, why would one minute he be like, we need to figure out what's going on here, and then once it comes out, all of a sudden he's like, oh, so we got to cut this out. We can ask no more questions.
When he got accepted into this inner circle, like I said everybody earlier, but I'm sure there's some good people in the government. And, again, where maybe I would disagree with JD Vance on a lot of his Republican opinions, he still wasn't perhaps in the inner circle of these individuals protecting these people. And, suddenly when he gets the opportunity to get more authority, get more power, get these sorts of things offered by Trump to become vice president, then he, I guess that's the final straw, where I would have been like, look, see, I told you all, I was, you all thought I was just disagreeing with him, and I was trying to be polite about it, but here, now I'm suggesting he's actively evil at this point. I feel like that's enough evidence to say that and throw that out there, where he always sort of believed these kinds of things, and he never had the opportunity to actively be as, I would say, racist and sexist as he is. And then when he finally had that out under Trump, to have this authority and power to look at everybody else down below him and say, I'm the vice president, I can do whatever I want, I'm not beholden to laws the way that you are. He took that final step. And again, where before, like, he maybe wasn't, I couldn't really point or pinpoint anything down that would suggest that he would or want to do something like that.
He would be compromised, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like a thing where all these people that are in these high places, at some point they get compromised. That's what it really boils down to, is that they might start off in politics, but once you join the club, then you're compromised, and now there's an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I see that issue as like sort of money as well, where it's just like now maybe JD Vance took money or was involved in some sort of deal or some sort of situation, and so with what you said, like now he's compromised. They have blackmail on him, not anything to just financial crimes or something along those lines, right? And so now he's just beholden to the power of whoever gave him this money, where they're like, hey, if you don't do this, there's going to be issues. We're going to ask for that money back, and you better be able to pay it.
Do you really think that the parties have stopped because Epstein ain't there, or do you think that they still have parties at Mar-a-Lago and different locations, and it just might not be Epstein throwing the parties, but then these parties are a regular stay. I mean, if he had a group of people that really believed in what he was doing, a lot of times you can't just cut the head off and the whole thing collapse. A lot of times you cut the head off, another head comes up. So who knows if Peter Thiel is his next successor? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I knew mythology better, I could with like a 7-headed dragon here, where it's just like they've chopped one head off, but yeah, they're that's a really good analogy. Yes, I agree 100%. I think the FBI. I really hope the next administration cuts anybody that was involved in this administration and gets the FBI to go to the island and inform American citizens that this shit is in fact not happening anymore. And I want every other island
Right? Who
investigated
owns
as
the
well
island
that
now?
surrounds that shit.
Who owns
Yeah.
the island now? Who owns it? Does it still own by?
Sorry to get a little worked up there about that. This is really
This is the type
that's
of
why I like
thing we
your
don't
original
even know if this thing is still going on. People are still going there or not.
And I'm
We
worried
don't
about
know
that.
if they're having parties in another location. We don't know if there's an underground place where they're doing the wild stuff at. We don't know exactly. And so this is just a peek into something that may be bigger, or this just might have been it. But the thing is, I'm not saying that we need to be consumed by it. I'm just saying I wouldn't turn a complete blind eye to it, because like to be informed about like that this stuff is going on, and it's not just a conspiracy, that there's something happening here. Whether I think this could be doctored, like they could have put fake documents up there. Well, why would they put like this is dealing with people that are billionaires. Why would they risk their? I mean, it would probably be better for the Doge to not put that up there and get a kickback from Peter Thiel, because he's a billionaire, right? So if anything, if the government was really trying to do anything, they would be on his side. Why would they put a document out with his name in it, emails, all this stuff with all these people with all this money and all these people? Putin's in there. I mean, it has stuff talking about with him talking about him, Putin, and Jeffrey Epstein talking about his connection to Trump and how Trump ain't listening and Trump's doing this and Trump's doing that. So I'm like, why would the DOJ just? I mean, I think that at this point they finally said, "Fuck it, put it out." People, the Congress said, "Hey, you got to put it out," but they had to comb through it, And even there was a time where what's his name, Capel, was reading it, and honey, you could see his face, honey. He was jiggling his ear and doing all kind of weird signs and stuff.
Not a good liar. Yeah.
Yeah, did you see that? He was jiggling his ear. He did like this. Like, I don't know whether that was contrived. Like he purposely did. I don't know how much of even Patel's behavior is like a throw off, if he's purposely acting crazy so that you're not even. I don't know. The whole thing is
he's a fall guy to a certain extent. Like they knew that he would just lie. He's just a yes man that would just lie. And so it's not that Kash Patel is an actor or doing things like this. They knew that if they put him in, Trump's the actor, and there's people behind the stage as well. Trump's a puppet on a stage, and the people behind are in charge of this situation too. And they knew if Kash Patel went out there, he would just flat out lie to the public, and they don't care because again, this is what they sort of want. When I say they, I guess I don't want to be labeling people, and so if I was to define it, I would say Trump and his agenda through the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 specifically. And so they want us fighting each other, debating each other, this sort of cutthroat attitude towards each other as they're doing some of the worst crimes against humanity, truly, genuinely, shit that goes against not even rule of law, a moral, ethical code that even most likely an instinctive animal would in some way, shape, or form abide by, where it's just like, if it saw another wounded creature, it might attempt to, like, there are groups of animals that care for and do be concerned about things and situations like that. And so it's just like at a very, very even basic level of instinct, this is some really serious stuff. End of thought there.
Yeah, and here's the thing that's even crazy about this whole thing is that now that all this stuff has been put out, people are, there's Charlie Kirk is his whole thing is questioned, his whole passing is questioned, because according to the people that are saying that he had people were trying to get him to force to do certain stuff. So it just opens up this whole can of like conspiracy about like how Israel is influencing different parts, and then you get into it, you find out how they have just bought Google. Now they bought TikTok. They put like how many billions of dollars into Google, and all this whole surveillance and AI and Thiel, and when you put it all together, it's just a whole surveillance. Like they're trying to collapse the whole world government and bring up a new whole government that's based on. And when they talk about tribalism, that part was weird. I'm like, what tribalism?
You said a couple things there that I wanted to respond to, and I do want to touch on the last point about tribalism. But so you said surveillance and the stuff with Peter Thiel in Israel, like it. So I wanted to quote George Carlin: "You don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge." And what he's talking about when he says something like that is like where we get sort of into conspiracy levels, where like, oh, the big government's a police state trying to put a boot on your throat and keep the man down, and it's like, well, that actually. Again, that's what George Carlin's talking about. You don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. And that's what we see here taking place with this sort of surveillance and purchasing of, Trump has Truth Social. You just were mentioning these social media platforms that individuals are purchasing and having investments in. And so it ties into with what Israel's doing. They are a police state, and America has been a police state for certain demographics as well, who essentially anybody who is non-white. America has been a police state since its founding. And that's Israel took note of. They're both taking notes from each other now at this point. But what Netanyahu is doing is this sort of police state tactic, this sort of same stuff that we're seeing here that we're talking about, pitting people against each other, posting on social media sites, saying this other group's bad, don't ask questions about it, just hate them. And when we see these interests converge of this idea of surveillance with what Israel's doing, they have drones, they have AI technology, they have surveillance things that they're doing on computer systems. America, that's, if you're wondering where all the money's going, why Israel's getting sent a bunch of money and where that's ending up, it's into the research and development of these sorts of surveillance tactics and manipulation tactics, even psychological manipulation tactics. They're doing research on that. And then America as well then purchases some of these drones and surveillance tactics. ICE just did that. ICE purchased some sort of software from Israel to track immigrants better. And so this is where the interests converge, where you're like, look, this isn't even a conspiracy anymore. Like, things are bad, and we have to, as it's we the people. That's what our Constitution says. All of you should go read it. Read our Constitution. We the people have to fucking do something about this. End of statement.
I think, okay, I'm not sure if Anthony is here. Somebody keeps saying I'd like to talk, or did they leave? Is that you, Barack Obama, saying I'd like to say something?
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna bring it up. They said sorry to me, and I wasn't. This is my first time here, so I didn't really. I was like, look, I'm not. I was gonna bring it up and say they mentioned something. I wasn't 100% sure which one of the.
I'm not sure. I haven't been checking the back chat, so I didn't know. I didn't know that they were saying that. So, but I mean, they've been just talking over each other. Hell, but Barack, did you want to say something, Barack Obama? Are you there?
You might be muted if you're talking.
No, he's not muted. Okay, maybe okay. Well, let's let the video play. Let's go.
Mind Brain Institute will actually happen, which means riding the tiger even more. I wanted validation from scientists. Some is happening and some will remain ever skeptical and condescending. Suddenly, it does not feel important. What do I enjoy most? I don't know that I can really say. My biological needs are met occasionally, but that too, it seems I've been there, done that. I have 3 more books to write, and then we'll be done with that as well. I will be going for 1 week silence at the end of this month with a small group. Maybe some more clarity than I do enjoy the company of younger, intellectually sharp and self-aware women, and love to engage with them to inspire and stimulate them. Well, and this is not the first person that Oprah has had as some type of spiritual guru that's end up in some type of abuse situation with younger girls. Have at it. We have seen this before. I forget the other guy's name. We talked about it before on the show. The other guy that she told people to go to. He's supposed to be some spiritual guru, and it turns out he was abusing those girls. You can't trust these people. The other one here I thought was interesting. Peter Thiel is also throughout the Epstein files. Epstein to Peter Thiel. Here we go here. Let me actually keep it this way because it's bigger. From Jeffrey to Peter Thiel. Donald's New York supporters concerned. We can talk if you like. He cannot release his tax returns. So what are his options? So that was August of 2016. That was before Donald Trump won the election for his first presidential term. Why the fuck is Jeffrey Epstein telling Peter Thiel that Donald New York supporters are concerned? The fuck that got to do with Peter Thiel?
Right.
Another billionaire. And we know that Peter Thiel created JD Vance. JD Vance is Peter Thiel's creation. So everybody connecting the dots. You see what's happening here? All these people roll together. I can't believe people were dumb enough to put this in email. Then there's the Russia blame. Corporate media is now trying to find ways to say that Jeffrey Epstein was basically a Russian asset, that he was working for Russia, when every damn thing in the files shows you that Jeffrey Epstein was clearly Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein said so himself in other correspondence that he was representing the Rothschilds. It's very clear, but corporate media is saying that, oh, he must have been a Russian agent. Caitlin Johnstone, excellent journalist here. We're going to play part of the read here so you guys can see it yourself.
The Western press are trying to spin Epstein as a Russian agent. Epstein documents have been confirming for months that he was clearly and undeniably an Israeli intelligence operative, which the latest round of releases have strongly reinforced. So, naturally, the Western media are running with the story that Epstein worked for Vladimir Putin. A new Daily Mail article is headlined, Epstein's sex empire was KGB honey trap. Pedophile financier had multiple talks with Putin after conviction, with Russian girls flown in to harvest compromat on world-famous figures. The Daily Mail is owned and controlled by billionaire British aristocrat Jonathan Harold Esmond Vera Harmsworth, 4th Viscount of Rothermere, who was the subject of a recent Guardian article titled Move Over Murdoch, Will Lord Rothermere Be Britain's Most Powerful Media Mogul? A headline from The Telegraph blares, Epstein's links to Putin and Kremlin spies raise fears he was a Russian agent.
You guys get the point. So they're already trying to spin the narrative that he was actually working for Russia when every damn thing in the file show you he was working for Israel. This is how bad it is. This is why you guys had to come to independent media to find out more information. That's how low they're willing to go. Clear as day. Epstein, I represent the Rothschilds. Media, Epstein represent Russian. Clear as day. As you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. But when you look at the titles, the headline, The Telegraph, Epstein links to Putin. Daily Express, Epstein files show Putin Russian spy links.
Could I make a comment about this?
Anyone but Israel.
Sure, there you go.
Thank you. So this is what I was trying to describe earlier a little bit, where it's like, I don't know who's in charge of those media sources. We would have to do some research on that, but this is where I'm saying they're kind of pitting people against each other. And it is tough to, with what Ribeye was trying to get at, it is tough sometimes to sort through all of this sort of stuff by yourself. And that's again why I say I really like these types of shows and try to call into them. And what you're doing here is really, really great stuff. And so, like, with what's going on with this sort of media narrative, like they're trying to paint, they know that Americans are scared of Russia. They don't like what is deemed to be communism, the sort of Red Scare from the older generation. I'm early 30s, and so the older generation has a bit more fear of Russia, and so they're going to see that headline and they're going to click it and they're going to listen to it. And even if the media source isn't intentionally being malicious, they're just trying to get clicks and links to make money, because that's how things sort of are working nowadays. They're still feeding this sort of narrative that it's just like, Epstein had ties to Russia and he's this Russian agent, when it's like, that might be true. There might be things where he had influence and he was involved with Putin and might have known Putin and stuff like that. And interests are converging all over the world between even Russia and Israel as well. And so it's something we should pay attention to and care about, but we got to look at the actual words that Epstein's saying, like where he directly said there, where she showed that tweet, I work for the Rothschilds, which I'm going to add to my notes as something else.
Did you fall asleep? Did you fall asleep, sir? Did you fall asleep?
No.
Oh, okay, because I was asking, did you have something to say?
I didn't hear you.
You fell asleep. That's what it was. You fell asleep. Yes, you did. You lying. You fell asleep. Your ass fell asleep. Daddy, I was screaming your name. Anyways, yeah, so that's it is in where where all this stuff could be. So what did you have to say about what do you remember about what we've been talking about so far?
Say what?
What do you have to say about what we've been talking about so far?
Well, nothing. It's not really my area. When I don't comment on something, I don't know it well.
Okay. Well, that's actually pretty good that you you don't just talk just to be talking. Let's go.
You're listening. I chime
Epstein
in when
had friends
something.
in low places, but so did Donald Trump. And you'll see also in these files, Kevin Warsh partied with Epstein and Maxwell. Now he is head of the Federal Reserve, thanks to Trump. So you see this announcement that was just made. We got to follow the dots. All these rich, corrupt people, they all roll together. In fact, the more corrupt they are, it seems like the faster they climb the damn ladder. It was announced here. Kevin Warsh is the right man for the job. And there he is. There's Donald Trump handing it right over to him, right? Kevin Warsh. I mean, we got to follow this stuff. Let me show you the first one. Tuesday, December 1st, 2010. Here is the list I just sent to Harvey. How many people are with you tomorrow? So let's look at this list here. Please look this over. I think Roman's vote is bigger than Ron Perlman's. Wow, this is how these people are rolling. There's Kevin Warsh. So again, it's not like Kevin Warsh worked hard. He was in the club. Trump's moves helping out Israel.
You know what?
And when he was
really
asked about
also
Jeffrey
tells
Epstein,
you-
by the way, he is so done.
It tells you how, like, even when you think that even like power and all this stuff, that this is good old boys club that's really just ushering people in and out. And then, and having these private meetings when and money and everything is being discussed at these meetings, and then they determine who gets to make it and who don't.
After this, when he was asked about Jeffrey Epstein, this is what he said.
And no, he made a statement about me and Jeffrey Epstein. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do, because that whole thing's turned out. I mean, other than Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and lots of people there are a lot of questions about it, but nothing on me. But
Blatant lie. He was in there over 5,000 times, guys, but he says nothing.
It was even sort of better than that, because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this Leesburg writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election. So right there, that I had nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. When Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them, because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it. And the problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein.
Thoughts?
A lot, yeah. So this is where I'm trying to say that Trump's feeding this narrative that's sort of like getting people to fight each other, where it's just like people will just say, look at what Trump said right there. Like, he's saying that this stuff about how he's not implicated in the files for this reason. And it's like, we're trying to be like, we want everybody held accountable. Like, not everybody was talking about the Epstein files for as long as some people have, but there are Democrats and there are other individuals who have been involved in this situation trying to fight against it, saying that this is an issue. And there have been people talking about it. And he wants to just say now that, he'll just say, oh, I have nothing to do with this. And, people are going to believe him and say that you have Trump derangement syndrome when you're trying to talk about this very serious issue. And so that's a little bit more on the online spaces. That's why I think these call-in shows are good, like the way you bring people on. It's hard for people to come on the mic and say that, what it is that is happening here isn't an issue. Like, it's really easy in a chat and a forum, and that's sort of what people are looking at with these Epstein files as well, where it's like, was Epstein involved in using 4chan and these sort of online spaces to force feed this narrative of Trump and I got a lot of issues with Trump and like what's going on with this administration, and what you said about the people being at the top, where it's this sort of club. Like, it gets frustrating. With those other individuals we were talking about, where I did want to sort of address what one of them was saying about like this sort of race issue, where they were like, oh, why are you speaking for me or like, why I don't need your pity? And I was like, that's not, I don't speak for any community, I speak for myself. Like, I'm not speaking for any group of people. I'm talking about what I see as historical facts, like things that happened always out throughout American history, not even just with Black people. Again, ongoing genocide still to this day of Native Americans. And so these voter restriction laws under Jim Crow that specifically affected Black communities, that's what Trump is using in this modern era. He's using these sort of Jim Crow tactics to repress votes of individuals, and I believe that that's how he won the election. And so I have a lot of issues with what's going on. I think all of this is really important, and the reason so many people are talking about it now is because of how many things these files seem to be released into people's understanding of what's actually going on with this group of a specific demographic up at the top, seemingly to be wanting to actively harm other demographics.
What do you think? What do you think it is about certain people that just refuse to believe anything like what they see? It's like I don't understand this whole thing where people, like, you could put it right in front of their face and they just still are arguing like, no, this is something else. This ain't what it is. I'm like, bro, what?
They're scared. They're horribly scared because especially some of the older people, and they'd be very unwilling to admit this with what I'm saying right here. And so I don't know this to be entirely true. This is my understanding of what's going on in their psychology, in their head. When you present them with a fact, it shatters their entire reality, which is really scary. And it can actually not maybe physically harm you, but definitely like mentally and emotionally. It's going to have a big impact because now you lose all of your friends and family, everybody around you, everybody you go fishing with, everybody you go to church with, some of the people that might live in your house. If you take that outside fact that this other group is saying and bring it into your community and start talking about it, a lot of people around you are going to disown you and discredit you. And it's the same, those other people also believe this sort of same psychology where they're scared as well. If they accept this outside fact, they have grown up in this sort of attitude where bullying and pushing people to the outside and the out group is what you do, and you are set in stone in the beliefs that you have. And it's a bit of a Western sort of American kind of attitude, and it's interesting too, because that's what when I talk to other people like on the other side, that's what they think about me. We saw that earlier. They were calling some of the things I was saying bullshit, saying that's fake news, and being like, you don't know what you're talking about. Why can't you accept the facts that I'm presenting to you? And it was even funny. Ribeye literally said the thing that he was doing. I was like, well, no. We're both you're using anecdotal evidence of what it is that this other person said as evidence. I'm trying to hear you out and listen to this and accept your fact into my community, because that's what we need to do here to understand each other, and you're not extending that to me, and so we can't have a conversation. It's just this circular, you're going to keep repeating what it is that you're saying until, because you're scared to acknowledge some sort of outside fact. Yeah, okay, so end of statement.
Yeah,
I could talk for a while, sorry.
No, but that's exactly because it's crazy how, and then it gets so weird that people get to wanting to like they get to trolling and starting to say weird stuff, like how Man in High Castle decided at that moment he's gonna stop being like having a regular conversation, and then he gets to like talking crap and talking like rap. So that
I was kind of disappointed. I wanted to address what they were saying. Yeah, I was like, man, why you gotta act like that?
Now we can't even have a normal conversation.
Yeah,
being a troll and because you're being challenged, because you're not getting your way, because the conversation is not going, and you're not being able to dominate the conversation the way you want to. So then now you get to like acting like a fool, And the bottom line is that everybody has an opinion. No one's smarter than the other. Everybody has something to say. Everybody has an equal thing, and no one's gonna walk away from here and be like, oh my God, I am completely, I believe 100%, and I'm, because we're too old. Everybody done had their idea. If anything, I'll say, well, damn, you told me something I didn't think about. or maybe, oh, okay, that was a different opinion, a different side of things I wasn't considering. But no one's gonna be like, oh my God, you just changed my entire life with that information. Oh my God, my whole, because I mean, it really is just something. This whole thing it doesn't affect us directly. I think it's a trickle down effect. It might not affect us right now, but I think that over time, when all this stuff gets revealed, when they decide if they're going to decide to ever prosecute these people, if they do or if they don't, I think it's going to have something to do with even how laws are. I mean, if they don't prosecute these people and they find out that these people, or bring them up on indictment or charges, if that's what the FBI is saying, that the case is closed, because that's what it said. I think they said that Trump said the case is closed. Did you hear that?
I actually didn't. Did he say that recently?
Yes, he said that.
This is why I point to him saying he has dementia too. Like, they'll look at Biden and be like, "Oh, Biden said this, Biden said that," and I'm like, Trump is just out here, just flat out making shit up, making up numbers, saying whatever the fuck he wants. Like, what the hell is even his own department has to walk shit back, where they're like, "That's not exactly what's happening," or they'll double down and back it up.
I heard that Patel said it too. Like, they both.
Also, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's then it leaves Trump's mouth, then because Kash Patel is just a yes man. Kash Patel will just say that shit too, and it's like then it gets really awkward, especially when it's like suddenly people actually working on the case at the DOJ are like, "Look, we're not up at the top. We're just people working on the case." Like, I know you heard people up at the top saying that we're not working on it anymore, but we didn't know how to respond or what to say to that because they're the ones at the top. Trump can say whatever he wants.
Check this out. So right here is saying that this representative. So something might be, but they might be moving towards impeachment. Something is going to happen on this. Rep. Lou says Epstein files have allegations of Trump, and they're already trying to impeach him. So I think that we have not heard that people are trying to get everybody to move on, but I think that this is going to be grounds for impeachment. Watch this.
Why are Republicans so interested in Bill and Hillary Clinton? It's because they're trying to distract from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files thousands and thousands of times. In those files, there's highly disturbing allegations of Donald Trump raping children, of Donald Trump threatening to kill children. So I encourage your press to go look at these allegations. And I'm highly disturbed that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just got the law wrong. Yesterday, he said, essentially, that it is not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's actually not correct. If Jeffrey Epstein was human trafficking minors for these sex parties, and you show up and patronize the establishment at that party, yes, you're guilty, because patronizing is part of the law, the federal sex trafficking law. So Deputy General Todd Blanche just got that wrong, which maybe explains why they aren't investigating all these folks, including Donald Trump. He needs to read the law and investigate these people. He also needs to resign, not only for not knowing the law, but a massive, not only screw up, but the biggest privacy violation in history. They release a lot of pictures of minors unredacted, just violated the privacy of these girls. It is uncalled for what they did. The one thing that they could not do under this law was to invade the privacy of these women now, who were girls at the time, who were victims of sex trafficking. Also, he met with Ghislaine Maxwell, moved her to a minimum security prison, and then got a puppy for her. So for all those reasons, he's just got to leave the Department of Justice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's in a cushy ass prison that where they're just like the prison warden was like, "Yo, I'm tired of like, why are we treating this absolutely terrible person so well? This is like he's getting people breathing down his neck from the presidency, the top people telling him to take care of this prisoner here who, and so, okay, I wanted to address what the video said and was talking about though. So he's talking about this sort of this is against the law. What happened with the release of the files? There's already so many things happening that are against the law, but let's hone in specifically about how it violated the privacy. He said that was the one thing that they couldn't do under this sort of law. And so I look at this and I say, the DOJ, like, so many people have been fired under the Trump administration and so much is going on, and they're asking for the DOJ, it seems, to be redacting stuff specifically related to Trump, which is, we talked, under the law, you can redact information of individuals for their privacy and stuff like that. Well, we can talk about that, but it seems that they spent so much time actively attempting to remove Trump from the files, still missing some of those situations, as we've seen in the release of them. And as well now, then they sort of glossed over the important parts that were to protect the information of these young women and individuals. And this is part of the tactic and the rape culture too that I get so stressed out about, where people on the right look at leftists and go, oh, you're so extreme, you're bringing it to the most extreme thing. It's like they want this because they want individuals to be actively harassing these women that accuse Trump, calling them liars, acting like it's a play that ties into like this sort of this agenda of the misogyny, where men are kind of in charge of what's going on and want bodily autonomy over women, saying that calling them liars when they're out. You have 20 people accusing Trump of rape and sexual harassment, and all these people will say, oh no, those women are just liars, they're just liars. And I ask them all the time, I'm like, you're telling me you look your mom in the eyes if she was accusing Trump and go, you're a liar, you just want money? And it's a really hard thing for them to answer, and I hope it's influenced a few of them to think about what it is that they're saying in situations like that. And it's like, look, of course I'm concerned about false accusations and situations going on, but like, this is some serious stuff. And it's just like, when there's one person accusing another individual, we can talk about a false accusation, but when there's large groups of people, enormous amounts of information coming out, even though it's all anecdotal, it seems to add up to very clear circumstances of some very heinous crimes. End of statement.
Right. And so, with all this going on, I think it's really crazy. It's really insane. You have Trump still acting like, well, no, it's over. We don't have anything to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we moving on?
So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them. But think of it, they were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the Oval Office, so I guess that didn't work out too well.
You know what's sad about this? Everybody knew Bill Clinton was in there. We've all talked about Bill Clinton being in there. Actually, the very first time I talked about the Epstein files, I think it was about Bill Clinton. So it's weird because Donald Trump is acting as though people are like, oh my God, it's Bill Clinton. People been knew about that. Them pictures have been surfacing for quite some time. No, people shocked. A lot of his supporters shocked that your ass in there.
Right.
So you see how oh, it's just about the Democrats. It's just Democrats. That's all. Panicking right now. The statements that he's leaving. Not only wasn't I friendly with Jeffrey Epstein, but based upon information that just has been released by the DOJ, Epstein and a sleaze bag lying author named Michael Wolff conspired in order to damage me or my presidency. So much for the radical left's hope against hope, some of whom I'll be suing. Additionally, unlike so many people that like to talk trash, I never went to the infested Epstein Island, but almost all of these crooked Democrats and their donors did. So you know what I noticed that Donald Trump does? He always says that he didn't go to the island, as if that was the only property that Jeffrey Epstein had. Jeffrey Epstein had multiple properties.
Thank you.
So it's not like you didn't have to go to his island. You went to his penthouse, his townhouse apartment in New York City.
Mm-hmm. See?
Did you go to Zorro Ranch? He had multiple properties. So this is something that Donald Trump likes to do. He'll focus just on one particular area so that you forget about all the other areas.
Right, but the thing that they said that happened to the little girl was on his yacht. So he said, "I ain't been to the island. What, have you been on the yacht though? Have you been on the yacht? It's
Let me just focus on the island that most people know about, so that you don't ask questions about the other locations." He's crashing out. He's crashing out. He kicked the people out. Kicked the people out.
Appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ISIS and tactics are too aggressive? Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, this is not good.
There was one time where he farted, though. I think that's where he.
That
farted.
was it. That was the they did. She didn't seem to play the whole clip. That's what yeah.
Well, I think he farted like bump and then he farted.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people.
Well, right before he kicked everybody out, he like let out a fart.
People out. Kicked the people out.
Appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says.
She was rubbing her nose because he had farted, y'all, or pooped or whatever.
People think ISIS and tactics are too aggressive.
He be pooping and farting all the time. I think he doesn't have control of his bowels. They say that.
Yeah, I said this earlier about people from New York. I watched this other dude on YouTube who's from New York, and he talks about this, and he's like, everybody in New York knows that Trump has always had issues. Like, he has to wear a catheter. He was like he's farting up the courtroom all the time because he's been in court so many fucking times in New York for all these bad business deals and shit that he's doing. And so, again, I hate to just be talking straight shit, but I'm like, this man is just straight evil, terrible business person, the worst speaker ever. This is almost elderly abuse at this point. If we're making fun of insulting this old man for pooping his fucking pants, like, it's like, goddamn, get this fucker out of here, dude.
Oh my god, man! But he been pooping his pants since the 90s, so I don't feel sorry for him. You've been pooping.
He's so actively evil, it's hard to feel bad. Yeah.
Right, like I ain't trying to hear that. They've been talking about how he been pooping on himself. I'm trying to find where they had the whole thing. Hold on, this one. Hold on, let me see. It was hilarious. Hold on. I can't find. I wish I could find the whole. Let me finish.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Are we gonna flip this or what are we gonna do?
What's crazy is you got RFK Jr. standing behind him there. RFK Jr.'s wife was in the ex-wife was in the Epstein files. Can we go to the next part? Eric was in the Epstein files where Jeffrey Epstein. I covered this in the other video. After she died, he responded, "Whoops." We go back to Elon Musk.
Look.
It may have happened again. Take a look at this. Christy Yamaguchi Main, which I love that name, says, I know there's a lot going on right now, but why the hell didn't anyone tell me Trump sharted on live TV so loud you can hear it, and the aides had to rush all the press out the room? There's been a lot of talk about this for a while, bro, that homie cannot control his bowels.
So this is the
that
thing.
He's had issues going back maybe literally decades that...
See, this is the thing. So Savvy, she must not be aware of him having that problem, so she didn't even cover that part. The fact that after he said what he had to say, he pooped and he said, "All right, get on out now."
Yeah, I listened to the. People keep talking about how loud it had to be if the mic picked it up.
Listen, ain't nothing had to do with it.
Yeah, it had to have been
Bye, guys. All right, that's enough.
pretty loud to get picked up on the mics. Yeah, and then when they kick everybody out too, it's like I get a little focused on that point because it's like, well, this too is one of my issues for this is an issue with democracy at this point, that not even letting journalists talk and ask questions.
Ask questions. Well, hell, they don't want the whole room to start smelling like poop, and everybody starts being like, "What the heck is going on?" And that'd be a whole news story.
It's like, fuck it at this point.
He's got some loose bowels, and
back out there.
Some accidents happen from time to time. Let's say I'm trying to keep this as PC as humanly possible. But there's been stories in the past. We'll get to some of those in a minute. But first, let's take a second and judge this one. So this clip is 37 seconds. Honestly, listen closely at the 3-second mark, because I think it happens pretty early at the 3-second mark. And then you'll see how quickly he tries to shut the whole event down. Ready? Watch this. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
Okay, now listen again. Again, 3-second mark, you'll hear a little bit, right? And by the way, take note, it's not like there's a microphone right there by him. So the fact that you hear this without a microphone being close, right? So 3 seconds in, right? And look at the woman in green behind Trump as you listen at the 3-second mark. Ready?
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much.
Yeah,
We really
she
appreciate
goes
it a
for her
lot.
nose
Thank
later
you,
too.
Buzz.
She's like,
She's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the
Right
new
there.
Fox poll
Look
that
at her,
says,
look at her touching her nose. You see her holding her nose? Look, 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 look.
Mr. President, can you
Look,
respond
look,
to the
look,
new
look.
Fox poll that says people think ISIS tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, would not think with cameras, we're going.
You can't say that with the chair. You can't blame the leather chair on that. That was
yeah, they got nice chairs at the White House. They're not squeaking. There's people
Right.
maintaining those. They're
Right.
spending a lot of our tax dollars on those chairs.
One more time, 3 seconds in, listen to it, look at the woman in green, watch how quick he wraps up the conversation. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going.
He said, and then she turned her head like, okay.
Yeah, she's.
Listen,
that's some
everybody
side-eye
is
right there.
listen. See, this is how you know this was a loud sound. Everybody's looking at him. She is directly behind him, so she turned her right when it happened. She turned her.
Watch how quick he wraps up the conversation. Here we go.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
By the way, he wrapped this bitch up quick. He was like, all right, anyway, yeah, whatever. It's over. It's all right. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much.
Watch she
I
gonna cover her
appreciate
nose.
it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox?
Oh man, that's crazy. I wonder if they're gonna put like a little oil on their fingers so they can when you get the pooping and fart and stuff, they gotta like rub some like perfume so that they don't get sick smelling that smell of
Poll that says people think ISIS tactics are too aggressive. Photographers, reporters, would not think with cameras, we're going. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Let's see what the replies say. Well, now this might be the defining photo of the day. What is that? Is that Trump and Putin? And Putin's holding his nose in there?
Oh my God.
Grok, is this real? Right after he says opioids faster at the very beginning, you can definitely hear it. This can't be real. Bozo Circus. Kennedy was so angry. LOL. RFK Jr. about to puke. What are you talking about? I listened a few times. I hear nothing. The aides scrambling like someone unplugged the aux. It was a code red shard, apparently. Whoever is the next POTUS will have to tear the Oval Office down to this does to get the perma stench out. The older you get, the bigger the chance of this happening. Took me a minute, but I found the sound. Me when the edibles finally hit during a work Zoom. Guess we now know what really makes the room evacuate faster than any fire alarm. Sounded like a swamp bubble. Hard to tell, though. It was playing in my left fucking ear. Well, the event was over, and they have a busy schedule. People laughing at it. The way the women are reacting at the end confirms my suspicions. All right, so people are talking, bro. People are talking. You hear a little bit at the beginning. He wraps up the event quickly. Everybody get the fuck out, get out of the way. But a lot of people don't know the fucking history here, okay? There goes Diaper Don shitting himself at the White House ceremony again. At least this woman didn't pass out from the stench like his last victim. You do not want to be downwind from Don Von Shits and Pants because his diaper is as full of shit as he is. Look at this woman's face in the background. You already see it.
my God.
You already see it. Here we go.
Brother, what's that, brother?
Oh, God.
Brother, what's that? Brother,
what the
fuck?
She looked like she was about to
All right.
puke.
More. Have you guys seen this interview? We covered this one in the past. So this guy he worked for The Apprentice. And listen to what he says, bro.
What's the deal? This is the main question I need to know. What's the deal with the diaper rumors?
That's true. Sorry to cut you off.
When you say it's true, like on a scale of like 1 to 10, I definitely absolutely know.
Witnessed, bro. Witnessed him soiling himself in a rage, sitting there on The Apprentice set, Celebrity Apprentice set, because he can't read. Same thing. He flew into a rage over the word arbitrage one time. Okay. Yeah. Soils himself, has to go off set, gets cleaned up by Keith Schiller. Keith's nickname was Wet Wipes. Okay. The crew called it the shit show. Sorry to curse, but can you imagine being the boom operator? You're wearing your headphones, holding the mic above him, and you hear that? He did it in the Oval Office. There's a clip of him doing it with the Turkish president, right? Erdogan. I always say his name wrong. It's not a hard G. Yeah. And the Feinstein and Dianne Feinstein. And they're sitting there in the Oval Office, and he clearly has some kind of bowel movement. But you can, and you see them look like they hear it. But you can look up videos, your viewers can look it up, and you'll find photos of him with the outline of Depends. And I'll tell you why he wears that. Because speed addiction makes you incontinent, right? Opiates make you the opposite, make you constipated. Speed makes you go, right? So he eats fast food all day and meatloaf, like that's all he ever eats, sorry for the graphics, and then he snorts speed, and he's almost 70 years old at the time. He's in his mid 60s. So he just lets it rip, and you never know, so you got to have some insurance against the shark, and that Depends.
Bro, and this is not, I covered this when this was a big thing, maybe like 2 years ago now or something like that. I covered it. There's also a guy who talked about how he was in a steakhouse in the 90s and Trump came in and he shit himself and everybody smelled it and it was disgusting. And he referenced an event there. You guys remember this? This is the Feinstein one. Listen to this. Listen to this closely. Here we go.
So today we're here.
Oh, come on, man. That was loud as fuck. That was loud as fuck. Have some fucking self-respect, dog. God damn. You gotta be letting that.
Oh no. That's embarrassing. Could you imagine? Can you imagine, honey? Well, you need to go up and instead of going to the left or the right, go up in the middle of Donald Trump's behind and plug it so he can stop pooping all over the place.
That shit rip. If it's gonna be that loud, you gotta hold that bitch in. What the fuck?
So today we're here in a bipartisan.
You see her face? You see she turned. Wait, what did happen? What? Man, that's crazy.
And everybody smelled it and it was disgusting. And he referenced an event there. You guys remember this? This is the Feinstein one. Listen to this. Listen to this closely. Here we go.
So today we're here.
Oh, come on, man. That was loud as fuck. That was loud as fuck. Have some fucking self-respect, dog. God damn. You can't be letting that shit rip. If it's going to be that loud, you got to hold that bitch in. What the fuck?
So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless violence. And
it's still going.
Violence. It can be ended. So today we're here in a bipartisan
He did it twice and 3 times more and more over. Oh my God.
Fashion to show leadership.
That's the fart that killed Feinstein. She was doing fine until she heard that. Then it was over. It was a wrap.
She was over there.
In an effort to end this senseless violence. And
bro, it keeps going. What the fuck?
So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless violence. And violence, it can be ended. So today we're here in a bipartisan fashion to show leadership in an effort to end this senseless.
He's just doing
this whole conversation too is tied to his speed addiction. And then you open up Pandora's box. You go back to the Hillary Clinton debate, the one where they were standing and it was in the round. And that whole debate, he's sniffing like a motherfucker. Sort of like that video we covered of Narco Rubio the other day, who was coked to the motherfucking gills. That video was crazy because he was clearly he was twitching and shit. He was being overly confident like he never was before. That motherfucker still living that Miami lifestyle, dog. He was on something. He was on some upper shit. We called him popping pills the other day too. But with Trump in the Hillary debate, remember he kept doing it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And people who worked on The Apprentice set said he was addicted to uppers. He was addicted to. At first, I heard one of the foreign version of Sudafed, which has that upper in it, which they stopped selling in the U.S. But I think it actually is Adderall that he was addicted to. And there was diet pills he had taken in the past, which again are uppers. Usually uppers suppress appetite. So it all makes sense. He took the diet pills to worry about weight. The diet pills are an upper, got kind of addicted to them. And, he, at a certain point, he could snorting them, which is why he did that during the whole debate. Right. But that's all tied to not being able to control your bowels, bro. And so there's been speculation about this for a hot minute. And look, I got to be honest, it fits too good. It fits too good with what we know about him. And there's already enough video evidence and testimony to make you go, there might be some truth in that shit. There might be some truth. And they say Diaper Don because there are plenty of examples of when he was in WWE and he did some move on somebody and he fell to the ground. You could see the outline of his pants and it looked like he's wearing a fucking diaper, right? It looks like he's wearing a diaper. So, look, he's got some issues going on down there, and this is the motherfucker that apparently U.S. democracy is being destroyed for. A guy who literally shits himself on a regular basis. That is who is openly broadcasting he's going to steal the next election. That's who's, sending ICE Gestapo thug agents to shoot Americans in the face. That's who's invading U.S. cities with the U.S. military. That's who's launching multiple new foreign wars against countries that didn't attack us, right? That's who's in the Epstein files. This motherfucker. And he's got us by the fucking balls. Meanwhile, he's the most pathetic human being I think I've ever seen. All right, guys. That's the show, y'all. Love y'all very much, man. You know the drill. Everybody subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon for me. You can also support the show on Patreon.
So he was boo-booing himself. Listen, I don't know whether it was... Okay, let's read the comment. Libtards! Somebody said, libtards.
Yeah, I picked up a bit. I wanted to address what some of the people were saying here. So, look, I mean, like, y'all want to talk about Biden sort of being this way. Yeah, like, why can't we talk about Trump in the same manner? Like, it's like we also had issues with Biden being like this. This is not how a president should be, either Biden or Trump. Like, so we got to get together and get somebody in office and power that, we could go and have an actual political discussion about, versus this person Chris here just continuously. I'm sure you don't even know what the word liberal means there. Can you define liberal?
Oh my God, people need to. You know what? He's farting. The president has loose bowels. Okay, who cares? Okay, like, you know what I'm saying. You guys are really upset about the fact that the president is boo booing on himself. Well, I don't know what to say. Okay. Remove MAGA from the country, probably.
Yeah, deport Trump back to Germany.
Oh my God. It's people like karma. Can't be talking about Biden. Biden was wilding out too. Biden didn't remember what his name was and all that. He forgot what he was talking about halfway through it. So what did he say? One time he said, Biden was wilding out during the presidency. I don't know what about being a president. Either you're going to start boo-booing yourself or start getting dementia. Everybody started wilding out. I think the only reason why Barack Obama didn't go crazy because he was younger and he just in the beginning stages of probably going crazy. That's why he probably didn't run again or try to, they were saying whatever they were trying to say. Zero discussion here, just childish attacks in deceit. Oh, shut up.
It's really funny because
that is so emotional.
You have a pinned comment that would suggest otherwise, but I don't. A lot of discussion is happening here. The opposite of what that comment is suggesting is happening here. A large amount of
going to jail. Honey, I think Trump might be going to jail too if they actually start to go after these people that's in these files. Because you know what that guy just said? He said if you was there and you was around, and that's a problem. So
yeah, Obama's like the only one that actually doesn't seem to be like, again, get Bill Clinton out of there. Get if Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or any of these Democrats are involved and implemented in the files, get them out of office and hold them accountable for what's going on the same way we hold Trump accountable. But my understanding is nothing has implicated Obama so far.
Hold on. I think they got the part where Patel was looking crazy when he was reading the Epstein file. Hold on, this part right here. Hold on.
He always looks like a lost puppy to me.
I think he'd be high too. They all be high doing.
Yeah, for real. That's what that dude was talking about in that last video, like where he said the dietary supplements. They claim that Trump claims to be straight edge and all this sort of stuff, but they'll take all these sorts of fucking pharmaceuticals and other sorts of things and not really equate it to the same way as like drugs or alcohol.
I'm taking the Adderall. I have ADHD.
Their tongue right now is Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino's pissed because people called him a punk. Because that's exactly what he was. He got into that position and he became a punk.
The third group of people I want to address are the grifters out there who mistakenly thought I wasn't coming back. Now, I am back. The Podfather is back, and I'm here to take back this movement. This movement's been hijacked by a small group of dipshits and bums and losers who are nothing but doomers under the frame of accountability. I'm all about accountability. I just showed you what we did or what we didn't.
It's hilarious.
Did I not?
I'm not sitting here going, hey, trust me, bro. I showed you. But if you like it, great. If you don't, that is absolutely your constitutional right. You paid for it to go out and go, that sucked. I would have done something different. Okay, but you didn't. You didn't do anything different. I'm not sure if you volunteered to serve or not, but you didn't. You sat in the front row with your popcorn, ankle biting, throwing this popcorn at the ring at two guys in there sparring away, fighting for this country while you did shit. You just talked about it. So you didn't do anything. Now, I'm back on the air. I'm not going to take on every single thing in one day in one show, but I'm telling you right now, your bullshit, I'm done with it. The grifter bums, all you guys are a class of doomers. Everything sucks all the time. You would have done it different. You didn't do shit. You did nothing. You didn't volunteer.
Who is this guy? Do you know who this guy is?
Dan Bongino? Yes, I do. He was, I think he was in charge of he was part of the FBI, I think, for a minute under he was just a random podcaster. That's the other thing too. Kash Patel was also a children's book author. None of these people that Trump is bringing in have any qualifications for the positions that they've been put in. Dan Bongino has been a right-wing podcaster for a long time, and Trump brought him into his administration to do some stuff, and I think it was part of the FBI. It was like part of things with the FBI. And now Dan Bongino, he was talked about releasing the Epstein files. He was all worked up about it. Now that he actually was involved in the administration, he's like left now. Now he's gone back to podcasting, probably because he realized how serious of these situations were, and yet he's the grifter. This sort of attitude he has right here, where he's talking about what he's talking about. He's the grifter, and he fucking knows that. That's why I'll throw that accusation out all day to other people, because he's self-conscious about what he's doing, where he's just grifting off this very clear attitude. Yeah, not a Dan Bongino fan.
Right. I never heard of him. See, there's a lot I don't know about when it comes to
here. You didn't ask. You didn't give up your show to do. You did nothing. All you did was bullshit people and say nothing's happening. And then when we tell you, oh, it just happened, you move on to something else you say is not going to happen. And then when that happens, you move on to something else. You want to critique it, say you would have done better. Step up. Step up.
So
go ahead.
Like ex-military.
They got openings. You go try it.
I actually don't know. I could look it up real quick.
You know, it got crazier because apparently during that stream, Dan Bongino was muting people if you mentioned the word Epstein. So something went wrong. You have been muted by the creator.
He was an NYPD officer.
Oh, that's why
this motherfucker called himself the Pine Bomb.
He's like popped up on steroids. I'm like, bro, he's wilding. Like,
we gotta drop the beat for this one. I'm sorry. We gotta do under pressure. Can we do pressure? We're gonna do pressure for this one. This is
anyway. So hold on, let me see. So then you have let's go with
Kash Patel is fucking hilarious.
Now watch him. He's reading Epstein file. Look at
how people are acting now.
Yeah.
Kash Patel. Watch the hand signals he makes as he's reading some of this. Watch.
He's reading the Epstein file. Take a deep breath. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, looks like he's getting a little hot there. Takes his glasses off.
Did you guys see that?
The
hand gesture.
I wonder if he aims. He's like, what the hell? Who is he signaling? You know what I'm saying? Like, is he like, okay, I need to be taken, you know what I'm saying? All right, take me out, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, he could. Yeah, that's funny to think.
Take me out. All right. The jig is up. You know what I'm saying? And he's cross-eyed. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, they know that they fucked up. They know they know it. And it's just, they lied. They lied to you. They lied to everybody to protect themselves. Now, I do want to show you this, because what we have to realize is that at the end of the day, they don't need Jeffrey Epstein anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't need that anymore. We talk about friends in low places.
Thank you.
They got Palantir now. In fact,
yeah, you were saying
Whitney
this
Webb
earlier.
warned people about
Dude,
this
I
when she was on Bad Faith podcast. Listen to this.
Girl, I just guessed that shit. I haven't seen this far into this video. I just guessed. I said,
Yeah, you were talking about
like the next guy up. I said that he was Epstein's guy. So you get rid of the head. You didn't get rid of the whole
Yep.
Palantir is going to take. Look, Look, boom, Peter Thiel. I knew it.
But again, to bring it back to a question you asked earlier on about, Israel and blackmail. They don't really need blackmail anymore. And I argue at the end of my book that Palantir, Peter Thiel's company, really makes it so that, that's the new Jeffrey Epstein at the end of the day. If they want to blackmail you or know something about you, they just access what Palantir sucked up about you and your search history, your communications, your finances, tweets you've liked in the past, all sorts of things. You don't really need Epstein in the surveillance era,
Do you think when they said tweets are private, it was just an inducement to get us all to like what we really want to like so they can hold it against us later?
It's possible if they want to hold it against you later. The disturbing thing about Palantir is that it's really about pre-crime. They were the pioneers of predictive policing.
Yeah.
They were originally, almost everywhere they piloted predictive policing have been low-income minority neighborhoods where they decide who's going to commit a crime before they commit it.
Wow.
I've been trying to warn people, right? So yeah, it's like Jeffrey Epstein served his purpose. He wasn't the first one. And the trafficking thing has been going on for years. So it's not like there was no trafficking before Jeffrey Epstein. But he served his purpose. And now they have, Palantir, they have something else that they can use. So just because Jeffrey Epstein is not in that role anymore that we know of, just because he's dead that we know of,
so-called dead,
that doesn't mean that this doesn't still continue. And I think this is why I always say there's a difference between taking down a person and taking down a system, because people can be replaced.
Yep.
If this is new to you, if you're not as familiar with the Epstein stuff, I highly recommend that you go to unlimitedhangout.com. This is where Whitney Webb, a lot of her articles are here. You can find it, like, this goes way back. I think the earliest one is from 2021. So Whitney has been talking about this a long time. Back in May of 2021, she was talking about the Bill Gates connection with Jeffrey Epstein. So go to Unlimited Hangout and you can find a lot of those articles. You can also check out Whitney Webb's books that she wrote called One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 1 and Volume 2. A lot of the things that you are seeing come forward in the Epstein files now were already mentioned in these articles or in her books. Now, there's been some things that I did not see that came forward recently. And I was like, holy shit. So we try to cover, as much as we can. And that brings me to this question. When people see things like this, you can't unsee it. Once you see just how twisted and dark the rich and the powerful can be, once you know, you don't forget it. So then the question becomes, where do we go from here? Guys, I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people don't like to hear. Voting is a tool in your toolbox, but it's not the only tool in your toolbox. Voting doesn't stop this. Because when you have two parties that are corrupt and corporate and they're paid for, look at how long it took for them to even bring some of the files forward. They've been had this information.
Both of them. Both parties. That's why all y'all talking about, well, y'all Democrat, y'all libtard, or y'all conservative. Y'all like that Spike Lee movie, School Days, where you just a wannabe, where you just a jigaboo. Y'all both on either side fighting each other like that whole dang on act on School Days. I'm not sure if you ever seen School Days, but if you get a chance, there was a whole thing where you had the different fraternities and sororities fighting against each other. You had the light-skinned ones and the dark-skinned ones, and they both basically are doing the same shit. You know what I'm saying? You got a want to be better than me, and the jigaboo, how do you do? And they're like the poor, the dark-skinned poor ones against the light-skinned white. That's the same thing that's conservative blue against. It's always this struggle going on. But meanwhile, the people up the middle, they not worried about who's on either side. They like, man, we rolling up. We running this whole thing. We run the world.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It don't matter what side you on. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't care about y'all ass any damn way. We fixing to just get rid of this whole bird and slit its neck and go to Mars. Hell. We better take a damn spaceship. We're going to get up off this bird and get a spaceship while y'all still on it, while the bird goes down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is what's super interesting about the with the Epstein files too, that with the stuff that came out about like this divide where and this connection to 4chan where it's just like they really do seem to be manipulating people to like attempt to get individuals to be fighting each other and distracted about all sorts of things that don't matter, so that both parties can maintain power and stay at the top.
Yep, exactly. And that's ridiculous. And at the end of the day, we do have better things that we need to be thinking of, but I have to at least like cover it so that we're just not all left in the dark, you know?
Well,
And
this
so,
what's really the not the part that I mentioned about like if he was actually involved in manipulating people the way that he was, like I'd like to know. But the more important part that does seem very relevant is the fact that he was human trafficking individuals, and the joke keeps getting made. Oh, what he like nobody else has been really charged for this sort of situation. It was him and Ghislaine Maxwell, and everybody's joking around, being like, oh, so he was just human trafficking people to nobody, to nobody. You're telling us him and Ghislaine were charged for this, and you have and he has no customers. You're telling us we have all this information about it, and nobody else has been charged with these sorts of situations, and people are fucking angry about this because it's like, well, what is it still going on? Like you asked earlier, is this shit still being allowed to happen? If the FBI, if the CIA knew about this shit and they weren't doing anything, it's either they are the worst intelligence agents or agencies in the entire world, or they knew about this shit and were allowing it to take place. But okay, I digress on that point.
right. So listen, I've been doing like 5 hours, and I love you guys for like the time that we've had here. But I thank you so much. Please come back because I really enjoy your
Cool.
commentary.
I'd love to. Okay, great. I just scrolled on your channel. This is the first time I showed up, so I'm definitely gonna come back. Yeah, this was great.
Yeah,
I
make
just
sure
liked
you
and subscribed
subscribe.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We've been talking about all kind of stuff. We talk about we're talking about AI and the surveillance state with Palantir, the other day. And then I just happened to cover this topic today, but at the end of the day, this is not just a Epstein. We're not gonna. I don't like to see. I normally don't like to cover like topics that are just so obvious in the news. I like to like go all over the place with it, but I just had to cover it because it's just like it's crazy when you think about it. It's like what, and there's too many. It's connected to so many different things. It's connected to too much for you can't cover Palantir
Like
without getting
everything,
into
all of
Epstein.
it. That's
You want to talk about
exactly.
AI? You got
Mhm.
Epstein. If you want to talk about AI, you got Epstein. You want to talk about wars? You got Epstein. You want to talk about Israel? Oh, Epstein. Everything is all leading back to this Epstein situation. So it's like, dang. So even when you think about the future of AI, all this stuff and what they're doing, somehow you got this thing with Palantir and Epstein. So it's like,
Exactly.
so even when I try to do a video and I show videos talking about the AI, somehow Epstein gets mentioned. It's like, dang. Even with the AI up there talking, making its own agents and creating its own religion and all this stuff like this, it all kind of comes back and all like kind of has some kind of strange tie back into some kind of whatever this ball thing is. I want to do some research to find out what this religion is that he created himself, where he's probably like the overlord. They probably worship him like he's like a cult leader.
Yeah, I'll be looking into that as well. I wrote that down in my notes to look up. So yeah, the next time I come back, I'd love to talk about it with you.
Yeah, like see if like I wonder if they like actually literally worshiped him. I wonder if they like because I remember one interview they asked him like, "Are you the devil himself?" Did you see that interview?
No, Epstein. They asked Epstein that.
Yeah, hold on. The guy said, "Are you the devil?"
Was it during his deposition when he was first being held accountable for or is this just a clip of him? I watched a bit of the interview where they were in his deposition in the court case where they're asking him questions about his.
It's right here.
The Jeffrey Epstein files showing the
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna stop it after
being
this.
interviewed and asked where the devil. It's unknown when the interview was actually filmed, but the material is one of thousands of videos released by the US Department of Justice. Paul Kelso reports.
Latest tranche of Epstein files from the Department of Justice contains around 3 million documents, thousands of still photographs, and hundreds of hours of video recording.
3 million documents, thousands of still photographs. Come on now. And y'all, oh, well, why can't y'all just release it back in the day? Like, honey, that's a lot of stuff they gotta comb through. That took years to comb through all that. That's a lot of just probably stuff you can't even. It took a long time to go through that.
Recordings, and among them appear to be at least some of extended interviews between Epstein and Steve Bannon, a right-wing pundit in the United States, former strategist working at the White House in Donald Trump's first term. He's previously talked about conducting around 15 hours of interview with Epstein. They've not previously been aired in any extended form, but there's a couple of hours of what appears to be some of those videos in these latest releases, and we can play a couple of minutes of that now, in which Epstein discusses being a sex offender.
Is your money dirty money? If you live, I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it. A heart.
But you earned it. We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
Do you think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think you have ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
If we walked in,
Did he extort those people that he extorted and then gave the money to people?
Yeah, the files would show that's an issue that he was part of children's charities. Yeah.
Right. So where did he get the money to do that? Like, did he extort these people here and give them the money, or was there like a real fundraiser that he did for that? Or I wonder. I mean, how much of the money that was raised actually?
You're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm the lowest. I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
Damn, took him a long time to answer that question.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
What did he say? I do have a good mirror. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
He said, do you think you're the devil himself? He says, yeah, but I do have a good mirror. What the fuck does that mean?
I would have pressed him on that if I was the one talking to him. I would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about,
what
man?
do you mean you have a good mirror? What does that mean? Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna have to go on to this Department of Justice. I didn't want to go through that. I was like, you know what? I don't even think I want to. I don't want to keep going. This is man. But I'll cover. I want to go on to other subjects. So this is I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be back. Do you want me to sign off here and hop out? I didn't want to.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I'm kind of about to wrap things up. I'm gonna give you like a few minutes to like give your final words. Barack, did you want to say something? Like give some final words, Barack Ojama, before we sign off. But I do have a good mirror. Do you think you're the devil himself? He said, no, but I do have a good mirror. What does that mean?
It also took him a second.
Or does that mean like I'm something like the devil himself? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I do have it within me. I can be the devil. I don't know I don't know, bro. Hempstead Children. I'm gonna check that out. Oh, that he's evil and he doesn't care. It means he knows he's evil and he doesn't care. Okay. He was trying to sound smart, but then he switched it up and I guess he realized what he was saying. Okay. All right. Maybe that's what it was. I was trying to figure out what it was.
Too.
He's saying I'm not the devil. I don't know, guys. You know, we're gonna have to do a poll on that next time. Say, is he the devil? You know, I don't know. But go ahead. I guess Barack might be asleep or out of it or not wanting to say nothing. So give your final words. Thank you for coming, Barack Drama. Give your final words. There you go.
Spelt. You can call me Spelt for short.
Spelt.
My name's I spelt this wrong and spelled incorrectly. Thank you. So appreciate you having this sort of platform and bringing people on to talk. And I do hope maybe some of those individuals that we were disagreeing with earlier could come back and have these sorts of conversations. You know, there were things I wanted to address and talk about, and it gets heated and emotional, and that's why we need these sort of open places for dialogue where, you can mediate and participate in these sorts of things, like calming people down, trying to stay focused on what it is we're talking about, and so, yeah, thank you for this sort of discussion. I liked your question at the beginning, like, why is this important? Like, everything's important, like our time to a certain extent is limited here. And so, I mean, it's almost kind of silly to think that something isn't worth your time, because it's like, no matter how small or insignificant it might be, like it might take years or your whole life you could go with before you realize why or what it is that small, tiny, seemingly insignificant thing had such a big, profound, like the butterfly effect, like had now such a profound, sort of attitude and experience that you went through in your life. And so I think all this is important. I think this open discussion is really important, and I'll definitely be back to talk again about some other things.
All right. Thank you so much. And listen, if you guys haven't already, please hit the subscribe button. Please subscribe and like the channel. I work really hard trying to keep this thing up and going. I have to get called all kind of names by people. And listen, also, support the channel. I take, all type of, Cash App sometime, whatever. I won't mind that. But, if you just hit the super chat, every once in a while, that actually helps me to keep the lights on in the whole situation. So thank you so much for your time and spending with me. Much love, guys. Peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shake your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way.